look at various aspects of culture and politics in 1990s Ukraine that have important resonance today. I want to thank all the participants for agreeing to come and to present today and help address a subject that I believe is largely ignored in our field. I hope that our conference will inspire more scholars to engage or re-engage with this decade in their research. On your seats, you have two little booklets. One is a brand new booklet that we've provided about our Ukrainian studies program here at Harriman, so that's for you to take home. And the other one you can take home as well, but it's a program from our conference. I want to ask you to look at the back cover. It's about a exhibit that we're having in the 4th floor of the International Affairs Building, where we screened the film yesterday. If you haven't had a chance to see the exhibit on Issue Diplomas, please do. As far as the format, we will have 3 speakers, and then we'll have a chance for a Q&A afterwards. And we'll also have people online who will be able to ask questions. As our panelists will discuss today, many important decisions were made in the 90s. Many seminal events also took place. Some opportunities were taken advantage of, while others were wasted. Most people remember the 1990s as a chaotic period of collapsing structures, economic despair, turmoil, and disorientation. But for some, it was also a stimulating time of freedom and experimentation. Now, I want you to look at this booklet, or it's not on the screen away. So look at this booklet, and there's 2 photos there. I want to give a little context and explanation for people who have asked me about it. Do these photos look familiar to you? Anybody see anything familiar? I know you know. Well, the first photo kind of reminds us maybe something we saw in the film yesterday. Actually, there was one scene, right? It's Primalny Punkt. It's people bringing things for recycling, various things in order to get cash, because the 90s certainly were economically challenged for many Ukrainian citizens. In the second photo, does anybody recognize anything? Roman? Yes, that's Vermenska Vulitsa. This is the new setup of art organization Ziga, who had just moved to their new spot. And you have a literature, basically poetry reading on the street. And if you go to the left of the photo, it's a very young Serhiy reading with an audience that would probably never fit all the way down Virmenska Street, all the way. And these photos were taken by me, and if you, in the 90s, maybe in the same month, probably in the same week, maybe even in the same day. And for me, they're a snapshot of both the chaos as well as some of the excitement that was happening simultaneously in 1990s Ukraine. And I think that's what we're going to be talking about today. Welcome to the conference. I leave you in the hands of Anastasia Vlasenko, who will chair our next panel. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Should I turn it on or? Oh, okay. Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for coming this sunny morning. We are going to start our first panel right now, and I am here together with our wonderful panelists. So today on our first panel, we will have Nataliya, Kibita, Mariana Budjeryn, and Greta Uehling. And I think we will not go in the order that is stated on the program, but instead Mariana volunteered to be the first. So before each panelist has a chance to talk, I will have to introduce them. So bear with me. So I think everyone here knows Mariana at this point, right? But Mariana Budjeryn is a senior researcher at the Center for Nuclear Security Policy at Massachusetts Institute of Technology. She's the author of Inheriting the Bomb, The Collapse of the USSR and the Nuclear Disarmament of Ukraine, for which she won the 2024 William Golby Military Writers Award. And it's not in the program, but she was the only woman who got this prize. So her current research focuses on the evolution of the global nuclear order, nuclear crisis, and security of nuclear reactors in armed conflict. Formerly, she held appointments as a senior research associate at the Harvard Kennedy School Belfer Center, Project on Managing the Atom, and a visiting professor at Tufts University and Peace Research Institute, Frankfurt. So without any further ado, Mariana, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Anastasia, and thank you, Marco, for convening this conference. Before I start on the topic of nuclear weapons and nuclear disarmament of Ukraine, I just have to say that the 1990s were an incredible time, and I consider myself fortunate to have lived my youth through that decade, and in Ukraine of all places. It was the time of strife, but also of great opportunities. It was this grand dislodging of institutions and narratives, and many things seemed possible. I think the more depressing decades came after, when we realized that perhaps some of the things we dreamed of and hopes we did harbor in the 90s were a lot more difficult to achieve, especially in Ukraine. To build this kind of democratic and open and prosperous society, and a state that tended to its citizens, that took care of its citizens, as it were. So that proved a lot more difficult in Ukraine. We also hoped for peace, and that did not come. And in that light, the decision, Ukraine's decision to disarm, to give up nuclear weapons that it had inherited from the Soviet collapse, gained a lot more prominence today in contemporary discussions. It was sort of a topic that was shelved for about 20 years after Ukraine signed away its nuclear inheritance. And now it is being revised, hotly reviewed. And the question becomes, was this the ultimate squandered opportunity for Ukraine in the early 1990s? In view of what is happening today, was this the right decision? Did this decision leave Ukraine exposed to the predatory behavior of a larger, more powerful state, the Russian Federation? Can I have the next slide, please?
Oh, on the podium.
Oh, should I?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So here we see something that happened on December the 5th, 1994 in Budapest, Hungary. And this is where Ukraine on the one side, and then 3 depository states of the Treaty on the Non-Proliferation of Nuclear Weapons, and the 3 are the United States, the Russian Federation, and the United Kingdom, signed the so-called Budapest Memorandum. And this document pledged security assurances to Ukraine in connection with this decision of joining this treaty, the NPT for short, as a non-nuclear weapon state, essentially committing Ukraine to disarm. This is not a particularly popular photo that you will see of the signing of the Budapest Memorandum. Normally, it's all 4 leaders dutifully signing their documents, but here we see the Russian President Boris Yeltsin and American President Bill Clinton sort of bumping elbows, sort of job well done kind of moment. And the narrative or the interpretation that has emerged since is that it was this pressure from these 2 big nuclear armed states, the Russian Federation and the United States, that kind of cajoled and pressured Ukraine into giving up these nuclear weapons, that they colluded, their interest coincided in this particular case, and they wanted and achieved ultimately through a combination of positive but also negative inducements, this sort of decision. And there is some truth to it. But what I would like to focus in this presentation is sort of recall just what kind of Ukraine we are talking about back in 1991 to 1994. It is not, we cannot project back what we know about Ukraine today and what we know about our security situation in Ukraine today, back in the early 1990s. We have to take Ukraine as it was back then and interpret those decisions in that context. So Ukraine indeed was the place of deployment of an enormous nuclear arsenal. Taken together, Ukraine had on its territory 176 intercontinental ballistic missiles. Let me see if I can do this kind of pointer thing. Right, so here was a division at Pervomaisk and one in Khmelnytsky. Between them, 176 intercontinental ballistic missiles that each carried multiple warheads. So between the 176 ballistic missiles, they were capable of carrying 1,246, if memory serves, right, warheads. To put it into perspective, today, we hear, at least those of us who track these kind of things, of an aggressive Chinese buildup of nuclear forces. This aggressive Chinese buildup that basically doubled Chinese nuclear forces today since, 4 or 5 or 6 years ago, currently is estimated at 600 warheads. That's what China has today. Ukraine in 1991 had 1,200, double that. That's just on the missile side of things. Then Ukraine also inherited 2 bomber regiments or squadrons, I suppose, in Priluki and Uzin. Between them, 44 strategic bombers, and with about 600 ballistic cruise missiles, nuclear tip cruise missiles, to arm those bombers. Incidentally, those bombers were Tu-160s, Tu-95MS. Those are exactly those bombers that are launching cruise missiles at Ukraine today. Conventional missiles, but these are ultimately strategic missiles. And those are also a couple or 2 or 3 of Tu-95s were damaged in this very daring Operation Spiderweb just over a year ago, or almost a year ago. In 2025. But beyond just the armaments, Ukraine also inherited enormous industrial defense capacity. So it wasn't just the weapons that were sitting on this territory. It was this industrial capability to deliver this deterrent. Chief amongst those was the complex in the Dnipropetrovsk, now Dnipro. That was one of 3 main Soviet missile construction bureaus at Pivdenne and a missile factory, Pivdenmash. At the time of Soviet dissolution, they were manufacturing some of Soviet Union's newest and heaviest, the ones who could lift the most, as they say, throw weight. So the kind of the exploding capacity, as it were, the number of warheads. At the time of Soviet dissolution in 1991, the Dnipro-produced missiles carried 70% of Soviet missile-based warheads. Just think about it. So 70% of warheads were riding for the entire Soviet Union on missiles produced in Ukraine. It had indigenous uranium mining in Zhovkivode. Where is it? Here. And it had an enormous civilian nuclear sector with 5 nuclear power plants operating, many more nuclear reactors projected, and so forth. So Ukraine was an incredibly nuclear capable country, right? So when you hear today that, Ukraine did not have command control over these weapons, it was sort of an overdetermined choice whether to give these weapons up. So, it couldn't establish control. That was true, but Ukraine certainly had the capability to do so if it had chosen to if there were a political decision to do so. So now if somebody tells you, but Ukraine did not have command control over those missiles, you can say, yes, but. And you can send them to read my book. How did Ukraine deliberate these choices, right? What was behind the decision? And it was a decision, right? There was agency and there were options on Ukrainian side. Well, for one, Ukraine that encountered this predicament was a fledgling sovereign state. that had to establish itself on the international arena. On the one hand, I'll discuss Ukraine sort of in three guises as it emerged. Ukraine as a formal sovereign, but here to not an independent sovereign, right? Ukraine as a colonial, post-colonial entity, and Ukraine as a kingmaker. And I'll explain what I mean. So Ukraine was formally the founding member of the United Nations since 1945. It had a permanent representative within the Soviet mission, right? It was a founding member of the International Atomic Energy Agency and sent its delegation to the general conferences in Vienna of that institution. It was party to a handful of international treaties, including the partial test ban treaty that prohibited nuclear testing above ground. So it was, in a way, a sovereign entity formally. Of course, it did not have an independent foreign policy. So all of its decisions, internationally were closely curated by Moscow and a lot of times manipulated, right? So if the Soviet Union needed to beef up, its own kind of weight of membership, against a certain treaty, it would tell Ukrainians to join it, to sign it. And all of this kind of institutional structure and foreign presence were essentially irrelevant until they were not. Until in 1991, all of that came in to have consequences and be useful. And Ukraine did have a diplomatic corps, as opposed to other states like Kazakhstan that did not, had to build one from scratch. Ukraine did have a diplomatic corps that could immediately engage with some of the foreign policy decisions that kind of came to face Ukraine. And chief amongst those, so imagine you're just like stepping out as a fully fledged sort of sovereign state in 1991 onto the international scene. And the first and foremost question that you face is nuclear weapons, nuclear disarmament, arms control. That was the realm preserved for the great powers, for essentially the Soviet Union and the United States. Though that was, their bread and butter. No other states really got to engage on that level. And Ukrainian diplomats had to learn really quickly what that entailed. And the learning curve was steep, but they were quick studies. So they acquitted themselves very quickly. They acquitted themselves kind of on that level through 1992, 93, and 94. But Ukraine at the same time, internally at least, in domestic deliberations coming up to this point of independent statehood, cast itself, or at least certain political forces such as National Democrats, Ruch, as a post-colonial entity that has suffered at the hands of the metropole of Moscow for decades. What had really fueled and spurred this discourse was the 1986 Chernobyl nuclear power plant accident. And we're marking 40 years this year since that tragedy happened. But this was not only an ecological and humanitarian disaster, it had very much the societal and political implications. And you'd hear about the linguistic Chernobyl, about cultural Chernobyl, referring to the kind of plundering policies of Russification that essentially devastated Ukrainian language and culture in the same way as Chernobyl devastated, arable lands and the environment. So Ukraine, when it approached sort of this point of independent statehood, did so with a rather expressed anti-nuclear sentiment that found its reflection a full year before the Declaration of Independence in the 1990 Declaration of State Sovereignty. Article 9 of that declaration said that Ukraine would develop its own or establish its own independent armed forces, and at the same time wants to be a permanently neutral state and abide by 3 non-nuclear principles not to develop, receive, or otherwise acquire nuclear weapons. Part of that unilateral, that was before any Americas or Russia's got involved in negotiating the fate of Ukrainian nuclear inheritance. That was a fully unilateral considered nuclear renunciation, essentially. Why? The reason for that was precisely this anti-nuclear sentiment spurred by Chernobyl. Everything that was nuclear was considered an imposition from the metropole, from Moscow. There was this colonial power, this empire, deploying this faulty technology on Ukrainian soil, neglecting to deal with its consequences. And not only are these nuclear reactors, there's this enormous kind of contingent of strategic nuclear forces too. Imagine what those could do should anything go wrong, right? But another part of this renunciation, another aspect of it, was the understanding that Soviet command and control, all things military, really were very much centralized in the Soviet Union. They went above the heads of Republican leaders, right? So even if the republics had some say in their economic development, their educational sort of issues, all things military were directed straight from Moscow, and especially all things nuclear. So the idea of the authors of this Declaration of Independence was that unless we tie this chain of command, these military tethers that are keeping us tied to Moscow, there could not be fully fledged independence for Ukraine, right? Now, history sort of decided differently. It developed faster, and the Soviet Union disintegrated without having those military tethers having to be cut between Ukraine and Moscow. And the weapons remained, but the country sort of underneath it all became independent. And then the discourse changed somewhat. But it's important to keep in mind that Ukraine, as it entered the 1990s, as it started deliberating its foreign policy choices, it already began doing so with this framework of nuclear disarmament set in place as far back as July 1990. And that remained the frame of reference throughout all of the negotiations. And in fact, until 1994, Ukraine would never officially backtrack on this commitment to disarm. The negotiations were mostly about how to disarm, under what conditions, rather than whether to disarm at all, right? In that process of disarmament, and I'll end there because I'm almost at the end of my time. What Ukraine realized that in negotiating this disarmament, in terms of disarmament, it found itself kind of going back to another guise or another perhaps position or discourse, in addition to being a formal sovereign and a post-colonial entity that in a way first wanted to get rid of this kind of colonial debris of nuclear weapons and all of that left behind. It found itself sort of in a position or recalling its role in the Soviet Union as the Soviet kingmaker. Ukraine was not simply a colonial sort of backwater. Ukraine was very much, a core part of the Soviet Union. Both, the Khrushchev and Brezhnev hailed from Ukraine, even though they might not have been ethnic Ukrainians, but they achieved high party positions within the Ukrainian system first, and then went on to central authorities in Moscow. Ukrainian defense industrial complex capacity that was developed on the territory of Ukraine contributed hugely, as I already pointed out, to the Soviet, industrial military might, right? So the loss of Ukraine was really, really painful for Russia in those terms as well. And so when Ukraine began deliberating these choices and negotiating internationally, it staked out a claim that it was a rightful successor to the Soviet Union on the par with Russia. So it wasn't exactly like a colonial, post-colonial kind of position or a discourse, right? It was saying Russia is as much of a newly independent state as we are. The Soviet Union collapsed, and out of it issued these, 15 former republics, 15 new states, although, the three Baltic states were never sort of recognized as being incorporated, but say 12 legal successors, and Ukraine is one of them, and formally equal to Russia. So when Ukraine started negotiating, say, succession rights to arms control treaties that were previously bilateral, because only, the USSR and Soviet Union could, USSR and the United States could conclude these, big arms control treaties about nuclear weapons. Ukraine achieved, through diplomatic effort, basically multilateralization on the Soviet side. So the Soviet obligations were equally approportioned to these nuclear inheritors, including Ukraine, Belarus, and Kazakhstan, on a par with Russia. Now, for a variety of reasons, the non-Russian successors have also additionally undertaken obligations to disarm fully and join the NPT as non-nuclear weapon state. So this is the kind of Ukraine that encountered and deliberated these very difficult choices throughout the early 1990s. And when we do go back, and it is a painful topic, right? I find it difficult discussing it in Ukraine because this happened. 20, 25 years later, 30 years later, this is where we are. And the question will always be, were there different choices, right? Was this the right decision to do? Would nuclear weapons or some sort of nuclear option have granted a better security for Ukraine? This picture was taken by a friend of mine after Izum was liberated, and these are the first days of exhuming the mass graves there. Some of them did not even have names, just the numbers. So these questions will come to haunt us, but because our conference is about recalling the 90s and recalling how things were then, perhaps we could be kinder to our past and understand that Ukraine deliberated these choices and made the decision as a certain kind of entity, a certain kind of country that wanted to join the international community on good terms, right? And the disarmament was part of it, but also that it had kind of pre-existing and certainly very good reasons to want to disarm in the first place. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So we will take questions in the end of the panel. Right now, we will move on to our next, to our next speaker. Yes, she joined online, I believe. Yes. Yeah, that is right. So our next speaker today is Dr. Nataliya Kibita. Dr. Nataliya Kibita holds a bachelor's degree from the Ostrog Academy in Ukraine and her master's and a PhD degrees from the University of Geneva in Switzerland. She taught at London School of Economics, the University of Edinburgh, and the University of Glasgow. Since September 2024, she's a visiting academic at Russian and East European Studies at the University of Oxford. Dr. Kibita is the author of Soviet Economic Management under Khrushchev, the Sovnarkhoz reform, the institutional foundation of Ukrainian democracy, power sharing, regionalism, and authoritarianism, which received an honorable mention for the 2025 Ada A. Hewitt Book Prize. So, welcome, Dr. Nataliya Kibita.
Hello, everyone. My apologies for missing the beginning of the session. Um, I'd like to thank, first of all, for inviting me to this conference. My apologies, I couldn't make it to New York this week. So thank you for this opportunity to present online. From what I understand, you can see my slides, right? So indeed, so I'm mainly focused on domestic politics, policies, and institutions in Ukraine. And of course, from my perspective, the importance of the 1990s can hardly be underestimated. And today, we can confidently say that the issues that had been outlined at the time had remained on Ukraine's state and nation building agenda, and therefore affected Ukraine's path of development. But more specifically, I'd say that we can also confidently say that this was the time when the processes and tendencies of dealing with issues had been set at the time. For example, neither the Soviet education system nor the Soviet administrative system prepared the Ukrainian bureaucracy for policy making. Critical thinking was welcomed in exact sciences like mathematics or physics, but in social sciences, only a handful of the Soviet universities provided the environment for critical thinking. The centralized system of economic and party administration did not promote independent thinking or decision-making either. This is not to say that it did not exist, but the state tolerated rather than promoted independent decision-making within the state administration, and particularly when the state benefited from it. I think of the shadow economy. So in Ukraine, lack of support for critical thinking in state governance in the Soviet Union resulted in lack of knowledge and understanding of own system, but it also resulted in absence of mechanisms for circulation of such knowledge between institutions. In other words, as information and suggestions started pouring into the new executive branch at the beginning of the 90s, the latter was not prepared to act on it. And unfortunately, Ukraine has not addressed this problem in the 1990s. And related to this problem, which is exchange of knowledge and acting on the existing knowledge, was how the problem of regionalism, which is the main interest of my research, was understood and addressed by the Ukrainian government and the president in the 1990s. So regionalism, and you see the map of economic administrative regions of Ukraine in 1957 in your left, I guess it would be left corner. So regionalism in Ukraine had been institutionalized in Ukraine since 1917, but it was not until 1988 it became visible to politicians and the bureaucracy. Because starting in 1988, Ukraine finally caught up with Gorbachev's reforms and found itself in two parallel crises: political, which was triggered by the introduction of electoral politics, and economic, which was triggered by liberalization of economic relations without proper adjustment of regulatory mechanisms. And in Ukraine, the combination of these two crises led to the crisis of the Communist Party of Ukraine. These crises undermined its integrity and the cohesion between the Central Committee of the Communist Party of Ukraine, which was in Kiev, and regional party committees, the so-called obkomy. And the Communist Party of Ukraine, as you know, was the backbone of the Soviet system, fully integrated with the centrally planned economy. As the crisis unveiled, the responsibility of the party for the economy and fulfillment of Moscow's various instructions and orders did not change, and that was the raison d'être of the Communist Party of Ukraine. However, at the same time, the incentives of the Ukrainian central and regional party committees to enforce the fulfillment of central plans did. The growing administrative impotence of the central ministries in Moscow in regulating economic relations between enterprises in combination with the newly introduced electoral politics, so into local party committees and local Soviets, motivated regional authorities, both the party and Soviet, to prioritize local needs over Moscow's orders. Sorry. So in practical terms, prioritization of local needs meant channeling by formal and informal methods resources that were available in the regions to solve local socioeconomic problems such as unemployment, inflation, supplies of food and consumer goods, housing problems, lack of hard surface roads or water supply. In administrative terms, this meant growth of regionalism, or so-called мясництво, or localism, to use the Soviet vernacular. Regionalism essentially meant growth of independence of regions in their management of socioeconomic issues. However, to be able to address local needs, regions hoped to obtain support of the Ukrainian Republican leadership. In particular, they wanted the Ukrainian Republican leadership to lobby for financial and material resources and for formal decision-making powers for them in Moscow. One particular issue that the regions expected Kiev to resolve in Moscow was lack of regulations of the economic reforms. Perabudova liberated enterprises from their social obligations, and obkoms, who remained responsible for the situation in the regions, had difficulties forcing enterprises to continue helping the party committees with the social agenda. But at the same time, the regions began asking the Ukrainian leadership for decentralization of economic administration down to the level of regions. Similar reform was held in 1957, the map of which I've shown to you. That was the so-called Radnarhosp reform. The Ukrainian leadership knew that the regions resented centralization and Soviet dictatorial methods of administration. Indeed, after the March 1991 referendum, the Ukrainian leadership promised to the region that it would not replace the quote-unquote diktat of Moscow with quote-unquote the diktat of Kiev. However, in 1991, the Ukrainian leadership had no interest in empowering regional authorities. It concentrated its attention and lobbying efforts on the reorganization of the Soviet Federation in hope that in the new Union Treaty, Moscow would decentralize economic administration and empower the Ukrainian government. But in 1991, the decay of the Soviet system and economy continued, while the central leadership in Moscow failed to offer a meaningful new Union Treaty that would increase the powers of the republics. The pressure of the regional authorities increased. The pressure on the Ukrainian Republican leadership to assert Ukraine's sovereignty after the 1991 August coup against Gorbachev also increased. So by autumn of 1991, the regions entered a phase of open confrontation with the Ukrainian leadership, which gave boost to regionalism. The boost came not so much from the decaying power of Moscow, but from the growing share of barter economy. Barter economy placed the Ukrainian regions as a group in a financially strong position vis-à-vis the Ukrainian leadership because they had physical access to material resources manufactured in their oblasti. And combined with absence of meaningful control over the economy by the Ukrainian government, the latter found itself quite literally dependent on the regions for supplies of, for example, grain and foreign currency to the Ukrainian Republican Reserve Fund and Ukraine's foreign currency reserves. The de facto dependence of the Ukrainian government on the regions for power and authority did not sit well with Kiev, not least because it had revealed the real balance of power between the regions and the Ukrainian leadership. At the meeting with the chairman of the Oblvykonkome, on 9th of September, the Ukrainian Prime Minister Witold Fokin demanded that regional authorities resorted to unpopular methods, including expropriations, to collect the necessary supplies of food for the Republican Fund. The chairman of the Verkhovna Rada, Kravchuk, admitted that the Ukrainian government was worth nothing without grain at its disposal and pleaded with the chairman of oblvykonkoma to explain to food producers in their oblast that if the government did not receive grain, Ukraine risked a social unrest. Regional leaders, regional authorities, both in the Verkhovna Rada and at the government meetings, explained that they were unable to expropriate grain, nor were they willing to expropriate the produce from those on whom they depended for political careers, since local producers could alleviate shortages of food and consumer goods and provide jobs to voters, and for personal well-being by increasing illegal or informal income of local office holders. If the government wanted grain, they explained, it should pay a fair price and provide industrial goods such as fuel, food, machinery, and spare parts to agricultural producers, because so far the latter had been relying on local industrial producers in direct exchange with non-local industrial producers to procure the necessary supplies, barter. Kolhosp and radhosp needed adequate economic response from the Ukrainian government, not threat or political slogans. And this exchange, when the Ukrainian government demanded that the regions supply to the government and the regions explained that they needed something in return, namely goods and regulations, continued after Ukraine declared independence. At the end of 1991, the regions, through the Verkhovna Rada, clearly stated that they needed a strong government that would regulate the economy and not dictate who should produce what in what volumes. The regions needed a government that would enable them to address regional socioeconomic problems and to restore regional economies. And based on the experience of Gorbachev's Perebudova, they've concluded that the consolidation of the Ukrainian state should proceed bottom-up by addressing regional needs first. At the end of 1991, the regions were convincing the government to include them in policymaking and decentralize policy implementation. Essentially, the regions argued that any policies had to be devised in consensus with the regions. And this request was repeatedly made through the years of Kravchuk's presidency. But Kravchuk and his prime ministers, Witold Fokin, whom you see to your left, and Leonid Kuchma and Yuhem Zvihilsky, they refused to include regions in policymaking. Throughout the first half of the 1990s, they repeatedly tried to rule Ukraine by decree or through the so-called diktat, or we can say by Soviet authoritarian method. The choice to impose the Russian authoritarian model on Ukraine was wrong, is not detrimental to state-building efforts in the 1990s. Attempts at authoritarianism brought Ukraine to its first existential crisis in 1994. One major impediment to the government's efforts to rule by decree or by diktat was the simple fact that the Ukrainian executive branch did not have a ready system of implementation of laws and regulations. There were no mechanisms to verify whether the regulations were implemented and whether they were implemented correctly. The early Ukrainian system was characterized by low formalization of the relations between the government and the regions. Thus, the government and its agencies were free to ignore the obligations to the regions. Local authorities, in their return, faced no punishment for failing to implement the laws and instructions issued by the Ukrainian government or the Verkhovna Rada. Irresponsibility was ubiquitous. In 1990, it was estimated that only 10% of all laws were enforced in Ukraine, and the share did not increase by much by 1994. In January 1992, the government faced the problem of enforcing the executive vertical, and the approach to this problem was the same as to the economic problems. That is, instead of setting systemic mechanisms, the executive branch suggested a presidential vertical and expansion of presidential powers. The idea was very much in line with the Soviet tradition of personalized networks. It resonated with the majority in the Verkhovna Rada, which was the old communist guard. On 5th of March 1992, the Verkhovna Rada passed the law called under the title On the Representative of the President of Ukraine, which formalized president's dominance of local government. By autumn 1992, the executive branch was not consolidated. A functional mechanism for the implementation of legislative acts, decrees, regulations, or instructions issued by either the Verkhovna Rada or the government still did not exist. President's representatives to the oblasti accumulated unprecedented powers, but they ignored their direct responsibility of implementing new policies promoted by the president. The most spectacular failure of the executive vertical in 1992 was the failure to halt privatization. The regions were free to pick and choose which Kiev's policies and decisions to implement, with no repercussion, but this generated chaos and dysfunction of the economy. The dominance of the barter economy, in combination with absence of workable mechanisms for enforcement of laws and regulations, motivated the regions to repeat their request that the government should replace administrative control over the economy with a taxation system and mechanisms that would induce banks to invest in production. Still, President Kravchuk, with his background of the party secretary for ideology and the entire state apparatus, remained devoted to the Soviet diktat. It is remarkable, sorry, I need to go back to previous slide, sorry. It is remarkable that as Prime Minister, Leonid Kuchma, in June 1993, admitted the executive power did not extend beyond the doors of the government's building. Yet neither him nor the president were willing to seek consensus with the regions. In the meantime, the economy continued its free fall. In 1993, hyperinflation exceeded 10,000%, a massive increase from 250% in autumn 1991. By mid-1993, it was clear that the Ukrainian government was the main cause of the increasingly loud voices that insisted that Kiev delegated decision-making to the regions and argued that the Ukrainian government was the main contributor to growing separatism in the periphery. By September 1993, Kuchma had to resign. In his farewell speech, he recognized that there was no strong centralized power in Ukraine and that the power lied with the regions. At the Verkhovna Rada session on 21st of September 1993, the deputies summarized Kuchma's premiership and emphasized yet again the need for decentralization. President Kravchuk supported the idea, but in vague terms and with little enthusiasm, making no commitment to materializing it. Kravchuk did not understand how the Ukrainian government could control the regions other than by command administrative methods. And while Kravchuk searched for an acceptable mechanism to control the regions, his new prime minister, Yuhem Zvihirsky, introduced even more regulations and prepared to rebuild the command economy. Zvihirsky premiership brought the Ukrainian economy to practically a collapse. By 1994, almost half the economy was in the shadow, and the economic crisis threatened the survival of the young Ukrainian state. Regionalism reached its highest point since the Ukrainian Revolution of 1917-1920. The recognition of the inadequacy of the command administrative model of governance in Ukraine happened during the presidential elections in 1994, when two main contenders, Kravchuk and Kuchma, faced the need to obtain support of the regional authorities to win elections. Ironically, both ran on the platform that included greater autonomy for the regions. Both had to admit that for all the previous efforts to rule by diktat, at the end of the day, the Ukrainian government and the president had to rely on the goodwill of the regions to cooperate and fulfill Kiev's orders. After Kuchma became the president, he made some efforts to align interests of the regions with central policies. However, he overdid himself, and instead of consolidating the state and the centralized power in Ukraine, he consolidated the oligarchic system. In this system, regional clans competed for control over the state. So, to conclude, in Ukraine, regionalism was not a result of the collapse of the Soviet system. Regionalism was an institutionalized element of the system. In the Soviet Ukraine, the Ukrainian Republican leadership never held dictatorial powers over the Ukrainian regions. Moscow had such powers. Therefore, in the 1990s, to prevent regionalism from destructing the state, it had to be accounted for through the decentralization reform. However, the new executive branch interpreted regionalism as a result of the collapse of the Soviet system. And for the collapse of the Soviet system, they blamed Gorbachev personally and his reforms. And persistent efforts by the President Kravchuk and his prime ministers to rule by decree illustrate this misunderstanding of the fall of the Soviet Union, as well as of the Ukrainian regionalism, quite clearly. The new executive branch viewed regionalism as a destructive factor that threatened the unitary structure of the state, and once labeled as a threat, regionalism became politicized. And the growth of the oligarchic system, of course, didn't help. But Ukraine returned to the problem of integrating regionalism into the system, or rather accounting for regionalism in state building in 2014. When under pressure of the Russian invasion, Ukraine was forced to implement the decentralization reform, efforts at which, by the way, had been made now and then since 1990s. But this reform was also implemented after the realization that the regions played a crucial role in resisting against the Russian invasion in 2014. As the subsequent developments had shown, the reform did not undermine the unitary structure of the Ukrainian state. It hasn't yet led to consolidation of the Ukrainian statehood either, but this, I would argue, is because the idea that regionalism could consolidate the Ukrainian state was not fully contemplated and was not reflected in the aims of the decentralization reform. So from my point of view, even today, regionalism is viewed as a factor that undermines Ukraine's state integrity. And this, to my opinion, is just a continued misunderstanding of what regionalism means for Ukraine and the unwillingness of the Ukrainian executive branch to deviate from the old Soviet model of centralized state building. Thank you, and I look forward to your comments and questions.
Thank you so much, Dr. Kibita. And we're moving on to our next panelist, Greta Uehling. Greta Uehling is a cultural anthropologist who studies war, conflict, and population displacement with a particular focus on the subjective experience of civilians. A professor at the University of Michigan, she currently teaches seminars for the program in International and Comparative Studies at the University of Michigan in Ann Arbor. Her latest book, Decolonizing Ukraine, published in 2025, demonstrates that Crimea and the political, historical, and epistemic marginalization of Crimean Tatars are indispensable to understanding Russian aggression and the war against Ukraine. Her previous book, Everyday War, rethinks civilian participation in contemporary conflict and received Harvard University's Davis Book Prize. She is also the author of Beyond Memory, The Crimean Tatars' Deportation and Return. So please welcome Dr. Uehling.
Thank you.
Do we have slides? Okay. That's a PDF.
Great. Thank you so much for the kind invitation to be here today. I'm really looking forward to your comments and our conversations. I think that the 1990s in Ukraine are often remembered as a period of institutional reorganization, fragility, and economic chaos. But they were also something more. They were a political carbon sink, absorbing unresolved questions of indigeneity and historical justice towards Crimean Tatars. At the same time, they were marked by what we might call colonial aphasia, a difficulty to actually even articulate these very questions. So for 2 decades after independence, Ukraine abstained from the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People, excluded quite deliberately the Crimean Tatars from its ongoing processes of land reform, and orchestrated their marginalization in informal settlements far from employment and social services. These patterns persisted despite repeated concerns raised by the UN Committee on the Elimination of Racial Discrimination and the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe. In other words, independence did not resolve foundational political questions, but stored them while also limiting the very language through which these issues could be articulated. And yet, beginning in 2015, Ukraine, of course, embarks on this remarkable and quite ambitious transformation, formally recognizing Crimean Tatars and incorporating indigenous rights into its framework of democratic governance. So what I want to do is I want to explore this reluctance, trace the arc to recognition, and I think a really interesting question in this regard is this a genuine decolonial reckoning or merely a strategic realignment shaped by war with Ukraine? So I think it's interesting to look at both key moments of rupture and also remarkable continuities. So starting with reluctance, so the Crimean Tatars, we can recall, were accused of disloyalty, both during the Crimean War and notably World War II, and it was the hypertrophied charges of collaboration that led to their exile in 1944. The late Soviet period, they are rehabilitated and they begin repatriating to what has become, in their absence, independent Ukraine. However, when Ukraine gained its independence, of course, it retained the Soviet institutions, infrastructures, and habits of mind that constrained the country with regard to its relations with Crimean Tatars. I think Ukraine lacked both the legal and the epistemic tools to undo that foundation. So I worked in Crimea in the 1990s, going there the first time in 1995. That is, in fact, one of the places where I lived on the left. I lived there from 1997 to 1998 and experienced life in these self-built, extra-legal squatters' settlements that they constructed upon their return. So in addition to being excluded from the processes of land reform, Crimean Tatars during the 1990s experienced discrimination with regard to employment, were exposed to a great deal of hate speech. Their monuments and gravestones were desecrated, and they inhabited a quite Russified landscape that had been completely cleansed of most of the traces of their culture. Inadequate political representation in Crimean governance meant that course correction was incredibly complicated. Of course, it was attempted. So Ukraine's early independence reenacted rather than recalibrating the Soviet attitude towards Crimean Tatars. And this fits so uncomfortably within Ukraine's current national narrative that, I think it perhaps is the framing of Ukraine as a victim of Russian domination today that prevents more closely examining the 1990s, right? I think that there's a blockage precisely because of the Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine. I think a concept that's really useful for understanding Ukraine's 1990s hesitation is colonial aphasia. It's this idea that refers to a condition in which a society struggles to process their imperial inheritance, characterized by this occlusion of knowledge. There's big discursive gaps. And of course, all of this leads to the compartmentalization of history. So for example, in the 1990s, Crimean Tatars were continually reminded of their supposed Nazi sympathies, not the multiple legal orders that had cleared their name. And I think aphasia is an apt term because it points to these disassociations. I was routinely pulled aside, and people routinely whispered, if I didn't I know about, their collaboration. Okay, so the knowledge exists or existed, but it remained at this time quite unarticulated. And there were really too many inconvenient truths, such as Crimea's demographic composition having been so radically restructured. Prior to the Russian imperial annexation of Crimea in 1783, Crimean Tatars made up the overwhelming proportion of the population. Their language served as the lingua franca. At the time, the Slavic presence in the region, Russians and Ukrainians, was minimal, we could say negligible. And these relative proportions changed as a result of Russian, Soviet, and eventually independent Ukrainian policies. In the 1990s, while some parts of the Crimean population welcomed the Crimean Tatars' return, those who had been moved in to take their places after deportation were quite hostile. So to use Alexander Etkin's term, the Crimean Tatars were sort of uncanny, right? They had been exiled and yet mysteriously returned. Who were these people? They weren't supposed to come back. They were supposed to dissolve into the Central Asian population, and yet there they were, knocking on the door. Colonial aphasia has material manifestations. So I want to tell you about an early returnee. Okay, so these are early land reclamations. I want to tell you about an early returnee, Asan, returned with a very modest and entirely reasonable expectation. Having sold his home in Uzbekistan, cash in hand, he wanted to purchase a home, register his family's presence, and rebuild his life in the historic homeland. And to be very, very clear, Crimean Tatars did not expect their previous homes to be given to them, What they wanted was to purchase them back, right? Just to be absolutely clear about that. But that right was denied to them. So the practices that they adopted were often described as illegal land seizures, samozachwat, to build on these old tropes of the Crimean Tatars as the raiders and pillagers of the steppe. And all of this was as if it was the Crimean Tatars who did not belong when the Slavic population was occupying land that had been unlawfully usurped from them without reparation. So at this time, Crimean Tatars were both hyper visible as these racialized others. They were often called black, chorny, and invisible as rights-bearing citizens participating in all of the aspects of civic life in independent Ukraine. So these illegal seizures, I think, really inverted the logic, exposing the true act of capture had been states. So when the police arrived to evict Hassan and his companions, they formed a semicircle, doused themselves with gasoline, threatened to light a match, and told the police that if they didn't retreat, they would all blow up together. And naturally, the police retreated. I think self-immolation was a very sophisticated repertoire of contention against the contemporary authorities. It was a warning that what had been sequestered, kind of like carbon, could no longer be paved over, and the system's human carbon sinks might refuse their role. Just provide a few metrics on this. At the end of the 90s, the OSCE noted that of the 300 squatter settlements, many of them ringing cities, not in the city's core, of course, 90% were without paved roads, 70% without running water, 25% without electricity. So if today the peninsula is a giant military base, in the 1990s, it was an enormous, seemingly unending construction site because of the economic chaos and price fluctuations. It was actually very difficult and complicated to construct a home. And that remained unchanged for the duration of Ukrainian jurisdiction. According to the UN's Committee on the Elimination of All Forms of Racial Discrimination, they noted that there hasn't been restitution or compensation. The figures on the slide are 2.5 times the size of Manhattan. That's the amount of property that was usurped without any form of reparation, and I'll come back to this at the end. So to extend my carbon metaphor, I understand we are going to hear about oxygen deficiency a little bit later on. So I wanted to riff on that with carbon. We might think of the Crimean Tatars as a social and political carbon sink that has absorbed the violence, displacement, and imperial ambitions of successive regimes. Carbon sinks are, of course, sites of storage, continuity, holding history in the sediment, and biomass. And like a carbon sink, the Crimean Tatars hold this layered historical memory. The Crimean Khanate existed for 300 years, imperial conquest, deportation and exile. And I think their collective memory really stores what dominant state narratives often ignore. So they function as this living archive, stabilizing historical truth against colonial aphasia. Carbon sinks are typically undervalued until crisis reveals their importance. And here we come to Ukraine 2014, because it took a moment of geopolitical rupture to expose how central they were to the legitimacy of Ukraine's claim to Crimea. If state sovereignty provides the legal justification, Crimean Tatars provide a moral anchor for Crimea's return to Ukrainian jurisdiction. Now, while there's growing attention to Crimean Tatar perspectives today, their incorporation into scholarship remains incomplete. At times, this work inadvertently ventriloquizes Russian historiography. For example, framing the 1983 imperial annexation of Crimea as removal of the Crimean Tatar threat, or, for example, treating the 1944 deportation in a cursory way. Another example would be historians note the absurdity of painting all Ukrainians with a nation-state-sized brushstroke as Nazis without necessarily extending that observation to the Crimean Tatars who had seen that movie in 1944. Parallel experiences on the same territory in separate silos, compartmentalization of history, treating these things as diametrically separate when in fact they're quite linked. So my book is working against this compartmentalization, and the cover is offering sort of a condensed visual heuristic for the book's claim as a whole. I talk about this arc from reluctance to recognition in terms of embracing a more civic conception of identity, of grieving past losses together, both Crimean Tatars and other Ukrainians. And the artwork draws on Orniak, which is, of course, shared across Crimean Tatar, Ukrainian, and visual traditions. You can see the Crimean outline in the upper right-hand corner, anchoring the book geographically. And I think most revealing is the element that, when I talk to people, has a tendency to register last, if at all, which is the yellow T in the middle. A lot of people don't see it until I point it out. So the cover really stages a visual argument that mirrors my book's claims that Crimean Tatars are always present within narratives, but it's typically belatedly or obliquely or partly erased. And so I'm trying to show how this historically disadvantaged group that had been marginalized survived, and has begun succeeding in transforming how they view themselves, how they're viewed by others, and gaining a more meaningful place of social inclusion and political power. I think that something that's very crucial about the 1990s for Crimean Tatars is very important to this arc from reluctance to recognition, is that especially for those Ukrainians that were educated in the Ukrainian educational system throughout the 90s, they have come to bracket victimhood. And this has paved the way to claiming very anti-colonial, resistant political subjectivities. So for this younger generation raised in Crimea, they are increasingly adamant that the 1944 exile, while significant, should never be allowed to become the single story about Crimean Tatars. Like, it's important, but let's leave it to the side because here we are today. So I'm trying to intervene in the literature here on Eastern Europe to show how, as a country, Ukraine is quite remarkably simultaneously disentangling itself from Russian domination and quite actively rethinking its treatment of racialized others, most notably the Crimean Tatars. And of course, Crimean Tatars are quite central to this process, having risen to very politically important positions of authority. So really, this recognition is kind of emerging at a dialogic interface between Crimean Tatars themselves and the leadership of Ukraine. And I can say more of that. So to see what's so distinctive about Ukraine it's useful to place it alongside other decolonizing states with significant indigenous populations. Unlike Canada, Australia, and New Zealand, Ukraine's 2021 recognition of its indigenous people does not rest on a succession of treaties, right? That didn't happen in the 90s. It didn't happen in the early 2000s. Rather, it emerged from this anti-neo-imperial struggle. And so this is a completely different trajectory from countries where indigenous recognition has unfolded over many, many decades. In Ukraine's new law, the state is formally recognizing indigenous people, grounding that recognition in historical rootedness, distinctive language and culture, absence of kin state elsewhere, and also acknowledging the representative authority of the Majlis of the Crimean Tatar people, which Russia, of course, has banned in the occupied territory of Crimea. So whereas Russia continues to insist that Crimean Tatars are a minority, like all the others, and should have access to rights and resources solely on the basis of their very low percentage of the population, the Ukrainian government has put more capacious protections in place. And this is enormously significant because that Crimean Tatar percentage, going back to the graph that charts the reversal in the proportion of population, is really a product of policy decisions. However, the 2021 law does suspend the question of restitution and reparation. It effectively displaces the material consequences of dispossession into an indefinite future, much like a system that acknowledges carbon emissions without committing to their elimination. So although the 2021 law is not a mechanism for redistributive justice, because obviously Crimea is under Russian occupation and it would be far too sensitive to accomplish it this time. So I think that Ukraine's that's not to go. Yes, so I think that Ukraine's late entry into the field of indigenous rights may paradoxically offer it greater conceptual flexibility. Lawmakers have imaginatively linked indigenous recognition of indigenous recognition to anti-imperial constitutional forms. And so as of today, I think Ukraine really represents the most open, if unproven experiment. And I think a thought experiment here is like, would history be unfolding right now differently if Ukrainian authorities had Ukrainianized the peninsula in the 1990s? Like, that's a very interesting question. While they had this opportunity, what would we have right now? And I think, the answer is really a qualified yes. Had Ukraine provided justice for Crimean Tatars and supported Ukrainian culture more robustly in Crimea at the time, the peninsula would have been less overwhelmingly pro-Russian. It would be more institutionally tied to Kiev, and it would also be more legible internationally as part of Ukraine. We'd be having very different conversations at the international level had Ukraine taken that opportunity when it had it. But of course, this would not have been sufficient to repel Russian military aggression, right? The Crimean Peninsula would likely still be occupied at this moment. So it would simply have been more visibly contested and less easily framed also as like an expression of local will or a historical inevitability. We've all heard those arguments. So to conclude, I think what the 1990s reveal is not just a missed opportunity, but a very specific kind of deferral. Ukraine didn't resolve foundational political questions. It stored them, and through a condition of colonial aphasia, limited the language through which those questions could even be articulated. The occupation of Crimea by Russian Federation marked a rupture in this. And in its aftermath, Ukraine has really become unusual, perhaps even singular, in situating indigenous rights within a broader anti-imperial struggle. So at the outset, I posed this question of whether Ukraine's trajectory from reluctance to recognition represents a genuine decolonial reckoning or a strategic realignment. And I've come to the realization that these aren't mutually exclusive. It's both. These processes are reinforcing, and a more inclusive civic identity that has emerged in Ukraine alongside a state strategy that positions indigenous status as integral to resisting Russian neo-imperial claims. So I will stop there and look forward to your questions.
Thank you so much. We will now open the floor to the Q&A session. And for our audiences online, the chat box for questions is also open. So please post them and I will read them out loud here. Does anyone have any questions in the audience?
It's a wonderful beginning of our conference. On the subject of Crimea, to a great degree, I felt the talk was based on being on the grounds in Crimea, and that the discussion therefore dealt with the specific regional relations as well as the policies of the government from Kyiv. But if you were going to look more broadly on the 1990s into Ukrainian society or specific groups of it and their attitudes, and I think of someone like Rihorenko and the significance that he played for the Ukrainian dissident movement, or the fact that many Western Ukrainians had been also deported. To what degree, therefore, was commonality seen? And even in historical fiction, Khmelnytsky's soulmate being Tuhai Bey, the Falcon. And maybe specifically, if you looked at Rory Finnan's work and placed it in context with ours, with this discussion, how would you see that there are interstices of this and affected to a degree attitudes on Crimean Tatars?
Yeah, thanks for the question. I'm familiar with that work, and I agree that there is, literary, poetic, artistic intertextuality between Ukrainians and Crimean Tatars throughout this period. The Crimean Tatar national movement, of course, influenced all the dissident movements across the Soviet Union with their tactics and methods. I would probably point you to the Bogardus scale, which is sociological research taking place across Ukraine at regular intervals that has charted how Ukrainian, and these are, statistically significant surveys, Ukrainian attitudes towards Crimean Tatars in terms of social proximity, like, would you be willing to have one as a friend? A neighbor, a member of your family, have been quite slow to change. So I think that it's important to keep that in view, like what might be happening discursively and what happens on the ground. And I guess the other point I would make is that Crimean society in the 1990s was far from a monolith, right? There were many people that, especially those who had family members that had lived in Crimea prior to the deportation, were extremely empathetic towards the Crimean Tatars' return, right? And so I tried to mention that there are people who were both empathic, and there were people that were less empathic.
Thanks for this great panel. I have two questions for Dr. Budjeryn. The first, please remind me, did Ukraine dismantle and destroy its nuclear weapons, or did they dismantle them and hand them over to Russia?
Yes, so both, right? When we say nuclear weapons, we mean actually two things. We mean nuclear warheads, but also the delivery vehicles, such as missiles and bombers that, bring them to target. So in terms of nuclear warheads, those were taken off the missiles, put first in central storage facilities, and then moved in a special sort of rail car echelons to Russia for dismantlement, with the rationale there being they were manufactured at these sort of secret bomb facilities in Russia. Ukraine did not have nuclear weapons manufacturing facilities, and so that they had to be dismantled by the people who build them because there's special procedures involved in that. There were some Ukrainians at the time, in particular Yuri Kostenko, one of the leaders of Ruch, who argued forcefully that those weapons the actual warheads would have to be dismantled on Ukraine's territory. That would involve, foreign partners, most likely, handing over to Ukraine $2 billion to build such a facility. And that, of course, did not get much traction. So the warheads were removed to Russia for dismantlement, uniquely between states, right? Because when we have arms control treaties, some of them come with a robust verification regime where you have parties coming to each other's sites to actually ensure that these weapons have been dismantled, that they're not kind of stashed away and stored in places that could be redeployed. So that exists for delivery vehicles, for bombers and missiles. That there's no international practice, not even between the Soviets/Russia and the United States, for warhead dismantlement, because that's considered to be such a super top secret kind of part of this nuclear enterprise. Uniquely, between Ukraine and Russia, on Ukraine's insistence, there was such a verification regime for warhead dismantlement, because Ukrainians insisted, saying, you take these warheads to Russia, we have no clue what you're doing with them. You can just turn them around and use them against us, right? So there was a certain verification regime that lasted, and that was only possible because Ukraine had the requisite number of people with former Soviet clearances in the nuclear project that could go and inspect these sites, right? So they kind of grandfathers these clearances. Again, that points to the fact that Ukraine was not sort of a mere colony in that respect, but was, part and parcel of this kind of Soviet strategic nuclear project. For the delivery vehicles, yes, those were dismantled in situ, mostly with U.S. technical assistance. So there's this non-Luger project or a program that appropriated money from U.S. defense budget to help not just Ukraine, but all the former Soviet states kind of carry out their arms control obligations, make sure that it's done securely. And of course, it turned out that disarmament, just like armament, costs money, right? So you need money to build something, you need money to break it down, kind of defuel missiles, cut up brand new aircraft like Tu-160s. Part of them were cut up, part of them were sold back to Russia, or at least exchanged for energy debt forgiveness. And there's a good chance that these very aircraft are now turned against Ukraine.
Thanks. And my second question is two parts. First, how many countries currently have nuclear weapons in the world?
9.
Okay, so vibing off of the collapse of the economy that Dr. Kibita mentioned earlier, and besides the security that comes with having nuclear weapons, in your opinion, is there a direct correlation between a country having nuclear weapons and its economic development?
No. So that used to be the belief that only, industrially developed, kind of wealthy countries are capable of mastering sort of this technology and delivering a nuclear arsenal. I mean, if you consider the Soviet Union back in the 40s and in the post-war area and in, a wealthy country, which it wasn't, but it was a fairly industrialized country, right, that could kind of marshal the resources for the project, much of it accomplished with slave labor from the camps, right, in these kind of closed cities. But, then France followed, the United Kingdom followed as nuclear states in the 50s. And then suddenly in 1964, China test a nuclear weapon. Now, China in 1964 was not China today. It was very much kind of developing country. And there was suddenly a realization that you didn't need to have, kind of this wealth and industrial capacity, or certain industrial sort of gravitas to be able to master nuclear weapons. And subsequent experiences proved that some of the most capable and wealthy countries have abstained from nuclear acquisition. I mean, think of Germany, right? Sweden considered a nuclear program in the 60s and 70s, and then relinquished that. But then you have India and Pakistan. Again, India perhaps a little bit more advanced, but Pakistan not. And then the last country to be added to the list was North Korea, that starved its own people to produce nuclear weapons, as a result of sanctions imposed on it, but also as a result of its own internal economic situation. So there isn't a direct correlation, but there is an economic cost to be paid for embarking on this journey, especially after the treaty on the non-proliferation of nuclear weapons became such a major sort of part of this international kind of institutional infrastructure. Right now, it's comprises 191 members, so it's one of the more comprehensive arms control treaties in the world. And that means if you go against this, this non-proliferation expectation, there will be consequences, and those were sort of, and some of them will be political, and some of them will be economic. Sanctions would be imposed, and so forth. And that is something Ukraine did have to consider in deliberating its nuclear choices in the 90s. Not to mention that, as we heard from Dr. Kibita, Ukraine's economic situation was really quite dire in the early 1990s. But there were strategies to sort of kick that can down the road, to bite for time, to sort of preserve an option, and then perhaps reactivate it down the road when the economic situation was better.
Thank you for very interesting and thought-provoking presentations. I have a question for Dr. Budjeryn, which is, if Ukrainian government chose to, are there all necessary things, the expertise, the hardware, whatever is needed to develop an independent Ukrainian nuclear program? And I have a question for Dr. Uehling.
Let me just be quick. Do you mean today?
Yes.
No, the Ukrainian government or Ukraine does not have all the necessary elements. It has quite a bit, but it actually has quite a bit less today than it did in the immediate aftermath of the Soviet collapse, because there were legacy industries, legacy expertise that were inherited from the Soviet Union. And, there's kind of atrophy of knowledge and institutions over the years, as much as there could be institutional growth and learning, right? So in Ukraine, much of that expertise shifted towards civilian applications, in particular nuclear energy, whereas kind of the weapons expertise, I mean, Ukraine has a substantial one, but in a different, it has built it in a different part of kind of the defense capacities. Now it's leading in drones and on uncrewed systems. But it would take, let me just say, it would take a greater effort for Ukraine today to recreate or, build a nuclear weapon that it would have back in the early 1990s.
Thank you. And the question for Dr. Uehling. Talking about the identity of Kirimli, what role, how important is language, religion, in how the present-day Kirimli see themselves as an identity, as a culture, and what is the situation with their language? Is it on the rise? Are they predominantly Russian-speaking? And how is that relating to the Ukrainian situation, where language is becoming a central component of Ukrainian civic identity, not ethno-cultural, but civic identity?
Thanks for the question. Language and religion are, of course, central to their cultural resilience and survival. In the government-controlled parts of Ukraine, Crimean Tatars speak primarily Ukrainian. So in other words, if they grew up in Russian-speaking Crimea, they have transitioned into Ukrainian, and it's a very important part of their identity, of their political allegiance with Ukraine. And those in occupied Crimea, of course, continue to speak primarily Russian. Crimean Tatar language is on the rise, and the 2021 law that I mentioned has provisions. They have a right to instruction in their native language, in Crimean Tatar, for example, media outlets in their language, and all of these provisions will be very crucial to strengthening Crimean Tatar from, among UNESCO's endangered languages, endangered to disappear entirely because there's so few native speakers, to being much stronger. And of course, around the time of Jamala's Eurovision victory, there were also Ukrainians that started learning Crimean Tatar. So the Taras Shevchenko National University has a program for learning Crimean Tatar language and culture, and it's comprised primarily of Ukrainian students, right, who want to learn Crimean Tatar language. So I think that the language is strengthening, and with regard to religion, of course, it's central to the Crimean Tatars' identity. And there's also there's a lot more space given to those holidays and commemorations in government-controlled Ukraine. So thanks for the question.
I also have a question to Dr. Budjeryn. I'm just wondering about the Budapest Memorandum, since now it's quite a common understanding of it as it was not a security guarantee, but it was more like an assurance of respect, to respect Ukraine's sovereignty. But I'm just wondering if it was reframed over time, because it doesn't seem like it makes any sense why Ukraine did get the assurances to be respected as an independent country only by 3 countries, only one of which is a neighboring country. So if it was supposed to be assured that it would be respected, then maybe it was it would make more sense to get these assurances at least by all the neighbors, or at least by all the nuclear countries, not just 3 of them. So was it reframed over time, that it was framed to be as a security guarantee back in 1994, and then reframed as it was the assurance of something, or it was just misunderstood by all the sides? So how would you reflect on that?
Yeah, that's a complicated story, but to be trying to be precise about or concise about it, rather, Ukrainian diplomats and interlocutors with vis-a-vis the United States and Russia let me start by saying that the Budapest Memorandum was only a part of the nuclear deal and the settlement that Ukraine negotiated. There was a financial compensation for the fissile material for highly enriched uranium, plutonium contained in the warheads. There was a technical assistance side, and of course, the security guarantee part of it that Ukraine had sought but didn't quite get. So Ukrainian negotiators wanted to obtain and were instructed by the Verkhovna Rada, right, as far back as April 1992, when the Rada passed a resolution on additional measures to Ukraine's attainment of non-nuclear status, something like that, saying, yes, this is where we're going, but we want a fair deal, and that deal must include гарантії безпеки, security guarantees. And with that instruction, Ukrainian diplomats embarked on negotiations. They soon found that United States in particular was not willing to pledge something that in English would translate as a security guarantee. In American kind of parlance, political parlance, security guarantee is something very specific and includes a military dimension, a mutual defense dimension. The United States at the time, in the early 1990s, was not willing to pledge something like that to a newly independent state that was just yesterday part of the Soviet Union, right? It was a big if the United States would pledge that to countries like Poland and Hungary and Czechoslovakia at the time as part of the NATO enlargement conversation. That was hugely controversial then. You know, in 1994, US kind of announced that it would kind of consider NATO enlargement to Eastern Europe. And there was this whole big debate and backlash. It was, in a way, inconceivable that Ukraine could get that kind of same type of guarantee, and in a legally binding manner, right? So say in a treaty. If you sign an international treaty, you have to go to Congress for consent for ratification. You have to pass that treaty through Congress. Any US president, if he can get his foreign policy goals achieved without having to go to Congress, will opt for that option, because it always costs some political capital to get something passed through Congress. So the United States, certainly under Bush, and then, you know, when the deal was finalized under Clinton, had the requisite sort of levers of influence of Ukraine to convince it to agree to this kind of format. In the American parlance, in American translation, it was security assurances, not security guarantees. In Ukrainian, and incidentally, in Russian translation, which is also one of the governing languages of that document, right, and of the UN language and the Treaty on the Non-Proliferation of Nuclear Weapons, it's a гарантії безпеки, гарантії безопасности. Ukrainian negotiators knew very well it wasn't a trick. They knew what they were not getting as much as what they were getting, but they used this sort of Ukrainian translation, гарантії безпеки, to convince the Ukrainian parliament and, broadly speaking, the Ukrainian publics that, you know, we did get something. And it was a document signed on the highest level, but by heads of state of Ukraine and 3 nuclear states. Why 3? Because those 3 are depository states of the NPT. So, and the memorandum is Memorandum on Security Assurance in connection with Ukraine's accession to the NPT, Non-Proliferation Treaty. So that, and in that case, Ukrainian negotiators also believe that not only is it signed at the highest political level, it is part and parcel of the broader non-proliferation treaty regime, because Ukraine became the only country to join that treaty with such a document in tow, right? Like as an attachment that came together with its instruments of ratification when it handed to depositories. So in a sense, that became part of the broader regime. And subsequently, the breach of the memorandum and commitments under the memorandum, whichever way you want to call them, by Russia, it reflected on the credibility of the regime. So that was kind of the consequences ricocheted a lot broader than the violations of Ukrainian borders. In addition, France and China, which are the other 2 states that are recognized as nuclear states under the NPT, pledged security commitments kind of similar security commitments to Ukraine in kind of separate statements. Now, again, assurance is kind of basically restating commitments undertaken under sort of other international institutions or documents, such as the UN Charter or 1975 Helsinki Final Act of the OSCE, where those commitments are recorded. And these are legally binding documents. I mean, UN Charter is, as far as I checked, is a legally binding commitment. So Budapest Memorandum just kind of copy pasted some of these clauses from other international instruments that were legally binding and kind of attached them to this act of Ukraine's disarmament and accession to the NPT. And in that, I think there was a bit of a missed opportunity after 2014 where but there was a missed opportunity before that, because that could have been a framework for broader defense and military cooperation with the signatories, or those signatories that Ukraine wanted to cooperate, to say, all right, we signed this framework agreement, let's try to operationalize it and fill it with, substance. As you know, Ukraine also deliberated its geopolitical vectors at the time. So certainly, Kuchma did the balancing thing, and then you had Yushchenko that tried to revive cooperation and kind of this Western-facing foreign policy direction. Then you had the Yanukovych years, right? So Ukraine itself was kind of not until 2014 was the course set westwards firmly and irreversibly. But at that point, the Budapest Memorandum kind of sat neglected on the gathering dust for 20 years. And that's not how international agreements work. Like you have to work them every single day in order for them to matter. There isn't a higher adjudicating authority that could enforce them, right? So then after 2014, other signatories, in particular the United States, most disappointingly under President Obama, chose to interpret its obligations in the most minimalistic way possible. So the way I think of the Budapest Memorandum, it was a blank check that the United States wrote out to Ukraine and said, when the situation sort of comes, we'll fill out the blank number, but it's up to us what number we want to put in there. So when the check came due in 2014, the US opted for a very minimal sum, right? And that, I think, in retrospect, a more forceful reaction to the breach of the memorandum 2014 might have served to dissuade Russia to embark on a full-scale invasion 8 years later.
Thank you for a set of super interesting papers. My question is to Dr. Kibita. I understand from your paper that there was pressure from the regions in the early independence years to be included in policymaking, and the Kravchuk administration and the 3 prime ministerships under him all refused that, and that it's been sort of a problem since then. Could you clarify where that pressure was coming from? Was it from the oblast administrations, or is there another level of regional, another infrastructure from which that was coming? And how does that look in principle, the level above the oblasts and between the oblast authorities and the national government?
Thank you. Thank you for your question. The pressure was coming from oblasts, and from what I can tell, there was no level in between. At the time, the structure was quite simple. Oblast and both, so the Soviets and the party, the communists, who gradually kind of transferred into Soviets, and the oblast executive organs. So essentially, ex-communists. The thing is, let's call them politicians, at the regional level, they were very well integrated with very well connected with local businesses, regardless whether this business was connected previously to Moscow or not. So essentially, these clans, regional clans that had been formed in the 50s, they transformed during the perestroika, but the principle that guided this cohesion between this union, let's call it that way, between enterprises and the party, that principle that drove them together, that existed in the Soviet times, it continued to exist during in the 1990s. And the principle was very simple. So during the Soviet period, they were driven towards each other because Moscow demanded that the plans were fulfilled. And Kiev did not control any resources, financial or material. The Moscow ministries did. And after 1988, it's the elections. And so politicians are very much interested in controlling, in remaining in power, and they need to get supplies like of food, consumer goods, or jobs delivered by these enterprises. So they come into essentially the same logic to have this clan, regional clan. And as I mentioned, it is a barter economy that made it very difficult for Kiev to impose its authority. So yeah, it was the regions who very much, to a different degree of intensity, who demanded more autonomy. They essentially, they were saying, look, we control, we have the money, we have resources, you have to give us something if you want us to obey your orders. And that something evolved from supplies from Russia in 1990, 1991 to a taxation system and more regulations in 1993, 1994. So I don't think there was an intermediary level between the oblasts and the national government, if I understood you right.
Yeah, thank you. I was going to follow up with a question, but I think you've answered it, which is what would have been an alternative to the kind of regional business clans that ended up becoming the oligarchic political structure, in a sense, taking over political parties and so on. Was there an alternative to that wasn't pursued? And
that's a billion words question, or whatever the expression is. It's an excellent question. Thank you. The problem is, I don't know. And there was no set solution. So the regions were not offering a solution. They were not offering a template. What they were insisting on is having a dialogue. And this is what Kravchuk and his three prime ministers consistently shut down. And funny enough, in 1994, as soon as Kuchma becomes the president, he creates the so-called Council of Regions or something like that. It didn't live long, but he returns to the dialogue with the regions. Of course, the economic situation was such that it required him to save the economy, and he instinctively turned to the industrial East, and so he supported the industrial East with the policies, and you know the story after that. But to give a short answer to your question is that there was no set template. However, what is very unfortunate is that this dialogue was killed. It never even, there was no attempt. And what is more remarkable is that the regions insisted on that dialogue since 1988. They were saying, we need a new model. We cannot, the Russian way of top down it just doesn't work for us because we control the money and resources. But Kravchuk, I guess, either he didn't want or he didn't know, or God knows what, but and it is what is absolutely shocking is this contrast between what they do and what they repeatedly say in the Verkhovna Rada. They acknowledge that yes, we need to account for the power of the regions. Yes, it is a republic of the regions, and yet they don't act on it. So
Incidentally,
Thank you.
Kuchma was the former director of the Pivdenmash missile factory from Dnipropetrovsk. So
yes, that didn't help either. But he had, of all of them, he had better understanding of the power of the regions. Unfortunately, he couldn't translate it into a new system, which Ukraine still needs, to my opinion.
Hi, I came in late. I apologize. It sounds like a very interesting panel. I just wanted to ask you, since we're talking about Ukraine in the 1990s, it's my understanding that the legislature in the 1990s debated reparations. I was wondering, since we have 4 scholars here dealing with Ukrainian issues, do any of you know the background with that debate about reparations? Where, for example, geographically, where it might have originated in the Ukraine? What was the emphasis in your studies? Have you seen anything regarding that?
Anyone want to take this question? Greta, maybe you.
Which reparations?
Post-war, pre-World War I reparations.
Pre-World War One.
Things like that.
I'm probably not the best person to speak to that.
I suppose all I can say is that because Ukraine did not, the Ukrainian independent state in 1991 did not claim continuity from the pre-war, political entities that existed, sort of even the very short-lived Ukrainian National Republic, Ukrainian People's Republic, and so forth. Similarly, as for instance, Czechoslovakia or Poland claimed continuity to their pre-World War II entities, right? And therefore, possibly, those obligations that state had towards citizens that lived on the territory of that state that were then unlawfully deprived of their property or land and so forth. I mean, we know that Czechoslovakia, or maybe at least Czechia, had a very robust reparations program after sort of in the post-Cold War period. But Ukraine even legally did not claim such continuity. The only ones in the post-Soviet space that did were the Baltic states. So I think, I don't know how, but I think we heard a bit from Professor Uehling that the Crimean Tatar reparations in terms of land possessions so didn't go so well.
Exactly. Not interested. Too sensitive.
Hi, thank you all. A follow-up question for Dr. Kibita. Actually, I am a PhD student in economics, and one of my working papers is about self-governance and informal autonomy of Ukrainians within the Russian Empire. And so as an economics student, I am actually interested, how do you quantify this pressure for decentralization, for autonomy during the Soviet times? Is it mostly descriptive evidence, or you have some quantitative data on that?
Thank you. You mean autonomy of the regions?
Yeah, I mean, in my case, self-governance within Russian Empire, I'm measuring with the number of Ukrainians in administrations, courts, and police in district level. But is there any way to measure in whatever quantitative way this struggle for decentralization, as you mentioned, pressure for autonomy from regions? So is it mostly descriptive evidence like the letters, or just some reports, or there is some systematic data to describe what that looked like, this pressure, this struggle for autonomy during the Soviet times?
Thank you. It's a good question. I did not do quantitative. I did not come across any what you'd call solid data. But during the Soviet times, one way of doing that, I would say, would be to look at the requests for undelivered or delivered goods. Although maybe probably not. I'll have to think about it.
Okay,
If
I
you
understand
give me
that's
now-
a difficult
yeah,
question.
no, it's a very good question. Essentially, what the regions challenged, they did not even challenge, for example, plan targets per se. They did not challenge instructions per se. What they persistently challenged was the ability to have independence in implementing the policies. So that was, well, we might probably count all the requests like similar to this one, right? That ask for such autonomy. We might look at that. But that would be actually in the Moscow's archives. I think.
Understand. Yeah, that's
I
a massive
think.
work.
Mm.
Yeah, I found that there is a lack of Soviet data, systematic data on most of the source of most of the kinds, or most of the data is buried deep in archives. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. It's a good question.
Thank you so much. We have just 1 minute left, and I will use this minute to take one question from the online audience. So this is a question to you, Dr. Uehling. You speak of Ukraine having missed an opportunity in Crimea in the 1990s. Who actually had political and economic control in Crimea in the 1990s? This is a question by Bogdan Vivitsky.
Thank you. What I was trying to say is that the Soviet structures continued and the same people remained in authority in Ukraine. So that whoever was in authority in Crimea prior to 1991, obviously there were elections, obviously there were transitions, things fluctuated quite a bit for a certain period of time. There was a quota of Crimean Tatar representatives in the Crimean local level parliament, but then that was discontinued. And so there was an ebb and flow of who was in power, and that was a big part of why things unfolded as they did. But I think we should also mention that there was a Soviet plan for their repatriation that couldn't be fully executed because of bureaucratic delays and economic upheavals. So that was part of it as well.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much to our wonderful panelists and to our audience today. What a great start of the day. We will currently take a break, right? A 20-minute break, and please come back in 20 minutes for panel number 2.
Welcome to Remaking Ukraine's Religious Landscape in the 1990s. We have 3 different perspectives, beginning with Professor Frank Sysyn, who is director of the Petroyatsk Center for Ukrainian Historical Research at the Canadian Institute of Ukrainian Studies and professor at the University of Alberta. His scholarship spans multiple eras of Ukrainian history, from the early modern Cossack and Khmelnytsky period to modern historiography and the Holodomor. And he is editor-in-chief of the Khrushchevsky Translation Project. And I could spend probably the rest of the panel listing all the initiatives with which Frank is involved and is leading, but I won't, so please.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, okay. I think one should always admit one's plagiarism. And I announced that I would be discussing my own work, so it's not as bad. that were largely written in the 1990s. But then as I went through the volume on religion and nation, where many of these have been published, it was a book I published together with Serhiy, who had just arrived in 1991 from Dnipropetrovsk to Edmonton, and with whom I worked frequently in the 1990s. He indeed founded the program in religious studies, religious culture and cultural studies at the Canadian Institute of Ukrainian Studies. I will perhaps return to that because we start with very different views. Someone who came from the Ukrainian diaspora and a certain attitude towards the religious institutions and struggles, and someone who came from Dnipropetrovsk, where there wasn't at least much of official religion in the early 1990s. I might say in looking these over, I found that he had taken an interview with, I will say, Patriarch Filaret in 1997. I had forgotten that. And the passing of Patriarch Filaret is, of course, a time for us to take into account a long period of Ukrainian religious history, a history that remains contested. But first, I'll start with Putin's trip as only president-elect in April of 2000. He comes to Ukraine, and he chooses to visit two major sites. One was the Black Sea Fleet, and the second was the Kiev Monastery. And I think understanding what we have seen more recently, we can see how significant those visits were. Now, it was a time when Patriarch Alexei II, who had pioneered what was called a unity bell that traveled through Russia, Belarus, and Ukraine, clearly announced that there was one faith, one history, and one culture for those three countries. But I also point out in 2000, there had come a final rejection from Moscow of the Ukrainian Orthodox Church's request for becoming an autonomous church. Now, for those of you not steeped in the intricacies of Orthodox religious divisions, an autonomous church is an official ecclesiastical unit. The Church of Finland, the Church of Japan are autonomous Orthodox churches. So you can have autonomy, but not be an autonomous Orthodox church. And that becomes very important in today's Ukraine. But back in the year 2000, this was the end of a cycle that had been going on, I would say, since the late 1980s, and becomes extremely important in a country in which religious practice was not all that terribly high, especially in its central and southeast regions in the early 1990s. But religion became a major issue in religious institutions. And I think we have to look at that to understand that period. But my own involvement with these affairs goes back to 1983 and earlier than that. But in 1983, Keston College, which published a journal called Religion in Communist Lands, agreed after considerable discussion that it would permit a special issue on Ukraine. By the way, this largely was because of Russophile visions that affected religious communities at this time, that one had to negotiate such things. And although it was possible to write a great deal about the Ukrainian Greek Catholic Church and its underground activities, its worldwide network, that one could say much about it, the issue of Ukrainian Orthodoxy was more complex. And when I was assigned that article to get together. And what was extremely important was that in 1977, Father Vasil Romaniuk, then a prisoner in the Soviet Gulag, wrote a letter to Metropolitan Mstislav Skripnik, leader of the Ukrainian autocephalous Orthodox Church in the West. He wrote, "Your Grace, first of all, I assure you of my devotion and humility. I declare that I consider and have always considered myself a member of the Ukrainian autocephalous Orthodox Church, in spite of the fact that I formerly belonged to a different hierarchy, for it is well known that the Ukrainian Church, Orthodox as well as Catholic, is outlawed in Ukraine. Such are the barbaric ethics of the Bolsheviks." Extremely important in discussing what the potential might be for Ukrainian Orthodoxy, were there to be changes within the Soviet Union. Of course, in 1983, I didn't dream that those changes would be coming so soon and change the entire structure of religion within the Soviet Union, but above all in Ukraine. Now, the Ukrainian Greek Catholic Church, as I have said, was well known. It, after all, had about 500 underground priests in the 1980s who are going to come out of that by 1988 and declare the restoration of their church, as well as a international network that through the Vatican tried to influence Soviet religious policies. It, on the other hand, was viewed extremely negatively, not only by the Russian Orthodox Church and the Soviet government, but in particularly by then Metropolitan Filaret, someone whose views changed, as we know, greatly through a number of periods in life, who had battled above all against that church. And I, in the description, the long description you got from me in the program, point out that in the Soviet Union, 50% of all open Orthodox churches were in Ukraine. But the most startling is that 25% of all open Orthodox, Russian Orthodox churches were in the 4 formerly Uniat oblasts of Western Ukraine. And that points out why, for the Russian Orthodox Church, Gorbachev's opening Pandora's box was going to lead to tremendous losses in the late 1980s and to a crisis within the Russian Orthodox Church. How did that occur? As Gorbachev loosened control of religious institutions, as a symbol of holy naivete, I would say, I don't think he quite realized what this would mean, particularly for Ukraine. That is, that there was no way that the Ukrainian Greek Catholic Church would not assert its existence, and that this would present a great problem for both the Republican government in Ukraine, as well as for the Soviet Union. Indeed, there comes a point in 1988-89, as the church is coming over the underground, that in some ways the Russian Orthodox Church benefited, because local party bosses were opening up churches and handing them to the Russian Orthodox so that Greek Catholic congregations could not move into them. This was a totally changed society. And of course, by 1990, the Communist Party loses the elections in the 3 Galician oblasts. So you even have local leaders of those regions who are now favorable to the Ukrainian Greek Catholic Church. And in 1989, the first parish in the city of Lviv of the Russian Orthodox Church announces that it is going to join the Ukrainian autocephalous Orthodox Church and go under the jurisdiction of Metropolitan Mstislav. For those of you who do not have his genealogy, he was the nephew of Simon Petlura. He was the leader of the church in the United States that built the complex in Bound Brook, which I hope many of you have seen, but a certain Ukrainian necropolis and pantheon, as well as having a church that was a monument to those who died in the Holodomor, and a charismatic figure. He was by then in his early 90s as this returned, but I think to many of us, it was a return of a long cycle that went from January of 1919, when the Ukrainian People's or National Republic declared the need for autocephaly in Ukraine. Now, therefore, it was the point of the high influence of the Ukrainian diaspora on religious affairs of Ukraine, because the vortex of all those affairs were the Western Ukrainian oblasts, where overwhelmingly churches existed, believers existed in very large numbers, but it was going to affect much of the rest of Ukraine. And above all, the Ukrainian autocephalous Orthodox Church beyond the Zbruch was largely an institution in which Ukrainian cultural leaders and intelligentsia joined this church largely out of their intellectual adherence to the 1920s, and among them to Metropolitan Vasil Lipkivsky. So the Ukrainian autocephalous Orthodox Church in cities like Dnipropetrovsk are little islands of Ukrainianness in which the intelligentsia, which may have never walked into a church before that, are suddenly joining the Ukrainian autocephalous church. I might appoint above all that one of the most important of those to us was Yevhen Serhiy, someone much admired by those in the emigration for his leadership, his writings, and his devotion to these causes. And I found myself in June of 1990 in the city of Kyiv, wandering around with a large number of people trying to find out if they would give us any room within the city to hold a council of the church. We did eventually get that place, and found myself sitting next to Serhiy when the Sobor, or congregation, declared that the Ukrainian autocephalous Orthodox Church would pronounce a patriarchate for that church, and that patriarch would be Metropolitan Mstislav. It's a surreal series of feelings, which I think, as we're dealing with the 1990s, many of you have in secular and in other institutions, but it certainly affected the church at that time. I might add that Metropolitan Mstislav immediately applied to Constantinople to look for recognition of that church, and it would be long before Constantinople would move on it. And I could discuss those later. Although Constantinople, always careful and thoughtful of where it is going and coming, did recognize the Moscow Patriarchate's rights within the borders of 1593. And I'm sure you all know what was not in the borders of 1593. And this would come up later, as it's come up most recently since the Tomos. Now, much more is known about the Ukrainian Greek Catholic Church, but I think we should remember in the early 90s, it was a church which had just particular strength of an overwhelming group of people determined to restore it, as well as a very effective emigration. And that Archbishop and Patriarch Josip Slipy came abroad and worked for the Archdiocese of Lviv Metropolitan See, which did not exist in the eyes of the Vatican, and recruited young clergy to promise they'd be going back. One of them, Boris Kudziak, ultimately winds up being very important, not only within church affairs, but for the formation of the Ukrainian Catholic University. But Rome was very hesitant about many of the movements going in the early 1990s because it questioned the ecumenical relations it had with the Russian Orthodox Church, and as well that the Ukrainian Orthodox Church of the diaspora had questioned centralization, Rome's centralization. So even though John Paul II, Pope of Polish background, is favorably disposed to this church, it presents great problems for the Catholic Church. Those problems, the Ukrainian Greek Catholics would move on, and by 1992, they hold a Sobor or Synod in Lviv, in which they are announcing their needs for a patriarchate, trying to restore that church throughout Ukraine, for reasons I can discuss later. The Roman Catholic Church was allowed to operate throughout Ukraine. Initially, the Vatican didn't want the Greek Catholics in points further east, and all of that is questioned. And Metropolitan Patriarch Miroslav Lubachevsky, who has returned from the diaspora, now becomes head of this church. Now, all of this meant by the second half of 1990, the Exarchate of Ukraine of the Russian Orthodox Church has seen at least 1,000 to 1,200 communities either leave it or take over buildings it had hoped to take. At this point, it meant it was in danger of collapsing and had to move quickly. And so suddenly, we find the declaration of the formation of a Ukrainian Orthodox Church given by the Patriarchate of Moscow, and in which the church, which has until then been in most areas of Ukraine a bastion of Russification, does its services in Church Slavonic with Russian pronunciation, and been totally loyal to the Soviets during the referendums of 1990, suddenly getting a gramota from the Russian Patriarchate, giving it samostinist and nezalezhnist. That is, and translate them as well, right to self-organization and independence. But no, they were not given the rights of being an autonomous church even. They really remained fully part of the Russian Orthodox Church. It shows you how secular and religious terminology can be combined. This document is now extremely important in the debates in Ukraine, as you know, in current redactions that have gone on now, but in no way really changing its nature. Back in Kyiv, Leonid Kravchuk, now coming into control as Ukraine goes into independence, does exactly what he does with regional entities in Ukraine. He wants to run it in the Soviet style. I have a state. The state should have its own church, and we will order them to form the church. And Metropolitan Filaret goes along fully in this, and they're going to declare an autocephalous church in Ukraine. Movement from above. But Kravchuk doesn't control the regional elites, and all through East and Southern Ukraine, those elites are in the hands of the old communists, many of whom are closely related to the Russian Orthodox clergy. After all, overwhelmingly, the bishops and a great deal of the clergy are well integrated into the KGB's processes. They are not going to go along. And this, Moscow operates very quickly and moves against Metropolitan Filaret. By 1992, the Ukrainian church requests for autocephaly is denied, and many of the bishops in Ukraine go along with Moscow and with a council that is called in the city of Kharkiv to take back that church. A metropolitan is brought in, Ukrainian, but is brought in from Rostov. But the church is Ukrainianizing. It's calling itself Ukrainian. It begins to think of itself in some ways as Ukrainian, but is fully part of the Russian Orthodox Church in the early 90s. That's going to move against what the intelligentsia does. Now, let's see, am I being told 5 minutes? Okay. So at the same point, when Filaret fails, Moscow eventually decides that Filaret will be deposed from the church. He turns to the Ukrainian autocephalous Orthodox Church, which was his great enemy. Remember the age of Metropolitan and now Patriarch Mstislav. He's hitting 93. Filaret, as we know, made 97. There is going to be a change in the church, and a unity is called between the Kyiv Patriarchate and the Ukrainian autocephalous Orthodox Church. Not all go along with it, a part refuse. Filaret does not become the head. That Vasil Romaniuk, who was in the Gulag, now becomes patriarch of the church. And this is a tremendous change within the religious and political context of Ukraine. Why do I bring this up? Because this is closely involved then, as it will be involved in the Poroshenko elections later in Zelensky with political struggles in Ukraine. In this case, Kravchuk's base of support as opposed to Kuchma's. And we've already heard about that. But most important of all, once that election comes on the side of Kuchma, who wants to favor the South and East and the traditional structures, Filaret, feisty as always, continues on in his struggle. But at the death of Patriarch Volodymyr, a decision is made, has to be made where to bury him. And here we come into monuments within the city of Kyiv. By the way, most of the Kyiv churches that were famous ones have been destroyed. They're going to rebuild Mikhailovsky Sobor. They're going to rebuild the Petrevska Lavra buildings. Ukrainian state is beginning to put money into these things. Where are you going to bury the patriarch of the Ukrainian autocephalous Orthodox Church? The party gives no permission to bury within a religious institution, not even in the Vidovichi monastery, and says you can have a place in Baikova where we're going to bury your patriarch. But meanwhile, the Filaret and let's say resistance to Kuchma forces, and particularly Una Unso, join a religious procession which double crosses the government and moves towards St. Sophia Cathedral. And this leads to the so-called Bloody Tuesday of 1995. 18th of July, 1995, I think we have to remember now, and remember it because until then, Ukraine became independent without bloodshed. There had been no bloodshed. When the government forces attack the procession, which is now trying to go to St. Sophia Cathedral, which is a museum as it was to this day, and begins to beat this crowd, this was horrifying throughout Ukraine. It turns out to work tremendously in favor of the independent Ukrainian church. It works against Kuchma and causes him to change his policies later. And although they don't let him into the Sophia Cathedral, they get as far as the wall, and you can now go look at it again. And people begin digging the grave, the groups, as the bloody day goes on, and they manage to get the patriarch's body within that gravesite. Tremendous problem for the Ukrainian state later. As we know, it later builds a monument which goes to this day where he is. But it showed how the church affairs intercombined with the religious affairs. It also shows us why the 1996 Constitution pays such attention to religion. And as that decade is ending, the government now knows it's got to deal with plurality, although it's trying to avoid dealing with the Ukrainian Greek Catholics, who on their own now have decided they're going to buy something on the left bank of the Dnieper and going to put their cathedral in Kyiv, not in Lviv, where they have their overwhelming characters. The state stays away from them yet at this point in time. But by now, it's willing to say that the St. Michael's Monastery will go to the independent, the Kyiv Patriarchal or Church, and the Kyiv Monastery goes to the church that is still under Moscow. But to show how deeply these ties were, I think we must remember 1999, when Filaret goes to Mariupol and wants to bless ground on which a church will be built for the independent church. And he is assaulted in Mariupol by, obviously, the organization of the local authorities. It also showed Filaret's determination to fulfill his policy, but showed how that religious context would continue to be important. And that gets us back to the year 2000, when we know that Moscow is looking very carefully, both the government and the church in Moscow, and trying to make its policies. And I fear also seeing for the future and seeing the Ukrainian Orthodox Church under the Moscow Patriarchate as really one of the levers it will use in Ukraine. Thank you.
Thank you, Frank. Now our next speaker is Karolina Koziura, a cultural and historical sociologist whose work focuses on violence, identity formation, and knowledge production in and about Eastern Europe. She received her PhD from the New School, was recently a Max Weber postdoctoral fellow in Florence, and is currently a Petroyatsik postdoctoral fellow at the University of Toronto. Her research has appeared in multiple journals, including Memory Studies, European Journal of Sociology, and East European Politics, Societies, and Culture. And she is currently completing a monograph on the transnational politics of Holodomor recognition. Karolina's presentation is Unsilencing the Past, Trauma, Archival Gaps, and Dissonant Legacies of Communist Violence in Ukraine.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Yes, no book to display yet, but very much in the process of the making, hopefully soon. Yes, thank you very much for the invitation. It is a real pleasure and honor to present here at Columbia University, and especially within the Ukrainian Studies program, also with such a great company. When I was a graduate student at the New School for Social Research, just a couple of blocks away, the Ukrainian Studies program was in many ways my window into everything Ukrainian in New York. So I attended meetings with writers and scholars organized by Mark, film screening organized by Yuri. I took classes on Ukrainian history and culture with visiting fellows. And I also vividly remember sharing a coffee near campus with the late Professor Mark von Hagen, who was visiting New York for a conference. And I think that he was one of the person who really generously gave me my first guidance on how to even start working on the Holodomor. So in many respects, this place feels like intellectual home to me. This is not the story of the 1990s, but I'm kind of following down the nostalgia lane that I think we kind of sense in the conference. So the theme of the 1990s is also very close to my work. So in the study of the Holodomor memory politics and more broadly in understanding the famine itself, the 1990s emerged as a particularly important decade. In fact, if we extend the spatial and temporal boundaries of what we call the 1990s, the story arguably begins earlier in the diaspora around 1983. That year marked one of the largest famine commemorations in North America, organized for the 50th anniversary of the famine, with banners exclaiming mass murder by Moscow, Ukrainians against Soviet genocide, forced famine in Ukraine, 1932-33, the West must not forget. Thousands of Ukrainians marched to the Soviet embassy, demanding the official recognition of the famine. The demonstration concluded a week of commemorative activities that took place in DC, including special exhibition, a panel discussion with Robert Conquers, who had not yet published The Harvest of Sorrow, the first academic English language book about the famine, the history of the famine, and the launch of a special commission led by Harvard-based James Mays. This commission, as we know it today, created one of the largest collections of oral testimonies from famine survivors in the United States. So many scholars trace the origins of the Holodomor, as we understand it today, to this moment. It is often seen as a kind of product, or often discussed as a product of the memory politics of the 1980s, shaped by a wide array of factors I don't have time to really talk about, from the competition with the Holocaust narrative that was kind of to some extent there in the 1980s, the rise of the victimhood frameworks for many diasporas, not only the Ukrainian one, and the kind of internal tensions within the diasporic communities. Along these lines, some in Ukraine have claimed that the Holodomor narrative was kind of imported from abroad and later used by political actors in Ukraine to kind of construct and reinforce the national ideology. In this sense, the global 1990s I refer to begins kind of in the diaspora in 1983 and extends through the consolidation of national memory policies during Viktor Yushchenko's presidency, roughly until 2008, with the establishment of a national museum, a rapid growth in scholarly publications on the famine, and the institutionalization of famine memory. But there are deeper epistemological assumptions that I think underpin this dominant understanding. The first concerns the Holodomor itself. Over the course of the 1990s, the framing of the famine shifted rapidly from denial to recognition. And this shift reinforced a second assumption, that the recognition of past violence unfolds along a linear timeline as part of a broader movement towards post-Soviet, post-conflict, post-violence. In the 1990s, we can see traces of this linear thinking, not only in Ukraine, but actually across the region, and by region I mean Eastern Europe, in this kind of growing optimism that the past was finally being addressed, that the reconciliation could and should happen quickly in order to secure a democratic future, to kind of catch up with the West, right? We should do it as fast as possible. The opening of the secret police archives is an interesting case in point here, where this kind of gold rush desires, motivated by many historians, reinforce the idea that the truth is out there, that the past can be found, but in many cases, what we know now, like not the truth that was found, but actually dissonance leading to political contest over the past rather than some kind of, solution of this past. So in this talk, I want to kind of challenge that assumption and suggest that the 1990s were not simply a moment in this kind of progress, but a moment of possibility and contradiction, one that kind of emancipated and repressed traumatic silences with kind of lasting consequences in the decades that follow. To do this, I propose shifting from this linear model of time that I kind of mentioned to what Michelle Caswell, who is the scholar of critical archival studies, calls cyclical temporalities. So a kind of framework in which traces of the past are continually reactivated to make sense of the urgent moments in the present. From this perspective, we cannot fully understand the place of the Holodomor in the 1990s without recognizing how it has been repeatedly reclaimed since the 1930s. So the trauma did not simply resurface in the 1990s, but it was embedded, I argue, in the event from the beginning and continually revoked over time. My second move here is to kind of shift our perspective from a rather top-down model to view it kind of from below. So I mean not a simple opposition between the imposition and reception, but a more complex field of interactions. Here I focus in particular on rural communities in the 1990s in Ukraine. They are often portrayed as this kind of passive observers of rapid change, who didn't really kind of say a word in the changes. But if we look more closely, we see that there were actually important factors at that time, actively grappling with the legacy of the famine and negotiating its meanings in their everyday lives. Oh, okay. I don't think that I need to explain the history of the famine to this audience. This is like huge relief. But let me emphasize one point. Now we have enough evidence to say that despite Soviet denial, the famine was not unknown. My larger book project explores how, behind the denial and with the bureaucracy of the Soviet state in mind, we can actually trace a whole spectrum of responses to developing famine, from ignorance to indifference to denial. What we know today is that cities were aware that villages were starving. The Ukrainian Soviet leadership knew about the famine. Stalin and his inner circles knew about it, and in fact designed policies that contributed to a higher death toll. Foreign governments were aware about the famine, journalists knew about it, but often ignored or promoted the state narrative. What perhaps we didn't fully understand until recently is just how widely information about the famine circulated. One of the best demonstrations of these transnational information networks in 1933, so when the famine is still developing, is what I believe the first map of the famine that you can see on the screen. It shows the highest concentration of deaths in central Ukraine, south of Kyiv. The map was produced by, I believe, Olgierd Boczkowski, a Ukrainian sociologist and a community leader who founded the Aid Committee for the Starving in Ukraine in Prague. He included this map in a letter sent to the Ukrainian committee in Lviv, but I found kind of traces of this map also in the archives of Ukrainian community in London. And to appreciate how accurate this map already was in 1933, we can compare it to one of the most recent maps of direct famine losses produced by the Harvard MAPA project. So already in 1933, we can see the emergence of what I call a humanitarian narrative of national compassion, promoted by Ukrainian political elites living outside the Soviet Union. There were multiple centers of this narrative, from Lviv in Galicia to Prague in Czechoslovakia, as well as Sofia, Paris, London, New York, Winnipeg. It developed through very scattered transnational networks and took shape as a call to moral duty, a shared obligation among Ukrainians across borders to act. I argue that the most significant initiative organized by the Aid Committee, particularly the one in Lviv, was the Day of Mourning and Protest organized on October 29, 1933, that I was trying to map here. The Day of Mourning and Protest became as a highly coordinated event, during which special lectures discussing the famine were organized, and Panachida Requiem service took place in almost every village in Galicia, as well as outside the region. In Budjeryn district, to give you one example, more than 6,000 people participated in these commemorations to express what they called spівчування dla bratів, compassion for our brothers in Ukraine. As you can see on this map, that full disclosure represents Europe in 1939, not 1933. We see the remarkable solidarity network built through rituals of mourning and protest that developed a powerful connection, not only with the starving brothers in the motherland, but also contributed to this emergence of this imagined diasporic, or rather dispersed, community. In the decades after the famine, these communities became actively involved in reclaiming the famine memory outside of the Soviet Union. The famine was never a past, something finished and distant. Rather, in line with the cyclical temporalities, it reappeared, reshaped, and actively influenced the present for diasporic communities. The annual commemorations of the famine that I'm in the process of trying to map. This is not an exclusive list. There are challenges of actually doing this. I can address later. And by the way, these are famine commemorations, which are not the only ways through which famine was actually present in diasporic communities. But these annual commemorations kept the memory of the famine in motion, bringing the past into the present, potentially influencing political actions, like recognition of diasporic communities in North America, but also countering Soviet politics. In 1983 is then a culmination of this decades-long return of the famine, or returns of the famine, which gradually also included famine survivors. They were not really there at the beginning. And even more importantly, their children. Who were kind of searching for vocabulary to understand and frame their experience. Those who stayed in Soviet Ukraine in villages that suffered through the famine did not have the same opportunities to reclaim the power to tell the story of the famine. We know that in the years and decades after the famine, it was forbidden to talk about it. In the official propaganda, the starving were the guilty ones. They were guilty for their own situation. They simply were not modern enough to keep up with a rapidly modernizing country. And the survivors also wanted to forget. Famine, or holodivka as they frame it, which for them brought this unbearable pain of starving body, of lost family members, of humiliation, grief, and shame. So the unsilencing of the famine in the 1990s was that not simply about starting to talk about the famine, but really this kind of very dynamic, affective process embedded in the long suppressed trauma, which many confronted in mid-1980s. In many villages across central Ukraine, the one that I visited while doing my ethnography, in late 1980s, communities took the questions of historical redress into their own hands. Villagers collected funds and created small monuments, plaques, tombs, and raised crosses that mark the previously unidentified mass graves of famine victims. First famine commemorations were also like small gatherings, really revealing the grief still felt by many. In many villages that I visited, the only remains of the famine in the landscape were burial mounds marking mass graves of the starving. But in many places, only the uneven terrain suggested possible burial sites. In others, only small yellow and blue ribbons marked the place. In areas where many villages were blacklisted and further isolated during the famine, only the mass burial mounds would suggest, how big the village was. Some local communities still remembered and commemorated those who saved their collecting farms. Like in the village of Sabadash, when a memorial board stated that the head of the collective farm actually saved people from starvation in 1932-33. Already in the 1990s, the local commemorations got the attention of media. In Tagran, to give you one example, a village in Kiev Oblast, the commemoration brought together eyewitnesses, but also Ukrainian dissidents and historians, including James Mays, who I mentioned before. Ivan Drach, a renowned Ukrainian poet and important figure for this democratization process in the 1990s, joined the commemoration and admitted that both of his grandfathers died from the horrible Holodomor of 1933. As he explained, Intergenet, I quote, half of the cemetery belongs to those who perish by hunger. These are dozens, hundreds, thousands, millions of people. Similar events were organized in many places where historians joined dissidents, politicians, and survivors in commemorating famine victims. One of the most publicized commemorations of the famine took place on July 12, 1990, in Lubki, Poltava region. On that day, a big crowd gathered to witness the marking of the space for the future memorial to those who died from, it was called, horrible starvation of 1932-33. Famine survivors were joined by writers, historians, activists, and church high-ranking officials. One of the first to speak, however, was Maria, an elderly pensioner who experienced the Holodivka as a child. As she reflected, "We came here with my sister and our fellow villagers. This will be our sacred place. Our mother died from hunger. Our father was arrested. Today, people do not understand what it means when you are 12 years old and you have only a small piece of bread." Joining Maria were top-ranking political leaders and historians who stressed the need to create the national monument as a pilgrimage site for all Ukrainians. One of them was Leonid Kravchuk, the chairman of the Supreme Soviet of the Ukrainian SSR and a future president of independent Ukraine. The presence of Kravchuk at the event commemorating the famine might have surprised many, especially that a few years earlier, Kravchuk was the head of the propaganda and agitation department of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of Ukraine and was most likely supervising the counter-propaganda efforts, including Operation Farizeh, designed to debunk any anti-Soviet campaign by what he framed Ukrainian nationalists abroad, targeting very much the event like the one in DC. I started with. However, in the 1990s, the political climate was different. So these are maybe 4 years between his very rapid change. Kravchuk quickly realized the ideological potential of the famine as a resource that could help him to distance from the Soviet past and also build his own legacy and shape himself as a supporter of Ukrainian self-determination. And as he stated in his short speech, "Dear people, eyewitnesses who survived the 1930s, sons, daughters, and grandchildren of those who died from starvation. Today, we are displaying the monument to the victims of the tragedy, the victims of Holodomor. This monument will be made not from stone, not from bronze, but from earth that gave birth to our nation, and the earth which took those who died of hunger. Today, we know who was guilty, Stalin and his comrades. But we, the Ukrainian nation, are free, and our path to independence and self-determination. There is no turning back. People will come here not only to pay respect, but to follow the path towards the independence." It was a hot summer afternoon in 2019 when I met Alexander Tutyunnik, a long-term director of the Historical Museum in Zhashkiv, a small town about 90 miles south of Kiev. Working in his small and dusty office, he barely noticed my presence. Surrounded by books, notebooks, piles of documents and artifacts, he was browsing his catalogs. The museum, which he created and ran since the 1970s, has been his life work. Artifacts, photographs, paintings, and information boards were cramped inside 6 small rooms, representing the memory or like the history and culture of the Zhashkiv region. A small display related to the famine was in one of the corners. However, none of the displayed photographs or documents really pertaining specifically to Zhashkiv. Only a tiny piece of paper prepared by Tyutyunnik suggested the scale of the Holodivka in the district. It read, in the village of Oleksandrivka died 339 people. In Sokolivka, 370. In Zhitniki, 504. None of the numbers were final and confirmed. Instead, they were based on some estimates that Tyutyunnik had made in the late 1980s, when he was researching the local memories of the famine. In many villages and small towns, such as Zhashkiv, I visited local museums, memorials, and cemeteries, and witnessed how local curators and activists, but also villagers, really struggled to represent Holodivka. Exhibitions were generic and detached from local history. There were no photographs preserved, no documents existed that would really demonstrate the scale of the tragedy. There were no artifacts through which the story of the famine could be displayed. For Tyutyunnik, documenting the legacy of the famine in the Zhashkiv region was one of his most challenging tasks. He went from village to village and asked the oldest inhabitants whether they remember the names of those who perished in 1932-33. He took pictures of newly erected monuments and mass graves. Yet he struggled how to talk with villagers, and in fact, many didn't really want to talk about it or didn't even want to talk with him. And he struggled how to represent famine in local museum. Similarly to Tyutyunnik, we still struggle about how to talk about 1990s. I think that we need conceptual vocabulary to account for this discourse. I mean, that of cultural trauma, not really in the absence of discourse, but in the dense network of available discourses, to find appropriate language to describe the multiplicity of lived experience and its contradictory realities. We need conceptual frameworks to link the transnational with the national, not as a kind of one-direction movement, but more as a kind of multi-layered connection. And finally, we need frameworks to understand the very dissonant legacies of the past in the present. In words of Leah Dostojeva and the artist whose work you can see on the screen, we need conceptual framework to deal with deeper sense of personal guilt and loss, very often hidden in the unrecognized traumascapes of the famine. Thank you so much.
And our final speaker is Professor Adrian Ivakhiv, who's professor of the humanities at Simon Fraser University, and works at the intersection of environmental humanities, media, and Ukrainian studies. He's the author of several books, including The New Lives of Images, Shadowing the Anthropocene, and Ecologies of the Moving Image, and co-editor of the anthology Terra Invicta. His research explores environmental thought and culture. He will be speaking now about mapping Ukrainian identity discourses in the long 1990s. Please.
Thank you, and thank you to Marco for the invitation and to everyone who's made this possible. I've added a subtitle to make my talk a little more specific than the abstract. There was just too much to cover otherwise. So I start with the premise that and I have a lot of images, so if you're sitting far away, you might want to move up. I start with the premise that over the last 35 years, Ukraine has gone from being a terra incognita, a shadowy borderland between the newly opened up former USSR and the West, to a terra invicta, a land being vigorously defended from a Russian reconquista by its own citizens, despite insufficient international support. that this describes not only the view from the outside, but also something about the view from the inside, an inside that has always been multifarious and unstable, and whose recent stabilization around the idea of territorial defense and a pro-Western orientation masks a deeper instability. And finally, that multifarious background actually goes back as far as we can trace, with different forms of Ukrainianism arising against the background of other possibilities, Little Russian, Ruthenian, Polish, Cossack, and more recently, European, Eurasian, etc., that vary across time and space. This is all normal. The sociological question is, how does a national or any kind of identity consolidate and stabilize? When Andrew Wilson's book, The Ukrainians' Unexpected Nation, came out in 2000, its point was not only that this nation was unexpected for the rest of the world, but that it was partly unexpected by some within Ukraine as well. In this talk, I'll focus in on one of the elements that makes up this latter identity of Ukrainians as defenders of a terra invicta, an element that's connected to the land that's being defended, the terra that is invicta, which first emerges into presence around the beginning of the 1990s. Now, but I want to extend our notion of the 90s, as Karolina did, slightly less capaciously, to begin with the 1986 Chernobyl disaster and to end with the 2004 Orange Revolution. It begins with Chernobyl for pretty obvious reasons. This was the decisive moment in which Gorbachev's reform policies were shown to be fairly empty, and which eventually accelerated both Gorbachev's efforts and civil society's efforts to act within the spaces that Glasnost and Perebudova opened up. The 5-year aftermath of the Chernobyl accident was especially crucial for Ukraine, which came to take Chernobyl as an identity-defining tragedy and as an opportunity to rebuild independently from the USSR. The long 1990s end with the Orange Revolution because that becomes the first decisive assertion of a societal mandate for a pro-Western democratic orientation. Of course, it's not as if Ukrainians never looked back. It took another 10 years of wandering in the desert to get to the Revolution of Dignity, and another 8 for the full-scale war to lead to the Ukraine that I and my colleagues in this book call Terra Invicta. And if you'd like to hear me talk about it, come on Sunday to the Self-Reliance building on 2nd Avenue, where I'll be talking at 4:30, presented by the Yada Arts Group. Ending our long decade in 2004 allows us to capture the entirety of the Kuchma era with its ambivalent record of political and economic gains and its failures and scandals, most clearly Kuchma Gate and the rising Ukraine Without Kuchma movement, whose ultimate success came with the Orange Revolution. And it's that event that brought Ukraine for the first time, I think, to the admiring attention of the world. These long 1990s were characterized by an unsteady seesawing between the old, the Ukrainian Communist Party with its clan managerial political legacy, and the newer pro-Western civic nationalist parties and movements, though often mixed with a different kind of old represented by ethnic nationalist longings and so forth. It was a period of alternating currents, movements westward and eastward, forward and backward, though which way depended on your perspective, and toward consolidation, which could be national or cultural or merely authoritarian, or toward division and fragmentation. At the same time, the overwhelming reality of life in Ukraine in the 90s was its deep economic crisis, dramatic declines in GDP and industrial production, runaway inflation, overwhelming hardships faced by the vast majority of Ukrainians, and high numbers of emigration abroad. Politically, the 90s were the period in which oligarchic business political clans became deeply embedded in Ukrainian society, up to the point of what political scientists would call state capture. But the beginning of this period, 1986 to 1991, was characterized by a tremendous efflorescence of civil society initiatives, cultural projects, and informal grassroots creativity, a ferment the likes of which had been unseen in Ukraine for at least 6 decades prior. Yet just 10 years later, by Kuchma's second presidential term, the economy had stabilized somewhat, but the political system had consolidated into a dysfunctional oligarchic pluralism in which regional interests threatened to override any efforts to consolidate the country around a shared sense of civic unity or democratic accountability. Distrust of the political class was extremely high, and little was done about it. Okay, I start with the Chernobyl accident for personal as much as academic reasons. News about the accident took a few weeks to filter out, but when it did, it made me, a Ukrainian-Canadian son of DP emigres, realize that the world apart, so far away when I was growing up, was not so far at all, that borders are crossed by radiation even before they're crossed by people, that our separate worlds are undergirded by a single shared world. I was active both with some environmental organizations, including one that that called itself Ekolos, which was a kind of Ukrainian environmental solidarity organization. This was a little later in 1989, 88, 89, I think. And also with some cultural initiatives like the avant-garde Ukrainian theater in Toronto, the journal Terminus, which was a Ukrainian language journal, which I co-edited. And in 1988, I backpacked across Europe with the goal of ending up in Ukraine, but ended up waiting 5 weeks in Poland as my visa application languished unremarkably in a Soviet consular office while political rallies or mitinhy were raging in Lviv, and that my parents had fled the Soviets from the Lviv area, and my father had joined the Ukrainian partisans after fleeing from a German munitions factory was probably in some bureaucrat's archive. A year later, in 1989, I was able to travel to Ukraine as a grad student on a Canada-USSR scholarship, the last year that they did those, a year-long grant that gave me legal permission to live and study only in Kyiv and Lviv, but on which I was able to travel mostly freely, with a few incidents, to almost every corner of Ukraine, either that year or soon thereafter on multiple visits in the early 1990s. And while there, I came to know many political, environmental, and cultural activists, and attended what seemed like a different event every day, a writer's evening, a musical or theatrical performance, a commemoration or reburial, in this case of Vasil Stus and 2 other political prisoners, a political rally by Narodny Ruch Ukraine or Zelený Svit or some other organization, a conference or a festival. The country was bubbling like a cauldron. At the same time, the system was collapsing. My first diary entry, following a long conversation with a childhood friend who is now a Canadian consular official and later became ambassador to Ukraine, Roman Vashchuk. My first entry reads, Komuna rozpadaється, the Soviet Union is coming apart. В пресі, на телевізії попали в якусь постійну манію самокритики. This became a refrain against which I measured further observations like this one. The sense of possibility was palpable at the time. And sorry, I'm going to keep plowing forward. My research interests under my grant were in what was happening at the grassroots, and specifically the environmental grassroots, especially Zelený Svit, which I interacted with in my capacity as a representative from Ekolos, and at one point Greenpeace International as they visited the Chernobyl region. But also the cultural grassroots, as well as the kind of middle brow levels of cultural activism that emerged between the Soviet writers, artists, and musicians unions and independent practitioners and groups like Bubabu, Propala Hramota, Paryska Komuna, and others. And the place where I saw the two meeting, which I'll call the cultural ecological grassroots, maybe even quasi-spiritual grassroots. Unfortunately, for the sake of time, I'll focus only on the first today, with just a slight nod to the others. Within that efflorescence of civil society, between 87 and 89 were new informal groups like the Ukraińskie Kulturologiczny Klub, Towarzystwo Lewa, which called itself an independent community eco-cultural youth organization, the Hromada student organization, the Ukrainian Helsinki Union, Zeleny Svit, Narodny Ruch Ukrainy, and others. In all of them, the environmental or ecological theme, especially focused on the impacts of the Chernobyl accident, was prominent and sometimes central. Environmental causes played a leading role in part because they were allowed to do that, though retrospectively they can be seen to have served a kind of camouflage for an opposition that became the pro-independence movement. It was at the first officially allowed ecological rally in November of '88, held outside Kyiv's National Stadium and attended by over 10,000 people, I've read estimates of 20,000, that physicist Ivan Makar called for the creation of a popular front like those in the Baltic countries. The sentiment was echoed by Dmytro Pavlichko, Ivan Drach, Serhiy Plachinda, and others, and made real within a few months by the founding of the Narodny Ruch Ukrainy za Perebudovu, and they dropped that last bit soon enough. By the time of the founding Congress of Zeleny Svit, Green World, at a conference I attended in October of '89, this organization had united some 300 regional and local groups in all the oblasts of Ukraine, with an estimated membership of approximately 500,000 people. And I'm taking my data from Asa Berit Grudelen's 1996 University of Glasgow dissertation on the greening of Ukraine, which is excellent on details. The Congress was attended by some 600 people, of whom half were delegates, 75 were under 30 years old, and 207 had some level of higher education. By 1990, when independent political parties were formally allowed, the Ukrainian Green Party, Partia Zelenych Ukrainy, became the third independent political party formed in Ukraine. And unfortunately, the existence of the party contributed to factionalization within the movement, with a large gap emerging between those focused on Ukrainian and especially local issues and those more interested in developing contacts with international NGOs in the global green movement. By late 1991, Green World head Yuri Shevchuk was invited and eventually appointed Minister of the Environment in the government of Prime Minister Witold Fokin, which followed the declaration of Ukrainian independence in that August. While the Green Party and movement continued to have relatively high popularity among the Ukrainian public, Shevchuk's appointment turned out to be a kind of co-optation, and soon enough he became an ambassador. And meanwhile, the Green movement began losing in status and was unable to contain its own internal differences, internal fragmentation. So in this 5 or 6 year period, a genuine ecological movement grew that rivaled the growth of Germany's green movement, which gave rise to the German Green Party, Die Grünen, in the late 1970s, early 1980s. Its messaging about Ukraine's environment was picked up by nearly all of the independent civil and political movements arising concurrently. But with independence, its fortunes were reversed. Grudelen writes that a number of major battles had been won, but now they resurfaced, such as, for instance, the pro-nuclear lobby was able to argue that Ukraine could only cut its dependence on Russia by creating a full nuclear cycle on its own territory. And I apologize for whipping through some of these quotes here. By the end of 1994, she writes, the Ukrainian Green Movement found itself in a deep crisis. In Serhiy Plokhy's words, eco-nationalism gave way to nuclear nationalism at the level of a presidential decree enabling Ukraine to move forward on the construction of several new nuclear reactors. And ultimately, the Green movement and Green parties fragmented and never really recovered. So what happened? Well, to the extent that environmentalism served as a proxy for national sovereignty, it faded naturally. To the extent that it was its own movement with concerns that transcended those of sovereignty or cultural expression, it was a protest movement whose targets were no longer obvious. If it targeted the parties in power, it was competing with other opposition parties. If it allied with parties in power, as with Szczerbak's appointment to the environmental ministry, its work could only become compromised. Its more reformist goals could be absorbed by governing institutions which would pay lip service to them, knowing that environmental priorities had sunk much lower beneath economic priorities. And to the extent that its critique was genuinely ecological, calling for a deeper green transformation of Ukrainian society, its calls sounded too radical in the context of the 1990s. All right, I want to take a quick detour to consider the larger picture of Ukrainian popular culture in the 1990s. And this is a huge topic. And so I'm only going to do it, I won't do it justice, but I'll just draw on Oleksandr Hrytsenko's work, one of the leading Ukrainian cultural studies scholars for a few decades until he passed away. Writing in 1998, he identified a series of oppositions that have characterized Ukrainian national mythology, as he calls it, over the decades and indeed over the centuries. And as you can see, these are rather atrocious caricatures, but that's how national mythologies work. So you have narod, the people, versus the pane, the landowners, maybe the ancestors of today's oligarchs. You have kozaki versus svinopase, pig herders, shchiri Ukrainci versus prodajni malorosi, Selo versus Horod, the city, Svidomy Zahid versus the Nesvidomy Schid, pro-Европейski Ukrainofone versus Евразийski Russofone, etc. All of these oppositions positing a more genuine or authentic Ukrainianism over and against some inferior other. In the 90s, Hrytsenko identified the emergence of 3 or 4 dominant mythologies: Derzhavnitstvo, or statism, which built itself up from various strands of national heroism going back to the Kozaki, the Cyril-Methodius Brotherhood, Shevchenko, Kulish, et al., through Khvylyovey, Dontsov, up to the Shestidesiatniki. Secondly, populism, which he relates to a third, left conservatism, both characterized by a kult narodu, a cult of the people, which is conservative in the sense that it's strongly opposed to the liberalism of private property and the new business class of novi Ukrainci. And he discusses left thinker Boris Olinik and cultural nationalist Ivan Juba in the same kind of analysis here. And finally, but much less prominently at the time, an Occidentalism that's all too eager to unquestionably accept the recipes of any Harvard economist on the principle that West is best and more West better. Nearly 30 years later, if we clear away the stratum of Ukraine's new terra invicta status, we still find variants of most of the same oppositions and discourses, including free market Occidentalism, a cultural conservative populism, etc. What's changed, I think, in the last 10 years or so is the emergence of a younger generation that insists on non-corruption and democracy, though a democracy gained more through bodies in streets than through ballots. Beyond this are still all of the questions that will inevitably arise if and when, and I know that's a big if and when, the war is over and Ukraine has to figure out its role to be in a much larger global economy. So I want to come back to the question of ecology and how it enters politics to suggest something that's going to be merely suggestive. The first way that ecology enters politics, we can call tradition-based eco-communitarianism. A people defends its land because it's dependent on it, and its culture is completely interdependent with it. This is the indigenous sense in which people and land are considered one. It's still common as a sentiment among indigenous, traditional, and land-based peoples today, and sometimes gets referred to among national or regional communities, but the mechanisms for it are no longer really operable in the modern global economic context. The second, I'll call modern eco-nationalism, in which a national community or group intending to represent such a community endeavors to have or to take internal control of its ecological resources from external powers, imperial, colonial, et al., that it sees as having too much control and as ignoring key socio-ecological relationships. So this is the kind of eco-nationalism that Jane Dawson wrote a book about, is emerging in the post-Soviet, late Soviet period and the post-Soviet states, which essentially fades after independence. This kind of eco-nationalism is still found in debates over national or regional identity in separatist, secessionist, or autonomist movements around the world, which might be in West Papua New Guinea, the Western Sahara, the Moro Liberation Front in the Philippines, but also regional autonomist movements in Scotland, Quebec, Catalonia, and others. And just as nationalism is often distinguished into ethnic and civic forms, eco-nationalism has been distinguished into those too. And I'm going to leave aside the reemergence of a kind of a far-right eco-nationalism in right-wing discourse today, which emerges also in some parts of the Ukrainian political spectrum. The third form is late modern or advanced modern eco-governance, which begins from the recognition that ecology knows no borders and that the only way to manage ecological relations is through an interlaced patchwork of nested, multi-layered agreements, institutional arrangements, laws, and norms at local, regional, often transboundary, and international levels. This is the eco-politics of modern environmentalism, which since the 1960s has sought to influence local, national, and international decision-making, and which has only really succeeded if and only if basic material conditions allow it to, which of course has never been the case in independent Ukraine. And I want to come back to an argument made by Grödeland in her 1996 dissertation on the Ukrainian Green Movement. She's not the only scholar to write about this topic, and there's a growing field of Ukrainian environmental humanities represented by this book and by a 2-volume issue of East-West Journal of Ukrainian Studies that's still kind of coming out online. It's been very slow. But her argument, Grödeland's, is that the Green Movement emerged in the 1980s in the fertile ground of what she calls Soviet eco-culture, a broad spectrum of nature conservation groups, student environmental corps or nature guards, drużyny who monitored against poaching, set up nests for storks, worked with school groups on environmental education, and so on. They were among the few kinds of informal organizations that thrived during the Brezhnev years, and an alternative culture of environmentalism and even nature mysticism found among some Soviet-era scientists. This was in turn rooted in a much longer tradition of grassroots environmental culture, or nature veneration among Slavic peoples, she argues, peoples for whom narod, the people, priroda, nature, rodina, family, and ridny kraj, native land, all have the same root of rod or rid, considered by some to have been a deity or something, and for whom zemlya, earth, was always mate zemlya. This tradition has been shown by many ethnographers and scholars of religion came to be enveloped within the popular practice of Orthodox Christianity, sometimes perhaps inaccurately labeled dvoyevirya, but which double faith, but which incorporated more of it than most forms of Roman Catholicism and especially most forms of Protestant Christianity. And I'll point to the work I did in the 1990s and early 2000s on the so-called native faith Ridna Vira movement and the broader culture that harbored this sense of Ukrainians' relationship to their land as being deeply rooted. And in my studies of this, I found this very intriguing, this kind of popular cultural drift toward the deep past in a sense, but also a little bit, awkward and frightening because they pointed to a thorough ungroundedness in scholarly understandings of history and identity. And in the process, they risked essentialisms that could easily turn xenophobic. All of that is still around. And the general sentiment of finding connections, I'm close to wrapping up, with land generative for identity is something that can also be traced historically in Ukrainian intellectual and artistic culture of Skovoroda, Shevchenko, Ukrainka, through to scientists like Volodymyr Vernadsky, the first president of the Ukrainian Academy of Sciences, and later through to some of the so-called cosmist scientist philosophers, and the transmission of these ideas among artists is evident from Shevchenko to Tychina to folk artists like Maria Primachenko to Fedir Tetyanech's earthy anarcho-normatic Skovorodinian futurist sculptures and performance art, and to artists like Katya Buchatska, Katerina Alinik, and others represented in this volume. Grudeland writes that whereas in the West the Greens emerged in a saturated society where people had both the time and the money to take actively part in political life, in the former USSR, the Green movement emerged as a spontaneous phenomenon. Quote marks around that. In Ukraine, it might be more correct to refer to the Greens as a partisan Green movement, as their children are dying of pollution. They have no other alternative. Being green is for them, she writes, a means of survival rather than a means to an end. If this alternative disappeared in a society that had to make crucial economic and political decisions, that need to survive has not gone away, and in fact, it's re-emerging. And in my work, I make the case that the Russo-Ukrainian War is an environmental war that's very much of a piece of the last 500 years of environmental wars waged by imperial colonial powers on land and the peoples connected to it that is being resourcified, extracted for its fuels, its energy, whether it's fossil fuels today or precious metals or the opening Arctic, as the world warms and landscapes in the tropics and particularly become slowly uninhabitable. Populations are forced to move, and all of this will just get worse. So Ukrainians and the Ukrainian nation state will have to decide, once it's capable of it, how to, in fact, address these ecological questions that we will all have to get better at addressing. So in fact, I argue that there will be an opportunity for a forward-looking response. And I'll just throw this this diagram, which comes from my work on contemporary eco-politics, that we see in the Trump administration, in the Putinist Russian regime, and others, the oil-producing countries, the desire to maintain, I call this the fossil fuel protectorate, to maintain the benefits of fossil fuel industrialism. And meanwhile, the rest of us, and in fact, all of us, are becoming more and more precarious, a precarity that indigenous and colonized peoples have faced for generations, a precarity that Ukrainians have faced and face today, in wartime conditions and a precarity that we are all becoming closer to. So the question is, how will we transition to a more viable, more sustainable global society, and what can we build on to do that? And here I'll just point to Katerina Botanova's arguments for a radical locality, which she writes about as found in some artists' work today in Ukraine, and arguments around becoming earthbound that I take from Bruno Latour and other eco-theorists. And if you want to hear more about that, come on Sunday at 4:30, 2nd Avenue. The address is right here, right there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you all. We now open the floor. We have a fair amount of time and I think lots to discuss. So please.
Thank you all for this panel. I learned a ton. Thank you so much. It's nice to get out of your bubble and hear other kind of lines of research. My question is to Dr. Koziura.
Karolina is.
Oh, Karolina. Well, so in the politics of memory of the Holodomor, one of the more insidious things I find, I suppose that might be, is the casting of Holodomor as tragedy. So at one level, it is, I suppose, seems innocuous because it is a huge human tragedy. But do you find, and maybe in your research, do you find that that's perhaps a manipulative way to absolve this, to extricate it from the territory of a crime of genocide or a crime against humanity, and point to somebody or to an entity who's responsible for perpetrating it, and just casting it as overall, these terrible things happen. It's a tragedy, like a natural disaster or something like that. Is that part of the discourse in the contestations of memory, or am I making this up?
Should I? Okay,
Yeah,
I will briefly address. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the question. I think that I would open it up a little bit to say that in general we have problems when it comes to conceptual vocabulary in thinking and talking about famines, right? So it is actually quite surprising to see or to trace that this is really a development of maybe very late 20th century when we started to think about famines in general as forms of political violence. Actually, in the kind of realm of international law, this is what scholars like Alex de Waal are really pushing right now, right? That we need to recognize famines as, forms of political violence. We can, call them genocides. We can call them like crimes against humanity. But this is really new. And I think that it's also like important to understand, the Holodomor and these various kind of struggles to name what it was in this kind of broader context of really trying to understand famines as violence and what kind of forms of violence we are really talking about. And when it comes to the politics of memory of the Holodomor, we clearly see that there is this tension of really how to name what happened in the villages in the 1930s. And it's kind of interesting that you bring tragedy, because if you look at this, very first narrative about the famine, the one that I'm kind of tracing back to the 1930s and to these relief committees that that were created in various parts of Galicia and Western Europe, we see that actually tragedy is the very foundational framing that goes against the Soviet denial of the famine, right? So like my larger work basically claims that, in the time of the famine, we have three narratives that clash, right? We have the Soviets that deny the famine, but we have also the other groups who are calling the famine a national tragedy, right? So, and then they kind of add that you know that this is a national tragedy, this is a violence, not really a crime. Crime kind of enters around 1950s together with the genocide narrative. So my short, now longer response would be that I think that there is a tension here. That is the tension that goes also outside, you know, the politics of memory of Holodomor, how to really talk and understand this, you know, understand what happened. But it's kind of interesting that, you know, all these categories that we have right now were almost there already in the 1930s, right? So we have the tragedy, later we have the crime, and of course, like genocide as a term was invented later, and it was like incorporated in this kind of growing understanding of the famine. I hope that helps.
Thank you. If there's a second, I just add one point on this. Professor Nicholas Denisenko, in discussing the church, has discussed particularly that forms in around Baumbrück and its center as a theology of liberation. And one of the problems I think the religious groups had is how to interpret it. Now, we all remember, or maybe we all don't remember, when Metropolitan Onufri alleged or saw the famine as a visitation for sin that had been, and this caused a great scandal since he was on a trip to Canada. It must have been about 2007 or 8. But the Baumbrück Center, in a way, changed or developed it into picking the words of Taras Shevchenko about who forgets one mother, Bog Pokaraya, and associating it with the idea that had Ukraine been independent, this would have never happened. And I think is an interesting twist on, you know, as these religious groups are trying to deal with what was a very personal human tragedy and give structure to it. Now, the question is how broadly that then is accepted and whether it transfers from the West, right?
Hello, I have a question to Dr. Sysyn. So my question is the following. We all know that Ukrainian churches that spoke Ukrainian, let's call them this way, so independent Автокефальна and then Kiev Patriarchate, they experienced persecutions from Ukrainian authorities throughout the 90s. We can think about beatings by the police during the funeral of Mstislav and others. However, this approach to these churches changed dramatically in the post-Euromaidan period. And, well, you can think about the story of Thomas with Poroshenko and others. So this change, do you think it offers any opportunities to the Ukrainian church right now, especially in the midst of war, when we like, so surveys show that the popularity of church is decreasing, irrespective of what the government is doing, or not?
So first, on to the issue of language. We must remember the Ukrainian Autocephalous Church of the 20s is one of the first churches to accept Ukrainian as a liturgical language. The Greek Catholic Church does not do this and does it in the diaspora only in the 1960s. So this very national Ukrainian church, as we view it, did not use Ukrainian as the language of the liturgy. When this movement then comes at the end of the 80s, beginning of the 90s, I attribute much of the support the Ukrainian Autocephalous Orthodox, and I don't overestimate that level of support, it gets from the Ukrainian language intelligentsia, who sees the Ukrainian Autocephalous Orthodox Church as the place where you can center Ukrainian activities. Then, as the 90s go on, in the end, the Ukrainian state, Kuchma, plays with the idea of Russian becoming a second state language, then ultimately moves slowly, and Ukrainian is becoming now at least language of education, if not language of predominant use in much of Ukraine. then the language component is no longer as important. There are many other Ukrainian phases of life that group can join. Always Western Ukraine is a very different area in the way it develops. As far as the importance of the church, I mean, one of the interesting things is we still see a growth from the late 90s virtually to the Maidan and beyond it, of growing support for the church, at least expressed, and a reasonable degree of support, growth of practice. That is, whole areas of South and East Ukraine where I estimate there would have been very few practicing. I think Luhansk Oblast maybe had 40 religious institutions at the point Ukraine becomes independent, certainly spreads. So there is a growth of both religious practice, although it's still a minority of groups who are doing this, and certainly of belief in God. So Ukraine is going against what's happening in many other societies. The degree to which the churches have influence is been associated with a number of these political decisions. And in some ways at the level of their hierarchies. So you will find general condemnation of the hierarchy of the Ukrainian Orthodox Church, as it calls, that now does not want to be the Moscow Patriarchate, but has nowhere to go in ecclesiastical terms. And certainly a decline of even the Ukrainian Greek Catholic Church as a needed for national purposes, but certainly because of the death in war, the churches have taken on a very important role in this essential ritual of life and death. On the ways in which this is developed, particularly for the Orthodox Church, one of the common narrations you find of why parishes in villages in particular switch from the church affiliated with Moscow to the independent Ukrainian church after the Tomos is we had a hero from our village die. He comes back. The military chaplains who are a part of the independent Ukrainian church should be there to bury him. Mostly him, but in some cases her. And you won't let them into the church of our village. And then you get the other accounts, and very strongly then the speaking out of mothers in this issue. I mean, it's been interesting to see gender-wise where a role that women, at least in the traditional churches, don't play a major role, suddenly begin to play a major role. And it's in that way, the churches have, in quotes, I don't know, opportunity, but certainly a function. Will they keep this? I mean, we see year by year, somewhat different statistics. We are also seeing, and then I'll end this too long answer, something that I don't know we quite know what to deal with, which is the exodus from Ukraine. And in many cases, those leaving Ukraine and particularly may not have been associated with the church, but get reassociated in the context of suddenly find themselves a diaspora, we hope not permanent, and the churches continue to play a major role in it. Ukraine goes against some of the trends, certainly the trends of Western Europe in the level of religious belief and to a degree practice as well. And then what was left out of my discussion, of course, is the tremendous role that the Protestants have played since the full-scale invasion. I think it's changed. Most Ukrainians, statistically, we get 2% are Protestants. if you ask the population, and yet these churches have played a tremendous role, including in the lobbying issue, which has become so important in the West. But certainly the level at which they've been persecuted in the occupation zones have I think placed them anew. And it would be interesting to see, does this also affect Ukrainians' attitudes towards religion?
I will take my moderator's prerogative to ask a question out of turn. To Professor Ivakhiv, your talk reminded me of an anecdote where a Western reporter was in the trenches some months ago, and he asked a Ukrainian soldier, "What are you fighting for?" And the soldier just reached into the trench and pulled out a clump of earth and said, "For this." I thought that was very striking, and I wonder, well, two questions actually. One, if there's any connection that you see between regional sort of environmental differences, places where Black Earth really does matter, and the kind of eco-nationalism that you've described. And the other is just more broadly, there's the linguistic dimension that in both Ukrainian and Russian, the word zemlya covers all the meanings, right? Land, territory, soil, earth. And how does that also play into those sentiments?
Regional differences, I mean, certainly Black Earth plays more of a conceptual role for Ukrainians than necessarily an actual role. There's and the steppe as well has a kind of, you know, conceptual the wild lands role that there's only 3% of the original steppe lands left, and you know the earth has been plowed and overused and abused in different ways in different places. But I think regionally you have, I mean, in the Karpaty you have a kind of Carpathian regional identity or identities, Huzuls and so on. In Policia, it's a different, you know, the environment does shape people's perceptions, but that idea of zemlya is so deeply rooted and so widespread in, you know, film and literature and so on. So when that soldier picks up the ground, we all recognize that because we've seen it happen. We've seen it in films, at least. When the first Ukrainian emigres came to Canada, they brought earth with them. One of the artists in this book packed a bunch of soil from Odessa, from the beach, where she used to play with her in a suitcase to bring to Berlin. And you know, it's that trope is just so widely repeated. And then the way in which the earth becomes is referenced in the relationship between Ukrainians and Russians. I don't know if you've seen the meme that sort of analyzes the geology of the Ukrainian earth versus the American earth in the United States. It's these geological eras. In Ukraine, it's the eras of different Russians who've died going back to Tsarist times, trying to take over the earth. I mean, these are jokes, but it's so widespread that as far as the etymology of zemlya, yeah, I don't know. I'm not a linguist. I can't say more to that other than the fact that, you know, land, earth, in English, it doesn't, I mean, earth has that multiple resonance, the planet and the soil, in the same way that zemlya does for Ukrainians, I think.
Thank you.
Professor Sysyn, I would like to ask you a follow-up question. You mentioned that the Roman Catholic Church didn't much favor spreading of the Ukrainian Greek Catholic Church to eastward, and also didn't grant the full patriarchy, right? Why so?
So I think the double issues were one, the ecumenical movement as it's developed and Rome's contact, and particularly elements. I mean, Rome is a very complicated series of groups, the Eastern Congregation, the various orders, the papacy itself. But certainly as the Ostpolitik affected how Germany related then to Russia. To a degree, the growing ecumenical contacts with the Moscow Patriarchate were placed in question. So that's issue one. Issue two is the recognition of the Orthodox churches. I alluded to this when I discussed Constantinople. In 1990, Constantinople says, we recognize the church under Moscow as the Orthodox Church. And then it slipped in that 1593 issue, which I think is interesting for the future. The independent Ukrainian churches were not recognized as canonical churches by the rest of the Orthodox world. That played a role in Rome's thinking. How do we deal with it? And then the issue of there was a battle going on of centralization and decentralization within the church. So if someone like John Paul II was extremely supportive of the Church of the Martyrs, which the Ukrainian Greek Catholic Church was, and this spoke to a much wider public, he also was, in a certain way, a centralizer within the church. So that played a role. And then finally, the elements abroad that had fought for a Ukrainian Catholic Patriarchate. We don't know all the attributions, but in 1963, when then Archbishop Josip Sipe is allowed out to the West, the deal with the Vatican and Moscow is we're going to let the older man out to die. Well, he didn't die, and he lived a very long age. And he even could come back later with an account that he probably suffered as much from the Vatican as from the Gulag. But that was above all in trying to stop. That may be an exaggeration. Okay, so I will not say that this is an exact quote. But the patriarchal movement in the West of the Ukrainian Greek Catholic Church, which now becomes inexplicable in the terms that were posed. It was argued most Eastern Catholic churches united with Rome have a patriarch. They are frequently extremely tiny. The Ukrainian Catholic Church, when it began the patriarchal movement in the West, it was argued you don't have a territory, so you cannot become a patriarchate. Then suddenly there is a territory, and it is the largest Eastern Christian Catholic community. And when I said it was unclear what Rome's policy was, initially it permits the formation of eparchies or dioceses, normal ecclesiastical institutions for the Roman Catholics in Eastern Ukraine, but doesn't want to do it for the Greek Catholics because it doesn't want to offend the Orthodox. And then the other issue, and there are many of them on this, is to this day, the issue, as we saw Patriarch Sviatoslav, and of course, we questioning, these patriarchates are not recognized outside of the Ukrainian community, goes to Patriarch Filaret's bier to the funeral. The bishops whom Filaret consecrated, but are now part of the Church allied to Moscow. Initially, they made no statement on the death of Filaret, and later, certain groups of negative statements do not go, cannot overcome this. And this creates an additional problem. And the final one would be, I think, virtually overcome as the Roman Catholic Church has become Ukrainianized in Ukraine, which for Western Ukraine means depolonized, and for Eastern Ukraine, a more complicated issue. Strangely enough, I don't think that the Ukrainian Greek Catholic Church is fully happy with this either. Because the Roman Catholic Church was viewed as, a non-Ukrainian institution. Well, why should the two of them exist? Oh, and I'm sorry for those of you not deeply into ecclesiastical matters, but one thing as well that's decided in the 90s against the Ukrainian Greek Catholic Church is the Zakarpattia is not placed as part of the Ukrainian Catholic Church. There's the division. One of the bishops of the underground strongly felt that the church as it's coming in Zakarpattia back into Transcarpathia to coming out of the underground were firmly Ukrainian. Others still saw this as separate, whether from Hungarian or other or local Rusin tendencies. And Rome today keeps it separate from the Ukrainian Catholic Church. Well, it makes no sense. If you accept Ukraine as an independent state. I might add the other issue was, and I tried to get in the 90s, the Ukrainian government was not, there was no ambassador to the Vatican in Kravchuk's time, right? They were not yet into this. And in a way, Kravchuk's model was to follow the old Soviet model. You know, we got a state, now we're going to direct the church. Filaret comes over, we join the church, that's it. No place for the Ukrainian Greek Catholics in that. And I think it took a while for the Ukrainian state to deal with it. And then finally, too long, obviously the Maidan made a tremendous impact on interchurch relations. I mean, when we remember those joint services and who could go to them, and as well caused an estrangement of the church affiliated with Moscow, I would argue still part of the Russian Orthodox Church because it cannot find a way to break from it.
I wanted to ask Professor Ivakhiv about the influence of the ecological movements on food production and tying together the idea that crimes happened with this generational trauma of holding food back, and following Chernobyl, if there's more awareness about the importance of healthy land on mortality, and what were the impacts on agriculture? Did it change in terms of scale? Were there noticeable shifts in the 90s? And tying together the poverty issue that Irina Tsilik brought up yesterday, that was the era of poverty, and so much of poverty revolves around food.
Thanks for the question. I haven't really looked at it in any depth, but my sense is that food production has been part of the whole debate over privatization of land, which is tied into some of the kind of mythologies that I mentioned, this distrust of free market capitalism, distrust of privatization, but which has become pretty by now institutionalized through, I mean, most of the agricultural land is held by a small number of corporations. So the debate has been there. My sense is that the left was more tended to be more strongly critical of privatizing agricultural land. So that would be the Communist Party, the Socialist Party under Alexander Moroz, which I consider a bit of a lost opportunity. I think the Socialist Party was a bit of a centrist party that could have ended up playing a more unifying role, as they did at times. As far as people's attitudes to food, are you asking about that as well? Well, I mean, people have traditionally grown food in their village plots or whatever, and I think in the 1990s that was one way to feed yourself. Whether there's been a growth in community gardens, I haven't seen that much. I don't know if anyone else has seen. I mean, not like here in Manhattan or in North America in general. In cities, you do see more community gardens and that sort of thing. I haven't seen that much of that kind of movement. The everyday ecology movement is a little bit further behind in Ukraine in general. That's my sense.
I mean,
Yeah.
if I can just add
Yes,
like a
please.
sentence.
Yeah.
It's not about community gardens, but something that I should mention is that when we think about the politics of memory of Holodomor, of course, like 1980s and 1983 in particular is this kind of important moment in outside of Ukraine, but in Ukraine this is actually very much the Chernobyl disaster and the ecological movements that kind of contributed to the recognition of the famine, and it's kind of interesting that many of the names that you mentioned were actually those names that kind of joined, or these people that joined the first commemorations of the famine, right? And I think that, and it's kind of it's very interesting because prior to the Chernobyl disaster, the very same people were very distant towards this kind of ideas coming from abroad to recognize the famine as a form of violence, right? They kind of very much, many of them were in line with the Soviet interpretation of this being like nationalism, and they kind of try to omit the topic of the famine. But the Chernobyl nuclear disaster and the kind of disappointment of the way the Soviet Union leadership kind of handled the disaster was really this kind of wake-up call that forced many to kind of look at the famine and see Chernobyl along with the famine as this kind of story of violence and the kind of windows through which they look at the Ukrainian kind of Soviet relations. So I think that there is a kind of interesting connection here.
If I could just have a two-finger on that. I mean, I think part of the reason why you don't see community gardens in urban areas because Ukrainian urban setting was never really that far cut off from the rural setting through the Soviet times and afterwards. So a lot of times Ukrainian urban dwellers would be sort of a first generation of urban population. Their parents would be living in the village, passing the fresh produce up to their progeny in the cities, and and those who didn't have that access to the countryside would have a dacha, where for most of the Soviet and post-Soviet population, it wasn't kind of the summer home that the party grandees had, as we know of dacha from the literature, but it was actually a garden plot outside of the city. It wasn't in the city, but it was within the commute outside of the city. So in fact, Ukraine was at the forefront of that community gardening from the late Soviet period still.
In that sense.
So, if I can follow up for Karolina, actually. Daria Mattingly in her work has emphasized the challenge of Holodomor commemoration posed by the fact that so many of the perpetrators were, just like their victims, fellow Ukrainian villagers, who then went on to positions of exactly the kind of museum and sort of memory keeping that you describe, and that posed a tremendous challenge for the commemoration, and also I imagine for the framing of the Holodomor as a crime against humanity or a genocide rather than a tragedy. And I wonder how your findings interact with that.
Oh, well, I agree with Daria,
Yeah.
and I think that she does like amazing work. I maybe I should kind of maybe return to very first question about the challenges of naming what happened in the 1930s, because actually the biggest challenge had those who survived the famine or who were like victims to the famine, right? That for them this was this kind of very personal, very kind of deep and traumatic kind of experience, and they struggle to name this experience, right? So in the archives, in the sources, we see some references to Holodivka or to some kind of vague references to very deep tragedy, right? And like part of the story is that, you know, the official framing of the famine as a denial, right? So they were kind of told that what they are experiencing, they are really not experiencing, right? There was like officially no hunger in the villages. And this kind of very initial void had this tremendous consequences for people coming to terms. Because like, how can you come to terms with, you know, with the memory if you don't know how to call this and how to name this memory, right? Like naming an act of violence is like a basic foundational element to actually form collective memory and to kind of and to name the trauma and to deal with this trauma, right? And so naming, but the naming was provided by those who didn't experience the famine but deeply sympathize with those who were suffering. And I think that 1990s is this, or actually late 1980s, because in Ukraine it really kind of starts after the Chernobyl disaster. It's really this kind of moment when villagers are kind of trying to find the vocabulary of how to really kind of talk about this, right? And this means that, you know, survivors try to find this, you know, frameworks with those who were perpetrators at that time, right? So and then you have this kind of, you know, clashes who are coming kind of from above, and people like Kravchuk are telling, you know, Stalin was the guilty one, and like nobody else. So you have like no official kind of you know, politics to actually name those who are responsible, but also not, you know, naming the those who, you know, who are the victims, right? So naming is like a very important, like 1990s is particularly important moment when this, you know, struggles over naming both the guilty ones and you know and the victims is particularly kind of tense, and it's kind of never really addressed till this day, right? Because we don't know really the names of those who starve, but we don't know also the names of those who like contributed to their suffering, right?
Thank you.
I would like to get back to Dr. Andryczyk. Thank you so much for a productive discussion. I just wanted to point to the concept of privatization, right? When we talk about Holodomor or lack of food on the shelves, this all comes because you know, the socialist government appropriated everything from the farmers, right? So the reason of Holodomor is that there is no private property anymore. And there's one thing that we missed out, I guess, mentioning that socialists, right? You mentioned socialists, right? That they were for private property. Is it right? And can we see basically response of the 90s where the government, first of all, gives shares in all the factories. People sell these shares later on to oligarchs. They are not forced. They do it themselves because they don't get dividends. And also all the farmers, everyone who has a home, right, in the village, they get a plot of land from which they can live, and they can get a lot of land. That's unique. You can, you know, here you have to buy it. There you get it for free just to live off it. So how do you see the history of privatization in Ukraine, right, as the antithesis or alternative path presented by Russia and offered by a colonial power? Thank you.
Well, I'm not quite sure how to answer that. I mean, it clearly, privatization in the sense of people having a plot of land to grow stuff goes against collectivization, obviously. And you know, I think there's no one who would disagree that the Holodomor was a product of the collectivization passed from above. But I think there are more than one way to privatize land, and there are ways and I think that's where the debate really ought to be in terms of agricultural development moving forward. And yeah, I mean, I don't see those as the only options, either total collectivization, central state controlled, or privatization with no attempt to manage what's going on with the land and so on.
If I can just add to that, obviously everything is always regional in Ukraine. And in the small world of Western Ukraine, as I remember those years, villages debated whether people should get back the land they had before 1945 exactly, or more sensibly, since there had been small plots, particularly in the Carpathian Mountains, would it not be better to get back a piece that was all together and amassed on it? So, but of course, the great difference was there was a memory of the private world yet that had lasted 3 generations, and there had been no Holodomor. So it was a different world. But I think that concept of privacy on it. The other is the relationship of what we call peasantries in the 19th century. They didn't always see it this way. I think there's a book by Andryczyk about framing the Ukrainian peasantry, about Western Ukraine. He makes a very good discussion that we are kidding ourselves if we don't think that what we would call liberal ideas and privatization didn't reach the peasantry almost immediately in 1848, and certainly had been there before. And I think there's a lot to it. I think much of peasant studies, at least when I studied, was so taken with the idea of Russian communal agriculture, which we know also existed in much of Ukraine, by the way, the same redivisions, that it missed the elements of the private relationship to land that had been there before.
Well, thank you so much. I think we're just about at time, please thank those speakers, and then we have to lunch.
Welcome back. To our afternoon panel. I'm Elise Giuliano, and I am the director of the master's program at Harriman Institute and a political scientist who has done some research and publishing on Ukraine. And therefore, I am very happy to be part of the Ukrainian Studies program at Harriman, and happy to introduce my colleagues on this panel and moderate the panel. So I will begin by introducing our first speaker. And in the interest of time, each speaker will talk for about 25 to 30 minutes, and then we'll have a Q&A. So in the interest of time, I won't read the full bio, but I will speak to some of the highlights. So our first speaker is Serhiy Bilenky, who is the editor-in-chief of East-West Journal of Ukrainian Studies. He has also been the programs director of Harvard's Ukrainian Summer Institute since 2015. He has been a visiting assistant professor at Columbia University, and he was born in Kyiv and graduated from Shevchuk University, where he also received his Candidate of Science degree, and he received a PhD in history from the University of Toronto. For Columbia, as well as at the University of Toronto, he has taught courses on Russian, Ukrainian, and East European history. Oh, and also at the Harvard Ukrainian Summer Institute.
Thank you, Elise. Thank you, Marco, for inviting me here. And I'm glad to see some remnants of the audience. Hopefully, others will show up. My paper today is my first attempt at approaching a new topic. So essentially, it's part of a non-existent imaginary and nostalgic book, A History of Kyiv in the 1990s. City I was born in, yes, and so it's a bit, it feels like extra nostalgic. Today we'll focus on one crucial aspect of the decade, that is the changes in higher education and the role of the first post-Soviet generation in Ukraine. I'm speaking here today both as an eyewitness and as a scholar, and it's hard to manage this, to balance these two roles. I want to show the links between higher education and wider political and cultural developments. Although the 1990s were marked by severe economic deprivation, which we could see yesterday from the movie, and what we could learn even today, the wild 90s, that's the term, the decade also created unprecedented opportunities for Ukraine's first post-Soviet generation, Ukrainian Gen Xers. I argue that the rapid expansion of higher education during that time and the pivotal role of a few new institutions such as Kyiv Mohyla Academy and a few others were essential to the emergence and long-term viability of contemporary Ukrainian culture. Despite a dubious quality of much of the education, of which I'm myself a product, so I can attest to that. All new states expand higher education. That's just what they do. Yes, primarily for two reasons. First, to increase the pool of experts for governance and for the economy, and second, to demonstrate to the outside world, yes, that the nation actually cares about human development. And so Ukraine is no exception. And added symbolic value is often placed on the humanities, which was supposed to provide cultural and historical legitimacy for the so-called nationalizing states. Yes, that's Roger Baker's term. In the process, a new generation emerges, educated within this new educational system. And in the context of the collapse of communism and Soviet rule, this new generation served as the backbone of political, economic, and cultural transition. Now, there is a theory of political generations, and I'm not going into detail. It's probably all the way goes back to Karl Mannheim, perhaps, and others. I will only use one aspect of it. And here I will refer to the research by Olena Nikolaenko, who actually professors here at Fordham University. So she applied the part of the theory to the youth democratic movements of the early 2000s, and particularly the color revolutions in Eastern Europe. As she notes, and I quote, the rise of this post-Soviet generation triggered an unprecedented upsurge in youth protest. That's end of quote. She also emphasizes that rising enrollment levels led to the rise of youth activism and facilitated the protest movements in the countries she studied, which was Serbia, Georgia, and Ukraine. Another quote, a high concentration of young people in one place provided ample opportunities to build networks of protesters, end of quote. So this is kind of political introduction, and I will come back to this couple of these points in the end. A small kind of footnote, more general nature. I want to add that historically, the rapidly expanded higher education was not always good for democracy, especially if you have a multitude of university graduates who are unemployed. And think about into a period, yes, in Central Europe, yes, all these new successor countries. You have, again, a lot of economists and lawyers who cannot find jobs, and instead they fill the ranks of far-right fascist parties or the alternatives, the communist organizations and parties. So Ukraine avoided such a predicament in the 1990s, or so it seemed, although there was the probably long brewing kind of intergenerational conflict between this, I call it first post-Soviet generation, of largely university graduates, and the older, and as statistics tell us, less educated older Soviet generations. And if you look even at Orange Revolution and Euromaidan, there were already there kind of signs of that conflict, and we can discuss it if you have your own comments or doubts. Now, what was happening in higher education in Ukraine in the 90s? Many things were happening. Not all of them were good. The first law on education in independent Ukraine actually was enacted even before Declaration of Independence. So it's early June 1991. And what this law said or did, yes, it's actually the basic things. It's classified all schools based on their educational level. Yes, I'll have probably a slide if it works. Yeah, something like that. Yeah, so it's kind of simplification of what happened. Yeah, there were 4 levels of accreditation. The first, the lowest for technicums, which had been probably not in the Soviet times, they were not part of this higher education. All the way to the 4th level, yes, reserved for primarily universities and academies. also, what the law introduced, it introduced different types of ownership. Yes, the public, private, and communal or municipal schools. Yeah, so this is again a big change from the Soviet times. Now, at that time, 1991, I don't know if it's on the slide, there were approximately, not on the slide, 156 institutions of higher learning. Is it so many? Is it enough? I think it was pretty much the norm at the time for the country of that size. Yes, 156 institutes and universities. In 1994, almost a quarter of now expanding number of higher education institutions was around the fourth level of accreditation. And here you could see again the numbers, 118 institutes, 14 classical universities, and 8 technical universities. The top fourth level accreditation brought with itself the highest degree of autonomy and more funding. I think that's why everybody wants to become a university at the time. Accreditation licensing, typically around for 5 to 8 years, was supposed to provide quality oversight. But at the time, there was not much quality oversight, and it was done really inconsistently. And everybody who was in Ukraine at the time probably knew how corrupt and inefficient most post-Soviet post-secondary education was. Yes, so that's not surprising. There was also the National Program of Education, kind of mission statement called the Revival of Education, enacted in 1993. What it wanted to emphasize, just 3 concepts: democratization, humanizacija, and humanitarization. It's hard to translate into English, probably democratization, humanization, and then something about the humanities. And I think that was the idea of this post-Soviet administration authorities, kind of to make up for the status of the humanities in the Soviet system. Yes, we were obviously under heavy ideological pressures. So that was the idea, to bring humanities back, kind of to the fore. The policy also presupposed the introduction of 3-tier system of academic training to make it basically more like European or Western-like. Yes, for example, by introducing the degrees that's you take them for granted: bachelor, specialist, and master. But I myself never had a master's degree, for example, so I'm envious. But they were introduced, and this has kind of brought the entire system closer to the West. That was the idea. Also, in a clear break with the Soviet past, the new law on education permitted the opening of private post-secondary schools. But it turned out that the private schools were not that popular, actually. Well, initially they were popular, but then the number of students and the share of students studying in private institutions of higher learning kind of declined. I think to the 8% in 2000s. Yes, because of various reasons. Yes, worse quality and less access to money, to funds. For example, no student aid, financial aid. So we can discuss it a bit later. Now, most universities were established on the basis of the existing older ones, institute. Yes, because institute was a kind of specialized school, yes, post-secondary school in the Soviet times. Yeah, but now again, every institute decided to become a university for different reasons, and there were totally new establishments such as Kyiv Mohyla Academy, which I will come back again in the end to emphasize its role. Now, what followed was a dramatic increase in the number of all these schools. Yeah, total chaos. And again, the numbers you can see here, probably on the next slide. Yeah, so basically an increase from, let's say, 158 in 92 to the all-time high 353 in 2008 and 9. And I just tried to check how many universities are there in Canada. And I think less than 70, I think, yes. And but population-wise, yes, there was similar cases. So there was clearly big implosion and inflation of these schools. The geographic distribution also was unequal because most of them were and still are actually in just 5 regions, oblast. First of all, city of Kyiv and oblast, but then Kharkiv Oblast, Dnipropetrovsk Oblast, Lviv Oblast, and Odessa Oblast. Yeah, this is where probably 60% of all state-funded students studied, yes, and 67% of state funds went there, yeah. Only 5 regions. And I think it simply reflected basically the earlier Soviet patterns of industrial and technical legacy. Is basically, if you have industrialized region, you would theoretically have more schools there, but with a few exceptions. And Kharkiv, obviously not surprising, because it's the first capital of Soviet Ukraine and has this legacy of schools and research institutions. Another trend of the time was the dramatic decrease in the number of specialist institutes. This is the Soviet-style institute, yes, that specialized either in pedagogy, pedagogical institutes, or technology, everything from mining to metallurgy to gas and oil and all kind of things. Yes, economy, medicine, or even physical training. Yes. So now the tendency was to turn this kind of very specialized institutes, kind of the mainstay of Soviet educational system, into wider, kind of more broader universities. And there were 3 reasons, main reasons why that happened. First, obviously, the need for more comprehensive curriculum, because if you add economy to physical training institute, well, you have probably more students. Yes, something like that. Second, a considerable symbolic value and prestige attached to the name university. Yeah, that was something that everybody wants to become a university. And third reason, better funding, yes, and more autonomy enjoyed by universities. So that was a big trend of the time. And suddenly, there was this big decrease in the number of institutes from 136 in the late 80s to 72, 95 to 59 in 2017. And I haven't checked what happened to them over the last 5 years or so. Then another thing that I want to mention is the concept of national institution of higher learning. Yes, because that was the main distinction that the state school could get from the state. Yeah, it was not all about prestige, but also get funding and autonomy. And the first institution that received this national status was, not surprisingly, my own school, Kyiv University. Yes, in 1994, it became Kyiv National University. But also an upstart like Kim Hill Academy, the same year, which also received that distinction. What it meant, it had some also political agenda, because if you look what at the time when the highest number of the status was granted, well, we'll see that happened between 1994 and 2004, which was the time of Kuchma's presidency. And what it meant is that this reflected the pattern of political patronage, basically, yes, because you received the status of national university, but then you expected to support the president, during the elections. Yeah, so there was quid pro quo, really, basically. Yes, and also an attempt to use then students and professors and faculty members as admin resource. Yes, again, that's typically kind of post-Soviet Kuchma style governance. Yes, kind of top to bottom, what Dr. Kibita told us about. On the flip side, I don't know if it's flip side or not, there was slow but steady Ukrainization. And this is quite interesting because in 1990, I myself was surprised to learn that 95% of all teaching at post-secondary schools was done in Russian. Yes, that's Soviet Ukraine for you. But that changed quite rapidly, because in 1996, yes, 94% of all aspiring students already took exams in Ukrainian. What it means is that all these aspiring students, probably they could not function in Ukrainian anyway, but they were now motivated and basically forced, yes, to learn Ukrainian. Ukrainian now become suddenly a useful language of higher education, even though most people did not speak it on the streets, as you might know or guess. By the end of the decade, Ukrainization kind of was quite successful because judging by the number of academic groups that studied in Ukrainian, for example, Western and Central Ukraine, it was almost completely Ukrainianized. but not so everywhere else, because as you could see again, in the south and east, yes, of Ukraine, those numbers were completely different. Yes, from 40% in Kherson Oblast to 6.2% in Luhansk Oblast. Yeah, and that's also kind of the squandered legacy of the 90s. That is again kind of mixed bag. But I want to make a kind of a broader and kind of braver political conclusion to this, and cultural, that despite this uneven Ukrainization, by the end of the decade, what happened is that because of this policy of Ukrainization, slow and inconsistent, what appeared was the audience able and willing to read, for example, Ukrainian literature, which was not the case when I became a student in 1992, because of very few people who did read Ukrainian literature in Kyiv, for example, in my university, yes. But by the end of the decade, in early 2000s, that became possible, yeah. And there was also a growing audience for consuming Ukrainian cultural products, such as theater, films, and music. Although I'm not sure how to count, how the statistics will help us to count actually that development, and maybe you all will have some ideas. As for students' enrollment, because how many students, the trend was obviously to, well, first of all, more and more students because they have more and more schools. And that indeed what happened until 2007 or 8. Yes, from around 829,000 students in 1993-94 to more than 2 million in 2007-8. Actually, now it's way down again, yeah, for different reasons. And another number I want to, again, too much stuff, but what is interesting, I would say, is that the number of students per 10,000 people, it grew from 170 in 1991 to 285 10 years later. Yes, almost, yes, 2 times more, yes, to the highest point of 511 in 2007. Yeah, again, more students in Ukraine, which is probably a good thing, but there are certain challenges of that too. And even more important, I would say, is the percentage of people aged 15 and older who completed higher education, yeah, people with higher degrees, yes. And that percentage grew from 12% in 1990, which was kind of Soviet number, like for decades, almost kind of constant, to 20% in year 2000, 24% in 2010. Yes, and this is something that's actually, this is seen from statistics, yeah, from metrics. It happened. Although a minority, clearly, this new class of educated professionals became the driving force during the big political events that we already discussed, like the Orange Revolution and Euromaidan. Again, I'm trying to make a kind of political conclusion from these purely educational statistics. While it's hard to say what happened, during the Orange Revolution, because I don't think we have that statistics, but we do have statistics for Euromaidan, thanks to Olga Onuch and her research, because they interviewed, they made this large scale survey in 2013, 2014, when the events were unfolding. And what she found, I guess it's not surprising, yes, but it's still interesting, is that first of all, most protesters in case of Maidan had high education. Yeah, 24% of population with higher degrees, but majority on Euromaidan. I guess again that's what we could feel, but we actually know that was the case. And what about this post-Soviet generation, Ukrainian Gen Xers, my fellow generation? Well, it turned out that they were not a majority on Maidan, but they had a solid 30%, yes, of participants. And they themselves thought of themselves as the most important group on Maidan. Why? Because, well, these people with jobs, yes, and with money and resources. Yeah, there's people who sponsored Maidan, yes, not the oligarchs, but actually, and we, I guess political scientists know how this fundraising worked. So basically it was done by small donations, by large number of them. And so these people thought of themselves as the drivers and movers of Maidan and political change. And in a sense, that's the legacy of the 90s in pure form. It's finally that generation arrived, came of age politically, and now they have resources, yes, to actually to become visible and to make a difference. That's in kind of political sphere, but also I would like to think that they were important for cultural development. I hear, for the sake of this this presentation, I call it the Zhedan generation, basically, because he was born in '74, I believe. Yes, so essentially that's what the generation was. Not that they became more prominent than others, yes, than let's say the COVID generation, but they, I think they, first of all, they were first generation in the independent Ukraine that actually achieved some, some influence on their own, basically. And also audience. Now you have people able, willing, and also having resources to consume and support Ukrainian culture with their own money. Yes, and it didn't happen immediately, but I think the results, what we have now, 10 to 15 years, last 10, 15 years, yeah, that's the result of again of the 1990s. Maybe it's a bit a stretch, but I think it's can be proven. We can discuss that as well. How much time do I have?
About 8 or 9 minutes.
Okay, I'll be faster than that, I think. One problem, again, as I said, it's not easy in my mind to prove, yes, the growth of this Ukrainian cultural audience, because what are the metrics, yes, and how to get to them? Yeah, because again, we can see how many people are in with higher degrees. Again, we cannot judge the quality, but at least on paper they're visible. What about, again, the audience consuming Ukrainian culture? Should we look at print runs, popularity of individual writers, and movies, for example? If there are, can we judge it by popularity of particular films? All these things, I think, is important, yes, to put in proper place here. But in the end, I want to come back to where I started, and that is talking a little bit about the pivotal new institutions. And for me, that's the symbol of the 1990s educational reforms. It's success, not failure, because I know well about failures. But about success is definitely what I'm doing. Let's see. Yes, it's Kibita Academy. I was not a student there, so I'm not biased. But objectively, I think this is the place which is basically became a symbol of this reforms in higher education in the 1990s. There are so many things that the Kibita Academy introduced that became widespread in Ukraine, not immediately. Yes, usually it took sometimes 5, sometimes 10 years, yes, to spread. First of all, it was probably the major cultural space in Kyiv in the 90s. Yes, maybe Marko will speak about Lviv a little bit later. But if you happen to be in 90s in Kyiv, this is the place to go. Yes, it had all things that you needed. It had the pioneering art gallery. It was initially called Soros Gallery, then it was renamed and reorganized as Contemporary Art Center, which became the primary art space in Ukraine. Yes, where you could see cutting-edge Ukrainian and international artists. There was a film club, legendary Kino Club. Yes, where you could see Antonioni or Bergman or whoever, or Tarantino, anything they really wanted. Yes, there was theater, that's called Kyiv Experimental Theater. Yes, which was probably one of the best theater companies in Ukraine at the time. Unfortunately, there is not much. If you Google it online, it's on one page. It's something that happened in the 90s, stayed in the 90s, unfortunately. And this is bad.
Like Las Vegas. Yes.
Well, it's like our Vegas, yes, exactly. But you think here, for example, yes, you're talking about master's program, 2-year master's programs, which sounds like take it for granted. It never happened in Ukraine until Kibita Academy introduced it. And now it's everywhere, basically. Yes, professional schools. Yes, what's the head? School of Social Work, Kibita Business School. Ukraine did not have it. until Kimohila Academy again introduced those things. So basically, this is the importance of one single school. There were more than one. Yes, there were maybe 2 or 3 more. But just to finish with this, almost my final part, the sociologists of higher education usually say, what's the most successful way to reform higher education? Yes, we could do it top down, yes, by introducing, by imposing, by issuing decrees. That's what the Ukrainian government wanted to do, since the early 90s. Failure. Yes, it's not the best way to do it. But the second way to do it, it's probably more complicated, but it's more efficient and productive in the long run. And that's when 1 or 2, 3 schools, universities do something innovative, out of the box. Yes, and then their ideas, their models kind of spread around. Yes, that's what happened. I've studied the 19th century classical German university. That's what started in Berlin in the 19th century. We have it everywhere, basically. So this is probably the most efficient way to do any reform in higher education. And that's what Kimohila Academy did. Yes, and so now Ukraine is benefiting from the 90s, if though most people probably not aware where these things come from. And for conclusion, I have probably 4 takeaways that I want to share with you. Each of these points needs probably further research. One is why the 90s were important. Well, it's because they increased the share of citizens with college degrees, period. Whether it's good or bad, hard to say. Again, it doesn't say about quality of the education, but I think generally it's good when society is getting more educated. There are issues with that, yes, employment, opportunities, satisfaction, and so on and so on. But at least this is what happened during the 90s. The second point is also pretty obvious, but it's harder to prove. Yes, and that's, again, the growing audience engaged in Ukrainian culture. And I don't know how to better formulate this point, but essentially, yes, what's happening in front of our eyes during the last 10 to 15 years, it didn't appear out of nothing. Yes, I argue and I try to convince you that without this 90s expansion of higher education and reforms, yes, what is happening today would not have been impossible. Yes, some people came to the Ukrainian culture earlier than others. Yes, but without that first generation, yes, that's Red Underhovich, or a few of those people initially. Yes, this were kind of, they provided the foundation for other possibilities. Third, it's the post-war generation itself. Yes, that's I argue was instrumental in bringing political change and participating in the Orange Revolution and Euromaidan. Some people, younger people, I mean, there are younger people who don't really like older people. They blame this generation or my generation for squandering democratic opportunities and chances, for allowing Yanukovych to come to power. But I think it's unfair, really. Yeah, there's a tension here. Yes, this kind of famous intergenerational tension. And the fourth point, yes, that's what I tried to prove an example of Kimohila Academy. This is the emergence of new post-secondary institutions, which were bigger than just schools. Yes, Kimohila Academy was not just a school, but it's a cultural, political, social space, space for experimentations at the time, and for a space where you could hang out. Now, look outside. There are people hanging out here. Yes, they're doing whatever they do there on the grass. Yes. Now, I think when I was a student at Kyiv University in the 90s, we didn't have grass. We could not hang out. We were not allowed to go outside at all. Like we had space inside. Yes, there is nice space, but not for students. I think I was only once there. But in Kimohila Academy, you could do this. Yes, and so basically, I know a lot of students from other Kyiv universities and schools would come on a daily basis to Kimohila Academy just to hang out. So to have this experience of being a student in a free environment, this is something, again, for you taking for granted. I could not. Yes, I was deprived of it in my own university. So this is also lifestyle and an experience of freedom, which is obviously essential for political debate, discourse, and for democracy. Kiev Academy was not the only institution I also mentioned here, Ukrainian Catholic University, but it came later. Yeah, so I think it even became university in 2002. Yes, but few schools did exist, and they made incredible things. So I think the conclusion, if there is one single phrase to conclude, is that the 1990s still live with us. They live on. Yes, not necessarily with good things, yes, but with this for sure. This is something that I myself are always grateful to the time of deprivation, wild 90s, but also time of wild freedom. Yes, that is in some cases even unimaginable these days. Yes, just press the elevator in a building. You can. Yes, so this is okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you for that reframing of the 90s. Really provocative and interesting. Okay, now I'm happy to introduce Yuri Shevchuk, who is a senior lecturer of Ukrainian in the Department of Slavic Languages and Literature and at Harriman Institute here at Columbia. So Yuri has a PhD in Germanic philology from Kyiv State University and an MA in political science from the New School, which I did not know. In addition to Ukrainian language courses at all levels, he teaches Ukrainian, Soviet, and post-Soviet film, a very popular course with our master's students that often results in master's theses among the students. And he has published in the US, Canada, Ukraine, in print and online, on many different issues from film to identity, culture, and of course, Ukrainian language. He is the author of Beginner's Ukrainian with interactive online workbook and other publications as well. And I'll just mention his forthcoming publications. Say It in Ukrainian, a practical course in Ukrainian phonetics, which will be published now.
Early May.
Okay, early May. And congratulations. And Reframing Early Ukrainian Film History, a case study in decolonization, which is a chapter in the monograph Digital Combat, Reframing Eastern European and Ukrainian Cinema, published by University of Toronto Press. Yuri.
Thank you. I didn't hope that all of that will take so much time. When I started teaching at Columbia, my first course in Ukrainian cinema, the course was entitled Ukrainian Cinema and Formation of Modern Ukraine, a Missing Link. And by that I meant that Benedict Anderson's Imagined Communities enumerated a number of very important factors instrumental in emerging of modern national identities, like the museum, the novel, census, but there was no cinema among those factors mentioned. Of course, it couldn't be mentioned because he was writing about before the cinema was even invented. And my contention to my students was that we will not understand how Ukrainian identity, modern Ukrainian identity, was formed without taking into account the incredibly powerful influence cinema exerted on how Ukrainians that lived before my generation and generations after viewed themselves and viewed the world and what they wanted to be and to what identity they wanted to belong. And if we talk about filmmaking and 1990s, I propose that we extend our optics by going all the way back to the period popularly known, or in historiographies, as the first Ukrainian Renaissance, later also renamed as the executed Renaissance. And we are talking about some 7, 8 years of explosive development of Ukrainian culture in all its traditionally understood, but also new domains that came about. And cinema was one of them, as opposed to literature. That was already a known entity. And the question that arises immediately when you compare the 1990s and the 1920s is that of revival that never happened. How come that in the 1920s, within such a short period of time, Ukrainian cinema affected something that is difficult to even fathom, not only colonizing the territory that was historically alien to it, and by that I mean the city, and becoming and introducing this powerful current of urbanity, and with it, modern way of looking at oneself as a urban as opposed to peasant population. How come then, within measly 7, 8 years of development, of unhindered development, Ukrainian cinema was able to create more than 24 new genres? Not only historical drama, that was the genre practiced in the mute or archaic period of Ukrainian cinema, but such things like industrial psychological drama, political detective, all kinds of things. I kind of dwell on it in this article, or this chapter that is about to, and nothing to talk about remotely comparable as happening in the 1990s in Ukrainian cinema. So I propose that we first look at the context of the 1990s in which Ukrainian cinema failed to produce the much wanted, desired new, that would be third, if we consider the 1960s, the third cultural revival. So economic crisis. The 1990s was marked by a profound, unprecedented economic crisis that was also the crisis that affected cinema. So in the Soviet Union, cinema had a privileged monopolistic position, basically following the pattern of Hollywood. Film production, film distribution, and film exhibition was all in one hand and controlled centrally. Economic privileges, they couldn't care less for how much electricity cost, infrastructure, all things that went together with producing films. Filmmakers were basically isolated from the sensibilities, desires, and expectations of their viewers. They were viewed as something of a high priest of the religion in irreligious atheist country, where religion was banned and a quasi-religion was this worship of cinema. Everybody adored and loved cinema, and whatever film was beyond your comprehension, too bad for you. The director didn't have any responsibility for that. So if the film was a hit at the box office, very well. If it wasn't, everybody still got paid. It didn't affect anybody. Late 1980s, 5 state-owned studios in Ukraine alone, 18 feature films on average, 45 television series, more than 500 documentaries, and 12 animated cartoons a year. Ukrainian cinema comparable with Polish and Hungarian by output. And Dovzhenko, and there are these studios in Ukraine working at full throttle. Dovzhenko studio, Odessa, you can read better than I do. Again, among those privileges, inherited privileges that then would disappear almost overnight was the massive kinosification or kinofikacja of Ukraine. I grew up in a former Jewish shtetl of 6,000 population with 4 synagogues before the war. 2 of them were destroyed. The biggest one was converted in the first run movie theater, imeni Chapayeva, named after Vasily Ivanovich Chapayev. And the second one was or second or repeated run. And that's 6,000 population, 2 movie theaters. And you can imagine how many more were in bigger cities. Annual income from film distribution to, you can read better than I, film infrastructure also included the Ivan Karpenko-Karey University for Theater that also trained filmmakers, and the institute, the special department for film studies at the Institute of Arts and Folklore at the Academy of Sciences, and a separate book publishing operation specialized in cinema periodicals like Na ekranach Ukrainy on Ukraine's screens and Noviny Kino Ekranu, 2 for 1 country, unthinkable today. So all of that, almost all of that, vanishes almost overnight. There comes the competition, a cutthroat competition with this new actor, which is video rentals. Think Yulia Tymoshenko, who made her first million, allegedly, by creating video rentals in Dnipropetrovsk. End of government support overnight. Government lost interest in filmmaking. In 2002, 19 films of all genres produced, and so on. And for the first time, the arrival of independent film production companies, something unheard of prior to that. The film distribution, you can see number of screening facilities dwindled 8-fold. Number of visits to movie theaters fell 55 times. Number of cinema goers decreased 85 times. No access to viewers for Ukrainian films. So I'm about to start analyzing the films made in the 1990s with the caveat that very few of them were actually watched by a mass viewer. Why? Because there was no way of watching them. They were produced, at best they were shown at some international film festivals, or got a limited distribution, or screened on television. But most of them were simply immediately became fact of history, film history, rather than its actuality. No Ukrainian language in movie theaters till 2006. What language was used later on? Movie exhibition networks dominated by Russian film and Hollywood films translated into Russian. The Moscow people in Moscow contrived to sign this very kind of clever contract that would monopolize distribution of all Hollywood films on the entire territory of the so-called Commonwealth of Independent States, which meant that Ukrainians, even if they wanted to dub a Hollywood film into Ukrainian, were not allowed to because they didn't have the copyright to do that, the permission to do that. So films produced in the 1990s, some of the more notable ones. Political and cultural, what, back? Swan Lake, the Zone, had its distribution in the United States. I remember the first time, the second time I came to New York, I was shocked to find its kind of banner at the Film Forum, the famous art house cinema here downtown Manhattan. Hunger 33 is also a famous film. It is credited with increasing the vote in favor of Ukrainian independence in 1991, supposedly thanks to the fact that it was shown on the eve of the vote. They achieved unheard of 91% in favor of Ukrainian independence. I don't know if that's true, but that's apocryphal kind of story. Fuzhou is one of those films that is really, I really like it. It's my favorite film of that era. I showed it everywhere I could once I started running the Ukrainian Film Club here, including Toronto. But again, this is the film that nobody watched, other than people with special access, VIP access. Friend of the Deceased, again, the film that had an international film circuit run and got a nod from, I think from in France, from the Cannes International Film Festival. What kind of a nod? I don't remember, but it was noticed and spoken about a lot. Asthenic syndrome, well, it was made in Ukraine, but it's a question whether we can speak of it as an essentially Ukrainian film. 1989 has the distinction of being the only film, supposedly the only film, banned officially under Gorbachev, where all the previously banned films were released, unshelved. This film was banned, and that was shown at the Berlin International Film Festival and rescued from oblivion that way. Okay. You asked for it more, you got more than you asked for. So among political factors, same Soviet political elites stay in place. There's no change whatsoever. And that it's important to remember because they were one of the most powerful brakes on anything new, on any attempts at decolonization of Ukrainian culture, its de-Russification. No generational change within filmmaker community. There is no new generation of filmmakers to speak of in the 1990s. The first new generation of Ukrainian filmmakers arriving on the scene in the early aughts was 40 years of age. That was the kind of 40, at best 30 years of age. That was the kind of the new generation. Products of Soviet education, all of them. Few of them, none of them, in my experience, and I met most all of them, a good half of them we invited here, they could not speak English. That means they could not communicate with any other filmmaking traditions than the Russian one. Imperial momentum predominant even among younger filmmakers. I remember how people told me, and I spoke a lot of them as a matter of program, and they were all oriented to things like Muratova, Tarkovsky, Bondarchuk, all these Russian geniuses, and very rarely pronounce their interest in something other than Russian. Old corrupt educational system obsessed with emulating Russian filmmaking tradition and isolated from the world. Total orientation towards Russian film distribution market. That meant that there was no motivation to make films in Ukrainian because you couldn't screen them in Kazakhstan or in Israel or in Russia or in Belarus. And Ukrainian nouveau riche were openly hostile to anything having the name Ukrainian or having to do with Ukrainian culture. There was something alien to them, something laughable, something that merited no support. There was a waste of money. The only exception would be using film production as a laundry machine to launder illegally made money. But that's another story. Another important factor in the 1990s was abolition of censorship. So the thematic scope and aesthetic options exponentially expanded. Sources of inspiration that were unthinkable before the late 1980s now were all accessible. like Ukrainian executed Renaissance, like Mykola Khviliovy, and I'm here citing those whose work were adapted for screen, kind of gave rise to screen adaptations. And of course, there is a profound identity crisis, call it cinematic identity crisis. Few movies made that were made did not get distributed. There's a sense of creative paralysis that goes beyond the economic deprivation. The new genre that arose in Russian Soviet cinema called Chernukha, from the word chorny, black, was also flourishing apace in Ukrainian cinema, post-Soviet cinema. I can argue, there's an argument to be made that Ilyenko's Swan Like the Zone is Chernukha. Why? Extreme naturalism. These are the typical features of Chernukha. Visceral, unfiltered depiction of poverty, alcoholism, abuse, and other social ills, pessimism and hopelessness, focus on social traps, no hope of escape, no character redemption or positive resolution. You feel trapped. You want to hang yourself after watching a film. Society portrayed as devoid of values. Graphic depiction of physical violence and bodily degradation. Bleak settings, urban blight, monotonous landscape, great decaying environment. And that is true even of color films, not only of black and white films. All this is easily attributable to Swan Lake the Zone. Orientation to the past. This is an overall characteristic of the few films that got made in the 1990s. So if you look at the themes of those films, they are Ukrainian classics, adaptation of Ukrainian classics, Ukrainian World War II, events of World War II, Ukrainian insurgent army, Ukraine's glorious past, kind of farther removed into the past, historical detective, and Stalinist repressions and Soviet occupation. The three examples of this thematic distribution are temporal thriller, when you travel with the protagonist through time within one film. Fantasy or mystical drama, Fuzhou is a probably most prominent example of that, and contemporary detective. A Friend of the Deceased is probably hands down the most prominent and celebrated example of that. Ukrainian identity on screen, living in the past. So Ukrainians are shown as heroes of the past as opposed to the present. Why is this a problem? Well, it is a problem because it makes it very problematic for a viewer to identify oneself with, to find oneself on screen. It also reinforces one of the typical colonial stereotypes of Ukrainian identity as belonging in the museum, in the past, and having nothing to do with the present, with the exigencies of the actual life. Ukrainian identity on screen, past-obsessed yokels. I took that definition from Bogdan Nebesio's very enlightening article about the curse of poetic cinema that he published, I think, in the late 1990s. So Ukrainians in these films are almost always peasants and extremely rarely city dwellers. So we are asked again to watch the world as peasants. Never mind that you live in Rivne, Kyiv, or Odessa, or Lviv. So the action mainly takes place in the Carpathian Mountains or in the forests and the fields. These characters are alien to Ukraine's city streets. This is the second point on which the cinematic Ukrainian identity conforms with imperial representation as essentially a peasant, provincial, identity strange to urbanity and strange to modernity. As a result, again, we have the reinforcement of imperial stereotypes of Ukrainians as backward, alien to modernity, and past-obsessed yokels. End of quote. So if you look at the films of Christofovich and Muratova, who are particularly lately, there's been an almost concerted action to present Muratova as somehow a Ukrainian filmmaker. There was a retrospective at Lincoln Center Film Society where Muratova was billed as the most prominent Ukrainian film director of the last 50 years. Interestingly enough, when I spoke with Muratova in 2004 on the occasion of her first retrospective and introduced myself as the director of the Ukrainian Film Club, she said, "А что, собственно, может интересовать украинский киноклуб в моем творчестве? What on earth can be of interest for a Ukrainian film club in my oeuvre?" So she apparently didn't mince words saying that she's not a Ukrainian filmmaker. Well, bad luck for her, because she passed away and now she's remade into a Ukrainian filmmaker. But if you look at her films, there is nothing of Ukraine. All of them, with the exception of Passions, Увлечения, take place in Odessa. But Odessa is not Ukraine. It's Russia, and it's populated by Russian characters. Christofovich's film is an interesting instance of presenting the protagonist there is a suicidal individual representing Russian imperial minority in Ukraine who wants to commit suicide, because for what reason, I leave it up to you to decide. I have all kinds of tempting interpretations, but we don't have time for that. But then again, this is the kind of identity that is being offered to Ukrainians and asked of them to accept as being about them. So there's no vision of the self there are no attempts at articulating any coherent vision of the self that could appeal to Ukrainians who are looking desperately for a new post-Soviet identity that is something other than Russian, something other than the variation, the southwestern variation of the great Russian identity. So a number of important films of this period are preoccupied with the question of what happened to Ukraine, almost to the point of being obsessed with that. None poses the question, who are we and where it is we are going? And I mean by the most prominent one is the, 3 more minutes, right?
No, you have more.
13? Okay, I take it.
5.
Good. I love you. And by that, I mean Prayer for Hetman Mazepa, another film that is very much on initiative and even more so on frustrated expectations and hopes that never materialized. The film, interestingly enough, the kind of let us be disciplined. I want to be true to myself. I teach language. Let's look at what happens with language in film. Not just because I teach the language, but because Ukrainians think of the language as the central part of their identity, to such an extreme that without the Ukrainian language, there is no Ukrainianness or Ukrainian identity. What happens with Ukrainian language in the film? Nothing. Basically, the imperial momentum continues. Some of the films, the problem is that films do use Ukrainian, but the Ukrainian they use reinforces this widespread opinion that Ukrainian is really an unnatural, artificial, stilted language. Is it? No. But if you hear it on screen, it is. Why? Because the kind of Ukrainian used is really a written, bookish, as opposed to dialogical Ukrainian. You don't converse in such a Ukrainian with anybody if you are of sound mind. You can hear that Ukrainian in films, and of course it repels you. What is a natural language then? If you asked film directors, it's a mixture of Ukrainian and Russian, known as Surjik. That's the natural thing. That's the natural Ukrainian that quote unquote. So we have this kind of a colonial vicious circle. First, you kill and murder half of the population that speak natural Ukrainian. You create the reality on the ground, and then the film is supposed to be true to reality and reflect the kind of Ukrainians that you hear in reality. So there's this vicious circle of Russification that kind of accelerates, and the film of Ukrainian films of the 1990s continues to be this incredibly powerful tool of ongoing Russification. The empire is no more, but the Ukrainian language is still under attack. What's worse is that we see the emergence of a new and particularly toxic form of Russification, which I call, for lack of better word, language schizophrenia. What I mean by that is combining within one communicative act Ukrainian and Russian, always attaching Ukrainian to Russian so that you cannot be left alone with your own language. You hear this Russian all the time, and it stultifies, it kills all manner of creativity. So we cannot find a single film that has a lively, convincing, authentic dialogue that is believable. And that is a big problem that makes Ukrainian film, despite the best intentions of people like Yuri Ilyenko, like Mikhailo Ilyenko, like Taras Tkachenko, Taras Tomenko, like Olesyanchuk, makes it a tool of Russification. Why? How? You hear Ukrainian, but Ukrainian again convinces you that this is a yokel language, that this language is unnatural, it carries no symbolic capital and no prestige. And you choose, if you choose to speak it, you will put yourself out for laughter as something laughable. And this momentum continues today. This year, the Shevchenko Prize was awarded the supposedly wonderful, wonderful film, Ty Kosmos, You Are the Universe, all made proudly in this raging Surjik, this macaronic mixture of, and this is Shevchenko, Taras Shevchenko Prize. What a cruel irony. Taras Shevchenko, the founder of modern Ukrainian literature and language. So this is what remains, Serhiy. The momentum from the 90s is still very much with us in the year 2026. And this is what I wanted to say. Thank you for your patience, and thank you.
Thank you, Yuri. Okay, and now we have the Marko Andryczyk, who organized the conference, as you know, and administers the Ukrainian Studies program at Harriman Institute and teaches Ukrainian literature in the Department of Slavic Languages since 2007. Professor Andryczyk has a PhD in Ukrainian literature from University of Toronto. And he has too many publications to list, but I will say that, just to mention a few, his own monograph is called The Intellectual as Hero in 1990s Ukrainian Fiction, published by University of Toronto Press. And he is the editor and compiler and translator of The White Chalk of Days, the contemporary Ukrainian literature series anthology. And his most recent translations include Taras Prokashko's Earth Gods, Writings from Before the War, published by Harvard Library of Ukrainian Literature. And there are many more, and you can read his bio and everyone's bio through the links on the website of the conference.
Thank you very much. I will use the podium because it's been here the whole time. I started with this at 9 o'clock and everybody's been ignoring it. So as a fan of technology, I'm kidding. I hate technology. I will use it for this final talk today. As was touched on by several of my colleagues today, dramatic and often tragic political events over the past decade have led to momentous changes in Ukrainian society. Ukraine's culture has paralleled such developments by increasingly focusing on Ukrainian identity as a subject, and in turn, more and more Ukrainians are engaging with this culture. On the academic front, scholars in Ukraine have responded by providing insightful analyses of these changes in culture and in society. They've engaged discussions and produced publications that are excellent, opportune, and thought-provoking. In fact, they've provoked me to notice what is largely missing from these scholarly initiatives, a focus on 1990s Ukraine and its culture. And 1990s Ukrainian culture, when it is addressed, it is sometimes misconstrued and often disconnected from today's developments. By focusing on a few singular moments in 1990s Ukrainian culture in my talk today, I aim to show how music, visual art, and literature of that decade have much more in common with development in today's Ukraine that is discussed these days. And then I'll offer some very preliminary thoughts on how we can look more broadly at what's been happening in the country culturally in the last 35 years or so. First, some theoretical observations. Many of the above-mentioned discussions of culture in Ukraine today are connected with categorizing cultural developments as being anti-colonial, post-colonial, or decolonial. In order to summarize some of the main criteria for such designations, I will now offer a brief review on what several experts in the field have recently expressed on this topic. I'll read these briefly because I know the font's not very good. I apologize for that. But Squandered and Yulia Kravchenko in their article Anti-Colonial, Post-Colonial, and Decolonial, which I got from this site, Decolonial Glossary, which is very, very useful. They categorize the three as such. The term anti-colonial refers to the rejection of imperial tropes expressed in resistance to degrading stereotypes. Anti-colonial behavior calls into question the arguments of the imperial narrative. The term post-colonial is interpreted as a departure from the dependence on binary oppositions, the likes of center-periphery, empire-colony, high culture, folk culture. In literature and art, the post-colonial approach can be conveyed with irony, parody, and playfulness. The post-colonial approach often manifests itself in deconstructing the imperial, ridiculing the form of its expression, and transferring these forms to a broader comparative context. The term decolonial refers to the process of forming and establishing the emancipated consciousness of a nation that had been enslaved in the past. The starting point is one's own history, culture, and language. At this stage, one's own identity is actively investigated and constructed. Freed from limitations imposed by imperial rule, this identity now develops new, innovative cultural codes that can be disorienting and incomprehensible to the old imperial mentality. Marko Pavlishin, in a May 7, 2023 interview with Daria Tsymbaluk on the past and present of post-colonial debates in Ukraine offers this. The anti-colonial vector I saw as represented by the strategy of persuasion in a text or other cultural phenomena that could be interpreted as challenging the prevailing colonial power gradient and advocating for its reversal. The implicit aim of the anti-colonial dismantling of Russian colonial domination and its attendant values, narratives, and symbols was the elevation of the values, narratives, and symbols of the formerly oppressed to a new position of primacy and dominion. In the 90s, observing playful irreverence towards grand narratives, both Soviet and national, enacted by Babu Triad and other Ukrainian neo-avant-gardists, as they sometimes were labeled, I believe that the post-colonial particle within Ukrainian culture was gaining momentum. What has since become clear is that it is not enough to, quote, build post-colonialism in one colony, end quote, so to speak. There must be a readiness in the former colonizing culture to acknowledge its predations and the hurts it has inflicted on the objects of its colonization. Svetlana Budyarova has recently produced two groundbreaking publications that offer a wealth of thoughts on Ukraine's anti-colonial, post-colonial, and especially decolonial culture. 2025's Art in Ukraine Between Identity Construction and Anti-Colonial Resistance, which she edited, and her most recent monograph, Ambicoloniality in War. Her Art in Ukraine Between Identity Construction and Anti-Colonial Resistance in particular provides us with many useful guidelines to follow in working with these three terms. In his preface to the volume, Vitaly Chernetsky writes, one of the book's particular impactful innovations is the clarity it establishes in the difference between the entangled post-colonial consciousness of the early post-Soviet decades, characterized by hybridity, ambivalence, and the emergent diverse but detangled decolonial vision that began developing in the aftermath of the Revolution Dignity 23-24 and continue with even greater intensity and on a qualitatively new level with the war, full-scale war. More ways of distinguishing between the terms are provided later in a chapter by Katerina Botanova, who was mentioned already today by Adrian. Decolonization described by various post- and decolonial thinkers as delinking, creolization, disorientation, circulation, and assuming the irreducible heterogeneity is a process of sharpening sensitivities, embracing the utopianism of imagining something that was thought of as unimaginable and defining identities anew. In her own article in this book, Budyarova proposes a chronological rather than theoretical approach to drawing the line between post-colonial and decolonial. She states that in this model, the post-colonial development immediately follows anti-colonial resistance and the resulting downfall of an empire, when the society of a now independent country reworks its recent colonial experience. She sees the post-colonial as continually revising and recombining narratives of the traumatic colonial past. In a sense, it's always looking backwards, while, according to her, the decolonial situation goes one step further by liberating from any colonialism-related elements and producing new, detangled narratives with a focus on the present and future rather than the past. And that this involves dismantling colonial narratives and substituting them with decolonial ones, and that it presupposes the creation of new narratives that conceptually break with Russia's colonial legacy. For her, post-colonial kicks in after 1991. There's a transition period after 2014, and decolonization enters fully in 2022. Breaking away from a post-colonial perspective is the first step towards decolonial release. And Ukrainian artists do this process by focusing on both firsthand documentation of the war and its critical reflection, while also contributing to the creation of a new disentangled history. For her, the reinstitution of previously absent subjects is key to decolonization in the Ukrainian cultural sphere. Thus, we can see from these approaches that the post-colonial is largely defined by hybridity, ambivalence, revising, recombining, and a focus on the past, while the decolonial is involved in disentangling new cultural codes and identities and a focus on the present and future. Now I want to briefly look at certain singular cultural moments in music, visual art, and literature in 1990s Ukraine and see how we can apply the theoretical definitions of anti-colonial, post-colonial, decolonial outlined above to these developments. Where do they fit in? Should pre-Maidan culture be considered to be anti-colonial or for the most part post-colonial? Were there no sightings of decoloniality in 1990s Ukraine according to the definitions above? We'll start with music. In 1990, 20-year-old singer Taras Shevchuk had written a song based on a poem, the titular one from Victor Nebarak's book Litaitcha Golova, The Flying Head. Shevchuk had just assembled his band Placheremy, which, like several other young rock bands at the time, set their songs to the poetry written by contemporary poets. Nebarak's poem presents a grotesque carnival scene centered by a giant head. It's actually a giant head. It rises like a head, the cut-off head of a drifter. It utters words from beyond, once, twice, 3 times. I am the flying head. That's the text. Shevchuk's interpretation of the poem features many of the rock attributes of those times, but also features a barely concealed reference. Let's give you a fragment.
Промовляє перше і друге, і ти свої потойбічні слова. Я вітаю шага.
What's that we hear there? Yes, that's the melody of the Ukrainian national anthem. Still forbidden in Ukraine when Serhiy began performing the song. Hidden in this poem. The song is clearly tied to the postmodern stylistics of Neborok and his fellow Bubaboo poets, but it's certainly risky and a subversive act against colonial power when first written and performed in 1990. A bit earlier in the long 90s, as Adrian defined, in the 1989 Chervona Ruta Festival in Chernivtsi, rock musicians and singer-songwriters presented Ukrainian culture in a concert that was a crucial part of the era of festivals that marked Glasnost era and early post-Soviet Ukraine. The relatively freer atmosphere, however, did not stop the police from detaining people dressed in blue and yellow at the gathering. I will switch to the next slide. I'll have to do it this way. This aggression by the police was answered by performers Vasily Zhdankin, Viktor Morozov, and Edvard Drach, putting together a makeshift performance of that very same Ukrainian national anthem. Here's a fragment from 1989. I'll give you a short fragment. It's a very different version of the anthem, but this is 89. So again, a very defiant, very public statement in the face of Russian colonization in the long 1990s. On that note, another very important book to have come out recently in Ukraine is Katerina Zarembo's The Ukrainian East. I think many have you read it. It's been translated into English as The Ukrainian East. In it, she sheds long overdue light on efforts made by locals at maintaining Ukrainian identity in the country's easternmost regions. I'd like to add to her excellent account other attempts, though few and far between, that were nonetheless made in the 90s on that front. We all know that the first Chervona Ruta Festival was held in Chernivtsi, in Ivakhov's home region of Bukovina, because he's the author of the song. Throughout the 90s, it was held every 2 years. Can anybody guess in what cities it took place? In 1991. Close. What? Yes, we just had Zhdan, I would say, Chubay singing in Zaporizhzhia. 93? Donetsk. 95. Sevastopol and Simferopol. 97. Kharkiv. And 99, Dnipropetrovsk. It seems to me that these cultural endeavors of the 90s can also be seen as direct attempts at decolonization that were made in the first decade of Ukraine's independence. I myself didn't know until I looked it up that they were all presented this way. We can see similar movements made towards decolonization in 90s art and visual art, in Ukraine in visual art. In 1991, exhibits featuring the artists of the Kyiv and Lviv creative collectives, Poglad, the look or the view, and Shlach, the path, were held in Kyiv and in Lviv. 13 Lviv artists exhibited in Kyiv, and 17 cave artists exhibited in Lviv. The Shlach exhibit was sponsored by the Taras Shevchenko Ukrainian Language Association. Yurko, that's for you. The Pohlyad exhibit was sponsored by the Dnipropetrovsk Center of Scientific Technical Creativity Impulse. The catalog was printed in cave, 2,000 copies by the Zhotin October Publishing Plant. And here's a slide showing you this. That's the catalog. It was broken up into two halves. Each group had a little booklet. From the Shlach booklet in the catalog, we learned that Shlach, the Lviv group, was formed in 1988 in order to resist conformity and provincialism and to stand for professionalism in today's art. The rehabilitation of 1960s artist Opanas Zalavacha was an important goal of theirs, an early goal of theirs. From the Pohlyad, the cave half of the catalog, we have an essay written by Alexander Melnik about Pohlyad artists that positions them mostly as unofficial artists who worked outside the Artists' Union of Ukraine. He brings up the need to challenge the imperialistic principle of divide and conquer that has been applied to Ukrainians, creating an East versus West divide in Ukraine. And he mentions that artists from the East and West almost know nothing about one another. This is a quote from him. He's being kind of cute here with the names, but we know that this is not the path, but one tiny step upon the path that we Easterners and Westerners are supposed to travel to get to one another and in order to become a unified, strong nation. This is a true view of who we are today, we Ukrainian artists of Kiev and Lviv, end quote. Importantly, the exhibit was conceived and organized as an extension of a major public event that took place on January 21st, 1990, Unity Day, when a human chain was formed by Ukrainians to mark the 71st anniversary of the proclamation of the Akt Zluky, or Unification Act, which was signed between Ukrainian People's Republic and the West Ukrainian People's Republic on January 26, 1990, a brief period of Ukrainian independence. On January 21st, 1990, hundreds of thousands of Ukrainians held hands between Kiev and Lviv celebrating this Unity Day, and this exhibit was inspired by that. Thus, through this artistic endeavor, we have one, an emphasis on unity, directly attempting to dismantle colonial strategy of dividing. We have two, a public linking made to an important day in the history of Ukraine's independence. And three, we have a reference to unofficial underground Ukrainian art with Zalavacha. Another example of visual art from the 90s that is worth a look is Volodymyr Kosterko's 1994 painting, Перемога любові над часом, the victory of love over time. This was created a few years after the somewhat idealistic and romantic Pohlyad Shlach event that we just talked about. Ukraine was 3 years into independence, and many Ukrainians were frustrated with the slow pace of decolonization taking place. Kosterko's painting is provocative. It's a statement on Ukraine's stubborn clinging to Russia. The title is certainly ironic, but the message is one of frustration with the post-colonial and a call to move on to the decolonial. Now moving on to literature. Much of, but not all of Ukrainian literature of the long 90s was playfully postmodern, post-colonial. Yes. But like I attempted to show in my monograph, The Intellectual as Hero in 1990s Ukrainian fiction, there was more going on than just pure play with form and with an absence of truth. This literature, in fact, consistently poked fun at national myths while also dismantling colonial myths. Much of it can certainly be categorized as post-colonial, but major strides were made at peeling away frameworks of colonization as well. I will now show you three brief examples from 1990s Ukrainian literature that I believe should be seen as being decolonial. The first is a poem by Yuri Andryczyk from his Letters to Ukraine. Letter number 20. It was kind of written as a series of poems as an addendum to his second novel, The Moscoviada. Although much of Andrychyk's work is certainly post-colonial, in this early 1990s poem, we see a pointed parting with the empire. And I'll just read it. It's kind of blurry. Having bought a ticket with my last penny, I absorb with my eyes, mouth, and brain a rapid instant ascent to the sky. Below me, as the English say, Moscow. I was taking off, and from below waved 100 partings, 100 wings in a frenzy of ecstasy, rock stars, harlots, ambassadors, generals, Tsar Ivan and Tsar Pushkin. The immortal genius Lenin waved from his pedestal. Farewell, buddy, I will never see you again. Near Lviv, you were recently tossed from the sky like a charlatan or a jester. In short, like trash. I took off. What will you do without me, Moscow? What can you do? I have to be in the south. I'm leaving you my fiery word. You will be needier without me in your abyss, beloved Mecca, with your poor crawling towards you. But you are so far away from us now that forever together is becoming nonsense. Good night, sky and clouds of cotton wool. Sleep well, crimson city, the color of blood. I'm flying home to sing carols towards Irvanets and Neborak. Those are two guys from his poetry collective. So this is a poem translated by John Hennessy Nostapkin recently from a 1990-93 poem by Andryczyk. Another major writer from the 1990s, Oksana Zabushko, wrote a wonderful essay entitled Reinventing the Poet. And this was written 1995 and published later. There's two versions of it. This is 1994, translated by Michael Naidan, and this is an excerpt from this essay, Reinventing the Poet. Ukrainian poetry, which has always been our national pride, expressed the sensibility and emotional life of a people condemned by party doctrine to disappear as a separate nation and culture entity, to become more and more like the Russians, to be merged with them in a new community, the so-called Soviet people, held together by the Russian language and Russian political traditions. So from the time of Stalin until the advent of Glasnost, the minutest hint of Ukrainian cultural uniqueness was vehemently attacked as bourgeois nationalism, which was under Soviet law punishable, under Stalin by a death sentence, and under Brezhnev by the notorious formula of 7+5, 7 years of prison camp and 5 years of exile. Thus, everything that poetry did could be designated as nationalism. And I mean, of course, genuine poetry, not the sham one adopted to the demands of socialist realism. Using an archaic ornamental language was nationalism. Playing with Ukrainian mythology themes was nationalism. Alluding to some figures and events in Ukrainian history was tantamount to an overt political challenge. So again, this is 1994, and here's Zabushko is informing the now accessible West, right? Because the Soviet Union has fallen apart. This is written for a Western audience. And she's addressing the West, and in doing so, attacking a successful colonial strategy of withholding knowledge about the colonized subject and not providing an outlet for its perspective. My final example is from another writer, because in the 90s, like we mentioned, several Ukrainian writers have taken the anti-colonial approach to counter official Soviet history. We had Vasyl Kozylyanko, who wrote these what-if histories, where he would just kind of switch who won this war. Similarly, we had Leonid Kononovich's topic for meditation, which tackles the subject of the Holodomor, famine genocide in Ukraine. But one writer that I'm going to point out, Taras Prochasko, takes a very different approach to challenging Russian colonialism in his book FM Halachina, which recently was published, translated. And this is a publication based on, Taras Prochasko had these short episodes on the radio where he'd read text, really short text, maybe like 5-minute texts on the radio. Later, he published them as a book called FM Galicia. And this is one small excerpt taken from December 7, the end of the 90s, 2000. And Taras, in his a lot of his these texts, he weaves in quirky stories about his own family, and just like throws in things. Well, and I'll get to that. So here's the quote. Take this story about my great-grandmother, for example. When it became too dangerous for my great-grandfather to remain here in Galicia, Shevchuk was able to get him to America. After a period of time, my great-grandmother joined him there. She settled in a small town and being the wife of a priest, had to participate in the social life there. But my great-grandmother had one important need. She was a heavy smoker. So again, quirky story of Taras's family, but all of a sudden he does this a lot, but just one little example. He's just throwing in Shevchuk, right? There's no mention of Shevchuk earlier. No statement expressing whether the narrator considers him to be a hero or an enemy of the state. And again, this is, end of the 90s, Shevchuk is still controversial in Ukraine. By mentioning Shevchuk offhandedly, unemotionally, Prochasko is in fact establishing him as a normal part of Ukrainian history. It's as if he just threw in Shevchenko, just throwing it out like that. I don't see Taras being anti-colonial or post-colonial here, like some of the writers in the 90s. He's directly challenging colonial narratives just in his own particular way. Finally, how do these examples measure up to the major requirements mentioned at the beginning of my talk? Did these 90s artists dwell on the past in their works? Much of their work didn't just dwell on the past, but it made a connection with their repressed past, a past that was unknown to many Ukrainians because of colonization. It was new to them. They weren't rehashing old history. It was really something that could be considered new. And it contained things that could be admirable today and provide something that somebody wanted to identify with. Taras's generation, and just a bit older, were the first generation of Ukrainian culture figures that could freely do this. So that was going to be part of their work. And that's a lot of what's happening in Ukraine today. You have teenagers discovering the executed Renaissance, which we mentioned several times, and Stus. Stus is like everywhere now in Ukraine. Teenagers are like getting these online chats about Stus. You know, that's old too, but it's new. You know, they didn't know about it. But today that's seen as being decolonial. And it is. So is this. Importantly, 90s culture, as exemplified by in the Zabushko essay, also attempted to address epistemic injustice towards Ukraine, which we see a lot of that happening today during the war. Prochaska too reinstituted previously absent subjects. He just did it in his own way. He was being playful or post-colonial. Also, the 90s was the first decade of free Ukrainian artistic expression in a long time, and much of the culture of this period was focused on that new possibility to create freely. It was very much focused on this new free culture of the present of that time, 90s. And they were really thinking about the future. Where is this heading? So it wasn't just the past. It was this newfound freedom, this very present moment as they had it. Second question, was their art entangled? Yes, of course, because they were in fact disentangling themselves from colonial culture. You cannot disentangle without being entangled. And that's what they were doing with the onset of independence. But again, they were the first generation that could do it. And disentangling continues in Ukraine today. It's part of this process. And also, today we read about how Ukrainian decolonial culture is presently fighting Russian neocolonialism. And of course it is. But 1990s culture was also continually fighting against new forms of colonialism, now in independent Ukraine. Colonialism never really went away for these 1990s artists. I remember a performance around that time. There was a Shevchuk in Kaidane, handcuffed. It was called "Це ще не свобода." This isn't yet freedom. And this was like in the late 90s. Thank you. I'll finish up. Were the artists expressing ambivalence in their works? No, they were quite confident in who they were and what they were expressing. They were confidently Ukrainian. They were not hybrid. Their culture figures outwardly rejected Russian imperial culture and hybrid identity in their cultural work. And as is the case today, they focused on Ukraine's history, on culture and language, and actively investigated Ukrainian identity in their art. In fact, this is what inspired much of the best art in the 90s, was the search for this Ukrainian identity. So as we see, in many ways, these artists fought many of the same battles on the cultural front that are being fought today. However, the conditions in Ukraine were much less disposed toward decolonization, of course, in the 90s. And it's worth remembering that, or recalling that. And it's happened today. Today, you know, you have government support. You have the Ukrainian Institute, you have the Book Institute, you have book quotas, TV is Ukrainian. Ukrainian culture and language are being supported. It's a lot more support from Ukrainian society. Ukrainian artists are not constantly fighting marginalization like they were before. Back in the 90s, there was almost no support of cultural policy. Like Yuri talked about film. Ukrainian government was supporting Russian publishing and Russian film distribution. Ukrainian culture was marginalized in society. Bilenky's Generation X was still just kind of developing. It was seen, Ukrainian cultural scenes being weird, peripheral, not cool, and it came wrapped in colonial Soviet stereotypes, which confined Ukrainian cultural expression to traditional and folkloric frames for the most part. Cultural figures were able to buffer this by tapping into their ties to unofficial Soviet-era Ukrainian culture, employing a grassroots DIY work ethic, and also leaning on their knowledge of Ukrainian cultural achievements that had been banned in Soviet Ukraine. In conclusion, I believe that we need an approach to analyzing these 35 years of Ukrainian independence that is less rigid than a strict division into anti-colonial, post-colonial, decolonial. As certain achievements in Ukrainian culture of the 90s have shown us, I hope, there's no clear break in AC, PC, or DC. There's no precise chronological trajectory. Maidan was certainly a watershed. It certainly picked up the speed of decolonization. Of course, the war even more so. And was there a buildup towards the decolonization chronologically? Yes. But it wasn't just after Maidan or today's war. In a way, it goes back further, which was also mentioned today. Even if I just go a little back from the dissidents to the Soviet underground culture, Ukrainian culture of the 70s, and the various revolutions in the independent period, the Granite Revolution, Ukraine without Kuchma, Orange Revolution. I believe that there are instances where we had the AC, the PC, and the DC at the same time happening in the 1990s, or we see traces of all three of those within one writer's work, which is in fact also what we're seeing sometimes today in Ukraine. I think we should apply a more nuanced look at how the process of decolonization has been undergoing Ukraine since 1991. Maybe a focus more on individual and specific situation would be a more apt way of approaching this. To look at how different Ukrainians at different times and in different life situations engaged decolonization. Perhaps decolonization arrived for someone when they went to the Shlach Pohled exhibit in 1991, or joined the Human Link in 1990, or heard Ukrainian rock music in Donetsk at the Chervona Ruta Festival in 93, or watched videos of it last year on YouTube, or began reading Andryczyk or Zabushko or Prochaska the first time, whether it was in 1994 or 2024. Ukraine is a very diverse country. It's an important characteristic, a plus, and as we see today, it's a strength. I feel that seeing Ukrainians more with individual trajectories towards decolonization instead of just wholly and chronologically will give a fuller understanding of the country's breadth and complexity. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We're going to go right to the questions. We only have about 20 minutes. Yes. Go ahead. Oh, she's got a microphone. Eileen has a microphone.
Excellent presentations. And do I see you? Oh, there's Yuri. So I have a question to Mark and Yuri, but before that, I have a suggestion for Serhiy. So I loved your slide with Kiev Hill Academy, and I have 2 bullet points that you could add to that slide. One, Kiev Hill Academy was the first institution of higher education that accepted a copy of your high school transcript, which meant, instead of an original, which meant that it allowed students to apply to to somewhere else and to Kiev Hill Academy at the same time. Prior to that, I don't know when it changed for the rest of Ukraine. You had to commit to a single institution study for that entrance exams, and you didn't get in, too bad, right? So you didn't have a post kind of entry choice. Another point that you can add that's unique to Kiev Hill Academy is that at some point, I believe it might have been early or the beginning of academic year in 1995, 2 political science students, class of 97, on one particular night decided they were going to introduce or launch the initiative to create Studentska Kolegia, which is the first student government of any Ukrainian higher education institution. There might have been a couple of bottles of wine involved on that night, and the names of the students are Nataliya, Shevchuk, and Mariana Budjeryn. So that we didn't run, but somebody else ran and got the president of Studentska Kolegia office. For Mark and for Yuri, I find that your descriptions of the cultural processes in these different domains in literature and a little bit in visual arts for Mark and in cinema and film are so different. What is it about? So you have this cultural explosion, this expression, the neo-avant-garde, the postmodernist kind of explosion in the literature, in the visual arts, and in music. And then you have this kind of crusty sort of, Sovietized, Russified situation in film. How do you explain? Is it something about the medium itself, the structure of that field? Why did it happen like that so differently in the 90s?
You go first because you spoke first. Yeah.
Okay, I'm the first because I first spoke. Part of the problem is the fact that starting with towards the end of the 1920s, the Soviets dismantled every school of film writing that existed in Ukraine and centralized it only in Moscow. Could you be trained to write films, which is an art so difficult that even today Ukraine doesn't have. I know the person who founded the Scenarna Majsternia, Volodymyr Wojtenko, and the success of that enterprise, very praiseworthy one, is like varying because it takes so much to foster the cadre, because writing a script is an entirely different beast than a novel, a short story, or anything like that. Even the film whose title I borrowed for my presentation, Oxygen Starvation, Kisnevy Holod, and that is written by Yuri Andruchovich, and probably with the input of Andryczyk. It's difficult, you know, in my 22 years of screening Ukrainian films here, the most common criticism from the viewers is, why is this film so difficult to watch? Why can we not have an easily decodable story with the beginning, the middle, and the end, not necessarily in that order? To quote Jean-Paul Sartre, no, not Jean-Paul Sartre, the director who do the Nouvelle Vague, you know. Jean-Luc Godard, Jean-Paul Sartre, Jean-Luc Godard, yes. So that might be part of the entire thing. Yeah. Also, I think this comment by the guy who wrote The Wretched of the Earth, Frantz Fanon, that the colonial people lose the capacity of storytelling. And so there's the predominance of poetry over prose. I think this is very well exemplified by cinematographic storytelling. Again, I can't give you a full answer, but that's an excellent question. And that's a very, very burning question that Ukrainians have not yet resolved. It needs to be resolved once and for all with, you know, this writing films as opposed to novels, and that might be the other explanation is that making a film is 10 times, 100 times more consuming, like resource intensive undertaking than just taking a pen and a piece of a blank piece of paper.
Yeah, and that's what I was going to say, just so we get to another question here. Of course, it's the medium. And it's a very different financially and the structure, and the amount of people have to be hired and places and everything. And, you know, again, I didn't have time to talk about it enough today, but I wanted to. And it's really important that this culture in the 90s that came out was very tightly tied to unofficial Soviet culture, which existed parallel to Soviet, like Zabushko mentioned, socialist realist culture. And it was very DIY. It was basements. It was poems that were memorized because they couldn't be written down. So it's so much easier, or a song, you know, to do that. So I think it made a lot more sense that this culture was there was a lot more free expression and development than something that was that much more involved. Yeah.
First on Serhiy's discussion, it would be good to bring in the faculty and the changes at the university. I'm thinking of the early 1990s when it was very easy, if we put down a few $1,000s, to have 10 Ukrainian historians invited to Poland. And I think this began to make changes, particularly in history of the field I know, where there was so much that had to be changed. And certainly there was support from administrations. Vakharchuk asked us to find funding for a new Institute of History to fight with the faculty of history, which he saw the need of. And then just I'll venture maybe a little drastically. Yes, I think much was said by Yuri and Marco that is of interest. Some fits and doesn't fit. We heard about history, when Yuri talked as a field that was dangerous, didn't lead anywhere. Mazepa, the famine and other such things. In some of Marco's presentation, it was important for the restitution of history. I think it gives us a very full picture of varying trends going on at the same time. What I also wonder is if your personal biography is also affected. That is, someone who grew up in the United States in the West, someone who grew up in Ukraine. You're bringing in many ways different eyes. I remember my first seeing of a Soviet city and thinking, this is a city? Right. So what was urban culture within that framework was in a way repellent to much of Western culture in a strange way. It took a long way to get out of it. In the same way as would we expect now that everybody would be Vyshyvannik as much as they are saying Slava Ukraini? We're seeing a new mixing of it, and I wonder if that's worth exploring as well. But otherwise, yeah, I thought it was a great way of bringing together these various styles.
Well, what urban culture does to the traditional peasant culture is wonderful because it reinvents things. It finds a different way of looking at something that in my generation caused a profound violent allergy, like the Vyshyvanki. You combine Vyshyvanka with, let's say, blue jeans, ripped here and there, and it comes across in an entirely different manner. You sing a Ukrainian song like Ty ж мене підманула, the rap way, like there is a group singing it in Kharkiv, and my students go crazy when they hear this. Something that again it's the reinventing. This is what Dovzhenko does in his Zveni Hora, when he does this. Takes something that is very well known and makes it so strange that it challenges you to rediscover it in a new, different way. This is what Solomia Pavlichko said, that Ukrainian culture is crying out to be reread, reinterpreted in a way that is free from colonially imposed stereotypes and optics. And I hope we are in the middle of this reinventing and rediscovering it. Even those forms of it that have been relegated, like hopelessly dated and kind of stigmatizing us as a rural culture.
Yeah, I'll just briefly
introduce the word rural just then, and not peasant.
Mm-hmm.
Rural culture so beloved by English literature. So beloved, by the way, and I think that distinction is an interesting one.
Yes.
Well, yeah, and we talked about a little yesterday about during the film discussion, right? About I think it was your question, why is it set in a city? Why we're not seeing? Yeah, what I talked about my presentation, and you can even see from the images I chose for the poster, it was definitely focusing things that were happening in the city in the 90s, right? But to talk about folkloric and Vyshyvanka, what I thought was really interesting that I experienced in the 90s, and yeah, of course, a lot of it is my personal experience, but the Vyshyvanka and a lot of traditions that are folkloric that maybe were kind of contained in the countryside and not in an urban setting were completely revived, but in a very urban way. And just the most simple image I can give you is the Vyshyvanka in a pair of jeans. It wasn't Vyshyvanka in a suit like a Ukrainian poet on TV would wear, right? Or in the diaspora, for that matter, right? On 9th of March. It was just, Vyshyvanka. It looks cool with a pair of jeans. And that was folk, that was Vyshyvanka.
Very cool.
Yeah.
I know from my own experience.
Okay, we only have 10 minutes, so yes.
So I was fortunate enough to live in Ukraine between 1992 and 98, shuttling between Kyiv and Odessa and Lviv on a monthly basis. So I lived a lot of this, and that's really what attracted me to this entire day. I just have two quick comments. And again, this is for Serhiy about Kyiv Mohil Academy. One more thing that you may want to add to your list is that, like all progressive schools, they threw great parties. It's true.
True,
But
it's important.
I know. And one thing to you, Yuri, about Ukrainian language in cinema, more of my experience was in the theater. And unless an actor was from Western Ukraine, you could always tell that their delivery, because they were translating Russian into Ukrainian on the stage, there was like a nanosecond that there was a pause. And that's, and for at least for me, it wasn't natural. It wasn't like really from the soul or the heart. They were just kind of reading lines and they had to kind of translate that line to them. And maybe that's why like watching Ukrainian cinema is still that, and again, I'm saying unless they're really native Ukrainian speakers, that delivery is, it's just a little bit off.
Yeah, and that's the same with TV. You'd watch broadcasts of the night news in Kyiv, and nobody talks like that. You know, as soon as the camera's off, they're done. You know, like DJs here talk. Nobody talks like that. Just that they talk like that on the air, but it's not how they converse. Fake. It's fake.
Okay, we have a question actually from an anonymous attendee online. So I'll read it. It's for Yuri. Would the claim of Serhiy as linguistic schizophrenia in the cinema or literature not also reaffirm stereotypes of Serhiy speakers as backward peasants when a great number of Ukrainians in Ukraine speak Serhiy, and even in Western Ukraine, one encounters Russisms or hybrid Ukrainian Russian words in everyday speech? Why is linguistic purity the only option? And would this approach thus be more in line with aesthetic approaches based in the ideal rather than one that seeks I cannot say this word, verisimilitude? I can say.
Verisimilitude.
Yeah, that's right.
This is an excellent question. Number one, Serhiy has nothing to do with linguistic schizophrenia. Linguistic schizophrenia is an artificial framework of communication where at least two participants are speaking different languages with the assumption that they are mutually understandable. But there is a structure to that message. Russian is always spoke as a natural language. It's rich. It's phraseologically rich. Ukrainian, if you judge on those television broadcasts, is always translated from Russian with Russian syntax. It sounds strained and it repels you. So the result is that Russian is winning and Ukrainian is losing. It has nothing to do with Serhiy. Serhiy, I love this analysis by Yuri Shevchuk. He wrote that Serhiy is the backward-looking, oriented towards the village culture language code. It is only oral. You don't write books in Serhiy. You don't write essays in Serhiy unless you want to be laughable. Whereas what is the opposite of Serhiy? This is slang. And slang, Ukrainian slang, literally does not exist. And this is a very, very serious problem for the future of the Ukrainian language. According to Shevchuk, slang is the laboratory of where language produces the new blood, where it produces the kind of language that attracts the new generation of speakers, that makes the new generation of speakers want to speak this language because it's sparkling with fun, it is very creative, and it's not a stamp of being of lack of education, which Serhiy is. And this is not my opinion. This is consistently proven by polling Ukrainian population across regions, that everybody agrees suddenly that Serhiy is a social stigma. You can say whatever you like. You can say that Serhiy, you know, it's whatever, bad to stigmatize Serhiy, but that's how Ukrainians perceive it, not myself. I'm just quoting or making reference to consistent polling results. So, as in this Cuban anecdote, trabajo sí, mambo no, I say slang sí and Serhiy no. And slang is nowhere to be found in Ukrainian films, because it takes changing the entire structure of Ukrainian information sphere because Ukrainians are incredibly creative linguistically. They come up with incredibly creative, brilliant ways of referring to things. But the problem is that they are not picked up and implanted by mass media into the usage of a wider audience. So you come across these things, my God, this is wonderful, and then nobody picks it up. Why on earth wouldn't Ukrainians say rechenets instead of deadline? It's a Ukrainian word, deadline? Or deadline with Russian accent on it, deadline. Why Ukrainians say podobaika, this one that caught on, podobaika instead of a like. But there are dozens, and if not hundreds of them, but they're not being picked up. The grassroots are okay, but those on top, all those talking heads yesterday spoke Russian, and they just don't pick, they don't care, it doesn't work, it stops.
Okay, thank you. I don't know, Eileen, do we have any more time? One more minute? All right, any final comments or questions?
I'll take the last minute. I just want to thank everybody, especially my fellow panelists for coming and answering the call and coming to New York for these 2 days. Thank you so much. This was wonderful, better than I even imagined. So thanks for coming and for your thoughts and discussions. Thank you for everybody came and listened and added their own thoughts. Thank you to all the chairs that also helped us put this on. So yeah, thanks everyone.
And thank you.
Great panel. Really great panel.